short-sighted. I never quite considered it within my 5-year plan to become a stripper. Not an Exigo naughty of all places. But when a handsome bachelor opens up a club where all the ballers are popping up, my eyes flash with opportunity. Throughout the whole interview process, I didn't so much as get a glimpse of him. Being asked questions and criticized by his bodyguards and strippers, his general manager Felix had been testing my mettle and patience for the job I had. He recalled horror stories and cultural barriers with some of our guests. Some girls were less than secretive about their partners in the VIP section and what they did for extra money. When I asked if somebody sold drugs in the club, half laughed. The others swore I was an undercover. I assumed my booty, slim waist, and lovely breasts would get me the job. The women were all beautiful goddesses walking around the floor, bitches in the dressing room, though. I reconciled the differences as sirens leading men away from their hard-earned money. A few succubi were draining them of everything they were worth, including their dignity. I could waltz in and be the most beautiful, but knew quickly many different characteristics would grant me advancement. Most of these girls cared nothing more than drugs, money, attention, and gossip. Even those making the most money were like den mothers, though most of the whispers were about them. None had ambition beyond the pole or bringing in more money. I knew I would surpass them. I cared nothing for prostituting or stripping. I planned to be stripping for a month, at least until I saved up enough to pay off my rent for a year or so. I heard these girls make my rent in a night. 30 days left until I can move out of my slum apartment. The money could be addictive. I knew that's why most stayed. The attention was intoxicating. I managed through the line of new applicants. Sitting on the stage is a large man named Felix Ray with a tall mohawk with blonde tips pieced back and forth. So, I've chosen a few of my favorite candidates. We'll have our boss look around through my selections and see if he extends any cuts to the list, makes it shorter. As I said, we're not looking for anyone right now. We simply host these open interviews because the boss likes the opportunity and I like seeing new asses in my face. He exchanged glances with a few girls whose eyes lit up when they heard about the VIP section. I raised my hand high. Yes, Hazel Eyes. What do you want? Felix let out a sigh, pointing to me. You've been very mouthy for a recruit. Excuse me. My name is Rumia Ver, I declare. He was very rude as a supervisor. You already picked a stripper name? That's usually my job. He chuckles, getting the crowd on his side. My mother named me after my great-grandmother. The Vers have defended the Balkans for millennia. I cut my eyes in disdain as their laughter continues. I sat there staring daggers at everyone around me until I gained their silence. For those selected, when can we start? Felix took a moment looking through his clipboard with a bastard's grin. You weren't on my list, so I'm not sure, but the boss will decide. He rolled his eyes. I like my women a bit more playful. You'll scare off the customers. I'll be on stage, won't I? I say in shock. What the hell do you mean I'll scare off the customers? I came here for a job. Felix laughed. You thought this was to be a stripper? The ad only said, help wanted. We already have enough girls to work the poles. The dance sheet is full. You are all applying to walk around the tables to see if anyone needs service or drinks. If you're lucky, you'll get some action in the VIP or on the side. If you're lucky. Then what was the point of this? I snap at him. I was sitting here in my bra and panties surrounded by other half-naked women in front of this pervert. I may not be a stripper, and even less for no reason at all. An absolute abuse of power. As I said, I like to see new asses from time to time. Get tired of seeing the same girls every week. Not to mention, getting with them is hard as fuck when they all have queen complexes. Sad you can't get your dick wet. I scolded, turning the crowd in my favor as the other disgruntled girls were ready to riot. That's what you recruits are here for, or didn't you know? Boss gets his selection of the vets. We get the pickings of you young vixens. Opportunity comes in many ways. He shrugged as though he had little issue with the setup. Boss deserves it. He's a good man. He takes care of everybody here, and we aren't fond of parasites. I'm also not pissing him off by touching one of his girls. So what is this VIP section for if you can't touch it? Another girl asks. Lap dances? But some girls use it to make extra money. We're not in the room, so we can't stop it. Boss isn't a fan of prostituting. Most of the girls don't do it to make him happy. Others do it because they know they don't have a chance with him and got bills to pay. He claps his hands. Done asking questions. Let's close this up. Hold on, I bark. Felix rubs his temple. What do you want now? Who is your boss? Why isn't he here? He was the one I dressed up half naked for, not you. The others chorused in agreement. The competition wasn't so desirable, but the allegiance was apparent. Felix rolled his eyes with a groan as if he's heard the question thousands of times. He looked at his watch, then back at his clipboard. I don't know why you girls even wasted my time. If you didn't know who he was, you wouldn't be naked right now. It's Morgan Ellis, Obata's kid. You all probably never heard of Obata. Many of my allies grew silent as he cut through the intent. I suspected, but I figured this was the best way to make money until a better opportunity came. There didn't seem to be much in Exigo since the atrocity happened less than a decade ago. I was just a girl hearing stories of the great Nadia and a teenager hearing about the return of Ekru, which Balka and much of Maya used to call themselves, but that was centuries ago. It's crazy how history works. I know about Samira. He and his family died in a freak earthquake, so they say. There has never been an earthquake in the whole history of Ekru besides that one day. Felix sucked his teeth. He was hiding something. Boss keeps to himself. He's way too old to be Obata Samira's son. There's more than one Obata in the world. They probably never even beat the man, whether he is or he isn't. You mean he is Morgan Samira? He was such an adorable baby. I bet our kids will look better, one girl mused under her breath. Felix spits in anger and disgust. So all you young thoughts came to hop on his dick, huh? Sad to be you. He's out of town in Urdu doing his day job. Urdu, where he was born and where he lives. He's the owner. He's only here 3 days a week. And the only time Morgan leaves the VIP area when he's here is to pry one of your Johns off of you. That's why y'all ain't getting a job. Y'all come to be thoughts, not to work. Clear out. I have some serious interviews for some real work in half an hour. He had some issues, either with me or the admission. Most of the girls began grinning and giggling, scheming for their position upon Carmen Cruz's man dubbed the most elite bachelor of the year. A new award she created on her budding show for him. I couldn't help my smile looking up to the actual VIP section overhead, affectionately rumored the throne room. A glass-plated box with a mysterious staircase overlooking the skyline and the club floor. I've seen pictures of it in a magazine, but never up close. All right, that's enough. The boss is not interested in none of you. Hurry along now, little birds. Fly away. We'll be doing callbacks this week. Maybe some of y'all will start. For the rest, I'll keep your pictures close to my crotch for safe creeping. Head off. We got to set up for the night. He claps his hands and scatters the girls. We all moved to get dressed. Felix said we would get used to sitting around in our bra and panties. A few girls wore nothing and proudly sat around stark naked with their perky muffins out about. Felix called those girls over to the side to talk. I didn't mind. I didn't need or want Felix's approval. I hurried off home to cry one off and have a drink. Mama always said, patience is a virtue. Surprise introspection. The captain. The club's owner is an elusive man who kept to himself, and his work's usually in another region than others expect, popping up without notice to check on things and manage the bar. Morgan had often caught them at their most vulnerable moments. Around 3 p.m. of a Wednesday afternoon, with a quarter of their staff with a surprising clientele flow. A few afternoon work parties to release the midweek steam. How the interviews go, Felix? Morgan had asked, sitting on the floor of the bar hours before opening. Felix was at the bar mid-sip when the owner patted his shoulder. The bartender had been at the end of the bar, turned the other way. If it were some woman's husband, he would have been a dead man. Where's the security, Felix thought, trying to make out the reflection in the mirror behind the bar. Where's the security? Morgan had asked, not moving his hand from Felix's shoulder. Felix Ray Hernandez had choked in his drink, staring in the mirror at the only man he held fear of on Gaia. His forehead had become sweaty, and the heat of the fireball did little to calm it. He had nearly forgotten to swallow and was too scared to cough. He struggled through the flaming cinnamon whiskey burning down his throat. Where's the fireball? Morgan had asked. I only was taking a few shots, I swear. The bottle is right here. Felix grabbed the bottle and set it down. He had nearly wanted to pull the bottle back, realizing he had gulped down half the handle. Pour me a shot. A martini. And a cocktail as you're choosing. Morgan had nodded his head. Felix raised a pencil eyebrow from behind a pair of Gucci shades. He was struggling with the response as his tongue clicked, his eyes pacing, sizing Morgan up. You mean now? Felix asked, thinking he might get out of at least stalling, which was his usual control tactic. You're not doing shit else. Morgan sat down at the bar and then turned to the bartender. How'd the paper go, Lucas? Lucas Nagabe had started at the bar by chance. He was standing lost one night but seemed to fit in fine. He caught Morgan's attention, and after a quick chat, Lucas went behind the bar and been keeping back since. The student at Nadia Institute of Technology usually strolled through once a week, living in the apartments a block up. It's going good. I haven't had too much time with it serving, Lucas responds. How's everything with you? Morgan raised his hand, gesturing he wasn't going to respond to the question. Do you need fewer hours? I know someone who would love to work doubles. Morgan looked at Felix with a grin. Why isn't Felix back there helping you? As busy as it is in here, you're sitting on this side of the bar. Get some work done here when it's slow. There's a computer in the office through the kitchen. There's 1, 2, 3, or 4 parties out there. We must be a lot of drinks. Why don't you help Lucas, Felix? Felix had heard the grenade pin click before he got behind the bar to find 2 chocolate brown eyes turning a deep crimson red with direct eye contact. Felix knew lying now would be a waste of time. Morgan had asked an immediate question and waited intensely for an answer. All right, Deadeye, you got me. It's because I'm a lazy fuck, Morgan. What do you want me to say? Felix groans. Morgan breaks out laughing, his eyes turning brown instantly. It was one of the few times Felix saw him off guard. He couldn't help but laugh himself, continuing. I was gonna help, I promise, but sometimes this job is stressful. I need a couple of drinks. I'm sorry, boss. Felix shook his head, pouring a fireball shot, then grabbed the shakers, tossing vodka, ice, honey, and locally crafted blue raspberry schnapps with a baby cherry tomato from the same farm, vineyard and distillery in Graham. I call it the one-night stand. Ladies love it. Well, guys love it for their girls. I call it the roofie. How much vodka did you put in there, Weinstein? Morgan asked, aggressively holding up the glass. I figured, hey, you're the boss. You deserve a boss drink. Felix smiled, his easygoing smile to a man who was unmoved by the gesture. Where's the love at, man? Felix asked. With all the extra money you poured in this drink, I'm the boss. Yeah, I might splurge on beer and wings, because we have a fridge full of that. We don't sell. And the beer comes in fucking keg bought locally. That's a bottle of water vodka. Do you know how much that costs? Felix smirked at the chance to revel in his knowledge of liquor and narcotics. It's my favorite drink. Of course I know. It's top shelf, classic mine distilled. This vodka goes smoother than water. They should call it air. Felix giggled, trying to bring back an easygoing vibe. Morgan looked at Felix, then to Lucas. Lucas, if this is top shelf, why was this in arm's reach? Bro, he told me I just work here to mind my business. Lucas responds with a shrug, setting up a tray of drinks for the server. Lucas, from now on, this bar is your business and your vault. I do not care who steps back here. The bartender has full and final authority over the bar. Mark that and tell the other bartenders. This comes directly from my mouth. Morgan waved his hand. Do you want your cocktail? Felix asked. I'm here to work, not party, Felix. Try the same before I replace you with a bottle of vodka. That was your inspection and work review. You got a C because of your smile, or else I would fire you. Clean the VIP area. Bring some bleaching gloves. Heard the club is busy this weekend, and a few girls got fired for thoughtin'. Who told you? Felix asked. I get the financial reports directly to my watch. It also shows me my calls and a live feed of security cameras. Morgan taps his wrist, showing the regulator technology designed by Nesha. Everyone tells on everyone. It's shockingly deceitful. Half the time I hope you all can figure it out alone, but most times, it's not. Felix noted that, looking around casually at the enemies he had made looking upon the one man, they shared all their loyalty from the interview. He let out a sigh, feeling remorseful. Are you alright, boy? Lucas asked with a wide grin, nudging Felix as he watched as well. No. He realized his job is at stake. I know everything. Nor has he moved to scrub. You misunderstand the pecking order here, Felix. Morgan shook his head. What do I hire you for, man? Come on, Morgan. You're my boy. Felix raises his hand. Captain Ellis. Morgan stone-faced him. Now answer my first question. What? Felix asked as the liquor began roping around his stomach and releasing through his mind and body. Are you talking about the tryouts? Yeah, right. Yeah, I got you, boss. No worries. Your man Felix has it all covered. I'm not gay, Felix. You're not my man. You're my employee. I didn't ask you if you had it covered. I asked you how it went. I want a full play-by-play. Morgan lightly places a finger on Felix's chest, wrapping it into a fist as he pulls himself to stand, looking Felix straight in the face. It was standard, man. A bunch of half-naked thoughts willing to do whatever for money. They're not what you're looking for, bro. They would be doing whatever for a tip. Felix tried to assure Morgan. Someone disagreed. Tangerine said her cousin applied and he didn't even pay attention to half the candidates. There was one you outright tossed away because she rallied against you. So why isn't this in your report? Morgan asked, releasing Felix. I need you to understand how serious this is. You cannot do that again. Ever again. Felix rubbed his chin. Alright, bro, let's be real. Bartenders are a certain breed. Security is a certain breed. Strippers are its own species entirely. Reliable and respectable strippers? That's a unicorn in a field of donkeys. You get it? Alright. A woman who wants to get naked for a living and still needs you to be morally sound and respect her. That's rare. The girls here would never date a client. They wouldn't even be their type. These chicks today were coming here looking for the payday of the century. Your wallet, boss. They were only here for you, fangirls. The others weren't strippers, and they knew too much. Maybe if you could serve a bartend or work somewhere else you own. But bro, they aren't cut out for the stage and these clients. The hours are too long, the work is too demanding, and the business is too rough. That's the truth. Morgan asked Felix eye to eye. It's true, Felix says with conviction. Then what breed is a manager? Morgan asks, leaning forward. What breed is a manager? Felix asks aghast. Yes. What you're supposed to be. What breed is a manager? Morgan asked, leaning on his hand, rubbing his chin with peach fuzz or a freshly stripped goatee. I work with everyone's role and make sure it runs smoothly despite my workers thinking only about themselves. At least he's considering it, so he can act accordingly. Felix shrugs, giving his best answer. What does act accordingly mean? Lucas asked. Well, you know, situation calls for X. An employee only wants to do Y. Then a manager must help them Z. Most people are just stuck, man. Felix grabbed the cocktail. Man, you missed out, boss. This one night stand is delicious. The honey was a fine touch. Felix compliments himself. Morgan chuckles, admiring Felix's grandiose self-applause and bravado. It was something he struggled on. Everyone else viewed Felix as extraneous titles and names, but it seemed so normal to Morgan. He motioned for 2 more cocktails, nodding over to Lucas to finish up to join them. Morgan scanned the dance floor. He was focusing on his employees and their movements. Morgan was sitting in the perfect seat to see every open area in the bar. He often had an undercover security guard sit there because the vantage point gave the entire bar clear sight. Most guards had a post where they can only monitor their area, and perhaps what was nearby, but it was limited. The club has a busy feel with the servers and even kitchen staff needing to bring out meals. The girls were getting paid better than some night shifts. Each party had only about 10 to 15 people, give or take the men in the bathroom or VIP. Only about 50 people, but the bar and kitchen alone. They were racking up the dough. His mind was running with ideas of how to capitalize upon the new business model. Though his imagination lacked ideas, he put a pen in the idea of returning to his employees as they settled down with their clients. Man, I don't remember the last time I worked this hard, Felix said, topping off 20 shots on a tray, a dozen mixed drinks for each table, followed by 3 more immediate orders. We should charge them for the whole bottle by now, Lucas said, holding up the bottle. It's more expensive to pay per shot. Felix notes, the upsell of a bottle will completely ruin a business. Morgan applauded him with a smile alone, nodding his head and toasting his drink. Felix graciously accepted, raising his cocktail and clinking glasses with Morgan. Lucas lifted a bottle of Yingling to join the toast, pushing the cocktail aside. Lucas knew he was a lightweight and wanted no part of the drinking with either. Both could drink their weight in vodka and rum before falling over themselves. He sipped the beer to be polite, then returned to his work. So you're going to stay in town this weekend, Morgan? Felix asked, polishing off the cocktail and setting the glass aside. Morgan was sipping the glass, hoping the question would fade after the allotted appropriate time to answer. Felix intended for a yes before Morgan had the opportunity to work somewhere between hell and parts of unknown again. The man always returned with war stories and strange tales. Felix thought he should have a drink and a blunt enjoying the sights before him. You see that, boss? Vera Cruz, the gymnast and exhibitionist. Her eyes are all over you, boss. She asked about you the other day. She never asks about you, bro. Felix nods to the stage, but Morgan didn't turn around. The beautiful Maya-Nadian woman was hanging upside down by her ankles. Her eyes were set on Morgan as if no one else in the room existed, as she sheds off her leotard. Felix keeps catching glances at Morgan. The poor guy saw everything without seeing anything, watching the bar in the mirror, astute and diligent for trouble. It was how the military raised him. He saw her, but his attention was on everything within the 170-degree focus. He paid things second by second, analyzing everything around him. He wasn't even paying attention to Felix. She slowly flipped herself back to her feet, dropping into a split, before leaning back, pushing herself onto her hands and back onto her feet, free from the pole in her leotard. She walked toward the end of the stage, staring right at Morgan for a full 20 seconds, with her arms crossed before leaving the scene. The song hadn't even stopped, and there was no repercussion because he didn't care. Bro, you didn't see Fiera Vera Cruz eyeballing you, dude. I think you pissed her off, bro. Teach me your ways. Felix lunged in, needing answers. Yeah, Fiera wasn't hired to dance for me. Now, is she? Morgan sighed. It was nice, but she needs to get over that. Morgan giving a hint he did notice, sent Felix spiraling into even more significant confusion. She's paid to dance, and she wants to dance for you. It's so hot hiring girls because all they want to do is dance for you. We have to tell them you're up in that dome ahead to raise morale. Felix shakes his head. Explain it to me, bro. She's one of many women, I can say the same. There are even more in those files I've never met. Even more outside this place I've met. There are even more outside this region watching Carmen Cruz's stupid show, or worse than Carmen. They're all the same to me, Felix. They're always trying to find something to turn their nose up, or mad at someone. They're headaches, man. I've met a few of all of them I shared my bed with, but for the most part, I keep to myself, man. Morgan finished his drink, setting it aside. They're beautiful and fun, but I have other concerns more important than who I fuck next. I guess that's my trick. Why did you even buy a strip club? Lucas asked. If you don't like it. To tell you the truth, when I bought this place, they told me it was a restaurant. That's funny. It wasn't until I scoured through the financial statements that I realized that they made the majority of the money off of prostitution. I had to read about 10 books on accounting and bookkeeping before I realized I was screwed. A real estate broker set the whole thing up while I was in Urdu. None of my other clubs have strippers. Nearly every employee but the servers are women. Why do you ask? That's because men have respect and follow orders. Women have this entitlement complex of where they belong or deserve. I hate dealing with them. I hate that mentality, period. Are you gay, dude? I've heard rumors you slept with half the women in this place. Lucas gave it ear. I guess they were rumors. I'm not gay, I'm single, and it wasn't half. It was like 10 of the girls. We only have 25 girls on staff, bro. Felix counts in his head. Maybe 26 with Jax if you count her. That's still less than half. Morgan protests. You and Jax, bro? That's savage. Are they the headaches, or is it that you're sleeping with all of them? Lucas cocked his head. Why are you having sex with them then? No, it's that I don't have sex with them. I don't do anything to get with the girls, Felix. We end up having sex once they get too clingy and they think they'll make a relationship. It's like they use sex to bargain, or it was after a party at my apartment around here. Never here, never for long, and never more than once. That's the rule. It was nice at first, but no, man. Being 2,700 miles away with 25 women asking you where you are and why you're not with them is the most aggravating circumstance I can imagine. Well, I don't have to imagine. I do. However, I enjoy ignoring it. That doesn't sound too bad to me. No one ever calls or texts me out of work other than to call off, Felix pouted. Yeah, well, you put up with it. Morgan tosses Felix's cell phone as it begins ringing with Vieira's face on the screen. That's your problem now. Keep it. The boss stands, stretching out all the way and preparing a short lap around the club to check in with the rest of his staff. First was to the kitchen where Jax and Meredith were speaking. When he walked in, both looked up dreamily and then at each other with answered curiosity. Hey, sweetie. Jax kisses him on the cheek. Morgan. Meredith hugs him, moving to kiss him. Morgan lifted Meredith's chin and pinched her cheek. Hey, girls, how's everything? This place looks astounding, clean as usual. We could probably make this one of the best kitchens in Nadia. He struggles out of Jax's grip, smoothing out his suit and resting his hand upon Meredith's waist. I have to drop off an order. I'll be right back. Meredith pats his cheek, then rushed off with the empty tray. Jax had thought it was hilarious she ran around the metal kitchen counters, returning to the flat top and grill. She lifted the two steaks that had been marinating in a metal bowl with tamarind, sage, basil, and honey with stew broth. Morgan's eyes had begun growing in his skull as Jax laid the steaks on the grill. They sizzled, searing to golden brown perfection. She watched him, licking her lips as he watched her cook. "You hungry, baby?" Jax asks as she flips the steaks over with perfect diamond grill marks from decades of experience. Morgan swallowed, feeling the weakness in his stomach as the insatiable appetite within him began to growl. It was something he attempted to suppress, but all the same it rattled at him. Gnawing at the bars of his will, he feels caged behind trauma and a life of military training. Still it howl, the dreaded wolf, ever hungry. "I need to continue my rounds," Morgan said sharply, turning about face and marching out the room. Once he was outside the doors, he held his heart as it pounded. The steaks looked so delicious, and few women in his life had Jax's curvy shape. The woman had breasts to feed triplets, and a proportionally sized waist where 50 inches of love. Having lost his mother so young, she nurtured him. Precisely what he feared most. He didn't want to lose himself in the affection before it disappeared. No one could replace his parents. Even if the memory of them was faint, he knew they were there. The twisted fantasy came from the darkest roots of his longing. "Morgan, are you good?" Isla Hun, an Ashen server, asked, patting his shoulder as she entered the kitchen. She had a soothing touch, leaning against him with her soft, delicate skin. "Your heart is racing." "Bad memories. I'll be fine." Morgan held back his words, looking for his supervisor so he could hurry along with his day. "What's in your mind?" Isla asked, unwilling to let him go. "I'm a good listener, I promise." He knew it to be accurate, having shared many of his stories and takes privately with her. They shared the longest relationship with an employee he had. His love for her was different, a deep philo connection, rather than an eros attachment. "I don't want to talk about it, hon," he says, using her last name. "Tell me about something else then. How are things in Urdu?" She asks positively, hoping to get some conversation out of him. He spent less and less time in Nadia as of late. Morgan's face dropped for a second as she hit the source of his tension, and the reason he wanted to escape to Nadia for a short while before returning. Urdu was always a topic of such joy. Isla had no idea what she did wrong, watching his face wrestle with pain and grief. It's dreadful. Like a nightmare. The knocking bankers are buying up the land, sending people into civil war. Everyone's blaming the regime because the regime occupies the land throughout the Rhinelands and Relic Mountains. The wildlife, the people, the whole grass of war in Urdu is out of balance. Yet still, the bankers keep swallowing the world. The regime keeps killing in the name of peace and profit, and the people run around like ants without a queen, or chickens without heads. Isla frowned, letting him go. "What happened to you?" He looked her in the eyes. The question brought a solitary tear from his eyes. He looked unmoved, as if he hadn't noticed the trauma and pain he wore so proudly. Morgan opened his mouth. His memories repressed through constant trauma and lost to retrograde amnesia and repression. Numb was all he could offer instead of complete apathy, and his empathetic soul refused him for giving in to pessimism. The question began to piss him off, knowing the answer had been dreadful. "Get the fuck out of my face," he mutters under his breath, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." Ayla was taken off guard. He had never taken such a tone with her before. "You think you can offend me? You think you stand a chance of hurting me?" Morgan asked with a grin. "Girl, you're confused." Ayla's shocked. He wasn't defensive at all. Instead, he stared at her like a bullseye waiting for a trigger. She had dealt with abusive men throughout her life, and had towed the line to safety. She wanted to press forward. Perhaps a few months ago she could have, but something happened. A mission. Something. Recently, what mission? She sat down, folding her hands together. You have my attention. I don't want your attention. Morgan states with a dead-eye look. Stay out of my head. Stop trying to figure me out. I already stated my problem. It's Urdu. Isla felt panicked, noticing the dark cloud floating overhead. A dark force feeds on Morgan's energy. She held her tongue, witnessing the unspeakable darkness consuming him. She avoided eye contact, removing her attention from him. Morgan sat down next to her as a waitress walked up. Hey Morgan, it's good to see you. She was unfamiliar to him as well. He gazed over. His mind was elsewhere. Isla shook her head. He needs food. Do you want anything to drink, sweetie? The waitress acts out of habit, regretting it immediately. Yes, he says. He only wants water. Isla interjects. A black bear, please. Morgan corrects with disdain. Don't speak for me, woman. What on Gaia is a black bear? The waitress raised her eyebrow. A Jack and Scotch. 2 parts Jack, 1 part Scotch and cream, he states. Can I see your ID? The waitress asks. Morgan glared at her, his eyes having their way beyond romance. He grounded himself, making direct eye contact with the waitress. I'm Captain Morgan Ellis of the regulator regime and your goddamn boss. Give me my drink and a steak. He hits the table, knocking off a slab of wood. Morgan! Isla pinches his arm. What am I doing? I'm signing your paychecks and authorizing your direct deposits. Give me my damn drink. I'm tired of your questions, he asserts. I want 2 steaks, potatoes, and a beer, or find a new damn job. There are a stack of applications. You will not disrespect me in my establishment. Asking for my ID? What do you think this is? I need to know if you're driving tonight, sir. The waitress attempts again, trying to be sincere. I'm sorry. You think I drove from Rakuta, Urdu, on the other side of the world, to Exigo Nadia in 10 minutes by car? You have no idea who I am. None of you damn people do. Please, give me my space. Follow my orders. It's straightforward. He waves them off, needing to breathe as life caught up to him. Sir, What? He asks, interrupting her. I told you to go follow my directives, cadet. Now go. Move it. Go! He fixes to open her mouth again, then rushes off to the bar to tell Felix to put in Morgan's order. Isla felt crossed between tears, anger, and humility. She carried out his orders, shaking, wondering if she still had a job or not. When did you become such a dick? You were a sweetheart the last we spoke. She couldn't hold back. Her heart ached. I was never a sweetheart. And I was gallant. Morgan sighed. I saw it firsthand. All of it. All of these aimless wars. Isla looked away, not fully understanding him nor even able to sympathize. He was moving into an ocean of death she had never trodden before. Her stomach began to feel queasy, and her mind raced, recollecting all she's been hearing of Urdu. The messages of it being a great place, and its discipline, while the regime tramples across the world. She felt like a guppy swimming in the infinite ocean, merely trying to catch the current. The depth was all-consuming. One needed to know how to swim with their fins or to be a slave to the river's current. The guppy wanted to comfort a manta ray, believing able to catch its bearings. Felix approached with Morgan's drink, serving the Urdun special for depression. Your finest whiskey and scotch with fresh farm cream, with a mint garnish, all in a sugar-rimmed rock glass. Felix had a shot for himself of scotch, bringing one for Isla as well. A toast to fascism. Morgan's sarcastic tone accompanied by an eye roll and a long chug of his drink before slamming the glass on the floor. Isla blinked, thrown completely off guard by his sudden switch in behavior. She tilted her head. The 2 years of a psychology degree between switching around majors taught her regression was a defense mechanism. He didn't show fear or anxiety in his bones. He had rage and confusion. He seemed more like a child trying to reason with an insane world than the debonair man who was riven above it, appearing to be one of the men pulling the grandish strings. Perhaps he was just a boy having his first lesson in life after all. Yeah, I can imagine seeing so much so young takes effect. I know people who have shouted psychologically. I can't imagine the toll the military has taken on you. Isla tries once more to empathize. It used to. Honestly, not anymore. Not now. Now it's just my life, right? I can't let it keep getting to me. How about I live? Am I right? Big dog? He asked Felix, holding out his fist for a pound. Too true, my dude. Too true. You can't be letting the past chase you. And calls you every day. Is eventually a yesterday. Word to mother. I'll catch you. Can't run from it. Can't chase it. My mother said, embrace your mistakes and make it better. A toast for good mothers. He throws back his shot and returns to the bar to prepare another round. She strained, watching him hide the pain and ignore his emotional wounds. The pain she felt for him was overwhelming. Isla hugged him for her comfort, clinging to his seemingly unwavering strength, damaged but not down attitude. I want to help you. You can stay with me tonight. We'll watch movies and eat ice cream. He lifted her chin, and the mistrust fled his eyes as he lowered his guard, letting her run her hands up his back, rubbing his neck with both hands, trying to relieve the stress, pulling his shoulder blades together as if he was bounding. The muscles in his back pushed through his suit jacket, and the handsome ebony face looking back at her made her swoon. She held onto his lapel, looking her old friend in the eyes. She wondered where the boy she knew had gone, but the man before her left her wanting for the future. They made eye contact for a short moment. Morgan, we shouldn't do this. She bit his earlobe, whispering to him, let's get out of here, Isla. He turned to her suddenly. He was so close he could steal a kiss. She was soaking wet in his hands, waiting with anticipation for him to kiss her. But all the same they made eye contact, knowing she spoke with the voice of reason. Shivers ran through her spine. She pulled her chair closer, resting against him as she massaged his shoulders. He gave up his fight, letting out a heavy sigh and relaxing to her grip. He had rarely felt release without sex, but her hands provided all he needed. He closed his eyes with the person behind his back. He almost fully relaxed until the server returned. His entire body began without his eyes being open. Feeling her approach, she tread carefully, setting the food down on the table, then leaving the two. He found himself surrendering to Isla's touch. He had gone days without sleep, working overtime in the business of murder. He spent the past month in the dense jungles of Urdu. He found lambs seeking a shepherd as the villages in Urdu scattered by war and commerce. He had walked down the darkest path with hopes of success. It seemed a bit more futile looking at the fear in Isla's eyes. She had tried so hard to be sympathetic. He looked away from them, feeling as close to embarrassed as a conditioned psychopath could. He looked at them, understanding their fear and validating their fears. I'm sorry, he finally mutters, rolling his eyes as if they had been overreacting. At least I didn't do anything. You guys are acting like you see an actual dead body. At least I stopped myself. Just get home safe and rest. Isla pats his shoulder, not understanding him. My shift is over soon. If you want to take me up on my offer, she insisted. I can keep rubbing your back if you want. You can get what you wanted. You mess around trying to save me. You'll need to save yourself. Please, stay away from men like me. Only break your heart or kill you. Morgan states, looking her in the eyes, sharing a glimpse of his pain. Love doesn't live in here. Morgan, what happened to you? Isla tries once more. He smirks. The devil himself is hunting my soul. Tell me straight, she demands. I did. I'm the devil's weapon of war. It hurts, Isla. My soul hurts. He fights the tears, grabbing the black beer and drinking it like tap water. Colin wants me to become his heir and to lead the regulated regime into every region in the name of the Gregor family. Isla blinked, unable to hear any more. He saw through it all. Age had allowed enough contemplation and reason to know he fought for the side of evil. The fear and confusion came from his so-called comrades, who didn't know their feces had smell. Far removed from the droppings of chaos they left in the name of peace, profit, and order. She hoped someone could help him. It would take an act of God to save his soul, and his faith was fleeting. His belief in anything but the assuredness of death had left him. He knew one day death would find him, and it would be all over, and he would finally be himself. Homesick. I moved to Exego hearing the stories and tales of my childhood. I swore I would set out from the Balkans plains and Maya to the great Ekru city. Many of the stories were from before Ekru had met hard times. Exego was once a harbor known around the world. Now, nothing seemed to move through the town but drugs. The embargo by the Nakans set out hard times for the harbor district. There wasn't much a landlocked nation could do without a harbor. The whole of Ekru shrunk down to Nadia. They didn't even know what I was talking about at the airports. I found an apartment for $700 a month in Exego. I don't know where they got off charging so much, especially without any decent jobs around. I walked home from the grocery store carrying a few small bags. I needed another small bag to bring my life to some sense of peace. A small bag with green. I think one of these two gentlemen can help me. Yo, what's good, mommy? How you doing? I hear as I approach my apartment. Yo, slow down, girl. Boy, you are too short for me. You don't even have a beard. Trying to holler at me looking like mama's little boy. Rumia fired back as she reached the front door. The shorter of the two was caught off guard, trying to find his words. He looked at his partner, who had an attractive smile on his face. What about me, miss? A taller man with a shaven face and cool demeanor opened the door for me, shoving his buddy aside. What's good? The sun was great before you tried to block it out. You're too tall. Thank you. Though good to see one of you as a gentleman, I curtsied. I'm a gentleman too. I was mad nice, the first man declared. I giggled. If that's nice, then you need to watch out more, Mr. Rogers or Sesame Street, 'cause you off. A woman wants some adoration. I don't want you accosting me walking in my apartment. Talk that talk, girl. My name's Titan. Who are you? The man holding the door asked. I grew up here. I don't think I've seen you, but a few times. I'm new in Nadia. My name's Rumia Ver. I grew up in the Balkans of Maya. I'd heard so much about Ekru, but this wasn't what I expected, I lament. My mom warned me. Mothers are always right. My mom worries about me too. Sometimes they mean well, but you must be your own movement. Fight for what you believe in. Titan notes. I don't know what you heard. It may not be safe for outsiders. Ain't much trust for them. But I'm sure you'll be good. What makes me so lucky? I was curious to hear what he had to say. You got a different air about you. You're smart, but you'll fight. It's sexy, but scary. I like it. Let me know if you ever need anything. Titan tried to smile but didn't want to lose his cold gaze. I realized that I never imagined I would have been so different, I confess. I expected to fit in like brothers and sisters here. Everyone looks at me like an alien. Everyone is different. You'll fit in. You're probably just homesick, the shorter man spoke up. You'll be big here for sure. You have to find your circle and be there with it 100%. That's how Nadia works. People respect your circle around you. You're always a part of a whole here, and rep is everything. If you don't want anyone around you, people will always think you're weird. Aw, you're a sweetheart, I smile. Do either of you know where I can get some bud? Titan's lip twitched. Do I look like a drug dealer to you? I'm just asking. I didn't mean any offense. He said if I need anything to hit you up. I raised my hands as he got so angry out of nowhere. I'm new here. I'm just looking to relieve some stress. I'm offended regardless. We don't deal with any bullshit or the mafia. The last thing we need is more drugs out here. Titan sucks his teeth. Roommate, you have no idea who you're speaking to. Titan, the leader of the legacy? Without his mask, he's unrecognizable to those who didn't watch him grow up. The legends and personal heroes of Nadia are household names. These stories don't travel outside of Nadia, nor do the people who hold the titles. We had all heard the stories of those who left Nadia. Either they never returned, or their troubles followed them to death in a new region. Titan has never left Exego, to let alone leave Nadia. Titan threw both deuces. The tall mahogany-skinned man sauntered off as if he suddenly remembered somewhere he forgot to be. The Titan moved quickly. There was no haste on his face, cool as the breeze as he made his way up the block with ease. I don't know anything about the mafia, I groaned. He shouldn't take that out on me. He knows all about them. That's why he doesn't. He's one of them that goes out all night and fights the regs and the mafia. The masks keep the city clean. There are police, Ricky explained. He's probably going to start something with the family now that you got him worked up. I didn't do that. Your friend has his beef. I rolled my eyes. I just needed some tree after this trifling interview. Titan would be pissed at me, Ricky shrugged. Already having been dissed by me. With his friend gone, he excused himself with a confused look and a polite wave. Ricky made his way across the street to the local restaurant a few of the others were in front of. They welcomed him warmly. I moseyed along before I became the topic of discussion rather than a memory. I need to make better first impressions. I pouted, waiting for the elevator smelling of urine and sex. How could either be done in such a confined space? The apartment complex is called the Sunset Homes. The tenement homes were built by the Gregors, stacking Nadians on top of Nadians like sardines in a can. I rode up to the third floor, walking down the long hallway, door by door, squeezed right next to the other. I could jump and hit my head at the ceiling. The doors were narrow as if they're trying their best to breathe. On top of that, they were so heavy. I often felt as if I'm opening a vault coming home. Too bad there's nothing in here but my bed and an old fat belly TV. I'm my greatest treasure that I need to protect, locking all 3 locks before dropping my things down. My studio apartment for $700. I hear the people nursing families in the indecent space. It wasn't that Balka wasn't mainly better. Such housing simply didn't exist to begin with there. There was space. Long houses or ranch houses could fit 10 people comfortably. It wasn't a big deal to share with friends or family under one roof. We would never have dreamed something of this nature existed. The apartment design drives me crazy. I walked into my bedroom a few feet away from my door and fell into my bed, crying myself dry. The sun had genuinely set on my dreams. My makeup imprinted my face on my pillow, and my eyes were blurry. I clambered myself together long enough to turn on my electric kettle to boil for my tea and rice, shivering in my shoes long enough to wish I had listened to my mother. She begged me not to leave so soon. I was pouring hot tea, then returning to my tears. The rice had to absorb the hot water before I could eat my pauper's meal. I wouldn't starve, but it was far from lavish. There were other factors of Exego piling up. How could people live like this? I found endless complaints but powered through, knowing others managed on their own. It's nothing like Grandma said. Grandma visited Nadia through her life. When Grandma was a child, none of these buildings were here. I imagine it was similar for the Samira family who visited Baka often. Baka didn't seem as bad in comparison. Rumor said King Obata Samira was seeking entry into Eden, but the truth was he loved the area. I held on to my dreams and memories. It was difficult to allow the visions of home to go. It's the only thing that got me through the evening. I ate my rice in a few seconds, falling asleep alone and sorrowful with thoughts of home. I awoke in the middle of the night, a couple of hours before dawn, in the pitch black to a voicemail. The phone didn't ring. The voicemail had appeared from nowhere. I picked myself up, desperate to hear someone's voice. This is Morgan L.S. I'm the owner of the Crown. I think a woman of your caliber needs to be closer to my inner circle. I want to spend some private time with you this Thursday. I hope you decide to show up. I expected great things and greater beauty from you. Rumuvur. I bit my lip, rubbing my neck. I played the voicemail over 5 times. His voice was so rugged with vigor for life in his tone. I found myself rubbing myself to the sound of his voice a few times during the week, playing over the voicemail, personally inviting me. The idea of being hand-selected despite Felix's disapproval filled me with pride. It wasn't enough to build my life around, being only a few seconds long with a few promises, but the excitement of opportunity took hold of me as I began selecting my lingerie. Pecking order. I picked up a fiery pair of red panties and a lacy gray bra, with a shawl to cover my waist. A couple of red pumps I'd broken a year ago. There were cushions and wide enough opening I could stand in the shoes as long as I needed. I hung my outfit in a garment bag with a cute little jacket awaiting Thursday. My gut told me he would be there. I'm not sure if it mattered, but I knew he would be there. I was tired of my dinky apartment in Exego, ready for a significant upgrade. At least moving to a more excellent area like Graham, I'll have a better view. I could walk to the supermarket without dudes crying out to me or hounding me. I never minded that looking is free, but Exego men didn't know when to back off. Too much to prove, and the other girls loved that shit. I needed a man who knew who and what he was. That's the only way I could be appreciated. I would likely be one of many women who Morgan is sleeping with, but I'll be the most impactful. Once he gets this kitty, he'll never understand how he lived without it. I didn't need a man. I needed a king. He didn't have to be the richest or most handsome man, but he must give off such a presence it commands respect from far more than just me. Maybe I'm blue-loving. In retrospect, it was a terrible reason to become a stripper. The money I would be making would make up for all my bad decisions and lack of foresight. I showed up at the club 15 minutes early, spotting the line stretching around the block. The Crown sits on a corner. Still, it would take at least half an hour to get to the front of the line. I ignored the line, walking to the front where a security guard remembered me, giving a curious look. Ms. Ver, I didn't know you got the job. If I remember, his name was Malik. Morgan called me himself and told me to be here. He's already gotten here? I asked sincerely. Yeah, he's up in the private VIP area. I guess you'll be making your way up there. I've never been to the throne room, so I can't direct you. He lets me inside without much more resistance. I didn't quite know what Malik meant. I was under the impression I was invited here for a job. The message didn't say anything about the throne room. There was no one to ask because everyone virtually ignored me as I walked into the dressing room to change. Teeth sucking and scoffing was the only attention afforded me as I walked around lost. I took a seat in front of a mirror, looking myself over to make sure I looked as cute as I thought I did. Another woman rushed in behind me with her stripper droppings all over her body, pouring out her hands. A wide grin was on her face as she took out money from her crevice in the crease of her body. I think I broke the bank tonight. One guy visited the ATM twice. Might give a private dance and see how useful he'll be in the future. She said out loud for everyone to envy, wiping her makeup off her face with a smile of delight. Oh, that's awesome news, I say politely. Who do I talk to about working tonight? Did you sign up for a dance? You have to sign up for dances. She treated me as if she was speaking to a child. No, I wasn't aware there was even a list. I thought we all got to the dance, or at least some direction. I think I'm a server. You're a server? You shouldn't even be back here. Grab a tray and shake your ass on the floor. I have to rest up for my next dance. I don't have the time or energy to deal with you. She laughs, revealing the politics to me, withdrawing her friendship. You have another dance? Asks curiously. Yep. A few more songs before I call it a night and see if homie wants my booty bouncing on his face tonight. He seems the type. She didn't care who heard her story. She just wanted to share her night with anyone who would be jealous. Why don't I take one of your songs, or two? Then you can let him eat your booty tonight. I'll take the stage and you can handle your business in the VIP, I offered. First off, no one is eating my booty unless they want to pay $300 or his name is Morgan Ellis. And secondly, that is not how it works. You bitches need to talk to the DJ and figure that shit out. I have a schedule. I'm a professional, not some skank. How does it work? Usually you work the floor until you quit, and we hire some new bitch. She rolls her eyes. Most shall last a month or two, then deuces, you run off with a client or get fired for fucking one, especially for free. How do I go from the floor to the stage? I ask. Bitch, you don't. Surprise. They already have their girls for the stage. None of us quit or get fired. We're loyal to our king. Now serve drinks and chicken wings. Get out my face. She sucked her teeth, waving me away as if I was some fly. You're not serious, are you? My plan was blowing up. Come on, give me one song. Did he believe I was doing this out of the kindness of my heart? You're unworthy. Go serve drinks. She waves me off with even more irritation, as if it would make me go. What's your name? I wanted to remember in case she needed something one day. I'm Tangerine. She pointed to the hot orange bikini she wore. I've been here for 2 years since the beginning. You're out your mind if I'm giving up my spot for some new chick who doesn't even know respect. What did respect have to do with any of this? Crazy woman made you second guess yourself. I bet you had to give a lot of blowjobs to secure that spot. I rolled my eyes, having my fair share of shade to throw. She winked, blowing me a kiss, to one man, and Morgan loved every last one. You're his girlfriend? I asked with curiosity. No. She turns away from me in rage, no longer wanting to speak to me, giving me her entire back to talk to. I hit a sore spot as if she turned to me with fire in her eyes and venom on her tongue. She looked at me, wanting anything to criticize, but she didn't know me, and my outfit was stunning. She was intimidated, as she should be. Come on. You have to blow up more than Morgan to get your spot. I heard about the VIP. I egged her on. Morgan would fire me if he heard I ever did something like that. She rolled her eyes, quieting down. I wanted to probe her more, but I knew if I upset her again, either she or security would be on top of me. Is Morgan here tonight? He invited me. How do I find him? I asked, especially since he invited me. Ew, bye. Tangerine rolled her eyes, flicking her hands, sending me on my way. I laughed as I said my goodbyes. I was heading off to find solutions on how to make the money I needed without compromising myself for putting a dick in my mouth. Suppose Tangerine can make it so far from the bottom with her decency and head up her snatch. Then I should be able to navigate the system. She had a critical part in her success, as many of these strippers did. The only dude they seemed to be sleeping with was the boss. I've never heard of such a thing in a strip club. Well, I hear about strippers sleeping with the boss, but not only him. I've never heard of a loyal stripper before. I assumed single mothers and C-sections, but these women were beautiful. I should have asked if she ever banged Felix. I would have quit instantly. Felix wasn't even here tonight, nor did I see any of the girls I interviewed with, not even the two nudist enthusiasts. I walked around the floor looking for someone else to talk to. At this point, not even sure if I was getting paid hourly by tips. I went up to the bar and they had no idea there was even going to be a new girl. They told me to ask a favor from one of the servers, and they gave me the same reply as Tangerine, or said they couldn't hear me over the music. So a few options remained. I could start sitting in laps and laughing like a freshman at a frat party, or I can complain to the boss. I looked around the club, searching for the secret entrance upstairs. There was a clear wall of one-way mirrors lining the upper level. Most seemed to ignore the ivory tower, thinking the real party was on the floor. I needed to get out of the money pit into the real scene. I had plenty of time to explore this club. There wasn't a single pathway to the real VIP from the ground level. I found it slipping into the kitchen. I avoided eye contact with anyone who might realize I wasn't a regular. I held up a tray, walking around as if I was searching for an order, disappointed no one seemed to even care I was there. I dropped the tray and shook my ass all the way to the back corridor with 2 doors. One reading employees only, and the other door pushed ajar with an alluring energy vibrating in its small opening. I pulled the door open, walking up the stairs, feeling as though a weight was on my shoulders. The music changed as I got higher. No more of the blaring trap music. Ambient tunes and what sounded like live music played. My heart belongs here. The weight was heavier as the scent of sweat and alcohol was replaced with marijuana, incense, and perfumes. I felt as though I was walking into the past of Urdu and Esha. My stomach knotted as I reached the top of the steps. I was spotting him sitting at the bar alone, eating a plate of wings and drinking a mug of beer twice the size of my head. His chair was custom made, the rest were bar stools. His was like a domed seat made of cream leather with golden-colored armrests made of what looked like wool. The scene around him was incredible to match. On one side, there were a few men in business suits with their ties tossed aside or tied around their foreheads with lines of cocaine before them, and dancers in their laps as they spoke business, financial literacy, and sports. In the front of all was a band playing and people with their instruments lined up next to play, jamming and enjoying the vibe, passing a blunt between them, a few bottles of wine on their table. The last table was my favorite scene. A bunch of people dressed in silk and scars or bohemian garb, talking about some pulsating material from proper development of lowering ego, the ancient wisdom of the Urdun people. Every so often, one of the women strips naked and dances passionately and exotically to whatever song caught her spirit before she sat back down to join back into the conversation. My excitement came to an abrupt halt as a mountain of a man blocked my path. Yo, you're not supposed to be up here. Rosie, a giant guard from the islands off of Western Maya, standing about 6'7" and 350, towed over me. What you want? I was stammering, already taken aback by the scene, and now this giant man accosting me. I didn't have any business up here. This was like nothing I'd ever seen before. All walks of life in the same room, doing completely different things in unison. Each absorbed purely within their own world, connected to everyone at once. It was beautiful. I couldn't leave yet. I wanted to speak to him. I pointed straight at Morgan. He didn't even turn from his chair. No one seemed alerted by my presence, giving a warm smile as I passed by. I wasn't interrupting anything, but mostly because of the man sitting alone by the bar. He was enough assurance I wouldn't worry about anything. I just needed to get past this guard. He busy. He eating, the guard huffed. I knew there was some underlying bullshit here. This man was trying so hard to intimidate someone he had an even foot over and at least 200 pounds. I held a bit of weight in my booty and legs, but I couldn't possibly appear to be a threat to him or Morgan. But I could probably kick a few asses of the patrons here. I can understand why that seems like an occasion for you, big boy. However, I'm not sure he's gonna like you attempting to scare me like this. He was just a guy doing his job, which meant he had the same fear switch every normal person did. He was just here to look scary and give the air of security, looking at everyone up here. He didn't even have to do much compared to the security downstairs. It was hard enough to find this place. It was unlikely the unwanted could even get this far. Girl, ain't nobody up here worried about you, he scoffed, brushing me off like Tangerine did. I was so close to him. I couldn't let doubt take me away from my dream, and it was only 20 feet away. He is. I hoped at least. He did call me, addressed me by name, and told me to be here. I was invited. Rosie looked over his shoulder at Morgan. He gulped, turning back to me as the gears started moving. He took another quick glance, then sized me up. He seemed more afraid of disturbing him than he seemed to let me waltz in. Every time he turned his head to Morgan, he seemed scared Morgan would be looking back at him. Relieved, he was engulfed in his meal and beer. I couldn't imagine why he was acting all tough. He was twice Morgan's size, easily. The man was probably Morgan's senior by a decade or so as well. Why fear him? Oh, go ahead. I just gotta pat you down for weapon. He stammered. Touching is gonna cost you. A week opening up my shawl to reveal I had nothing but laundry underneath, and spinning around, only he can touch me, my confidence bolstering up to the scene. Fountain, go ahead. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Thanks. I walked in as though I belonged, my chest puffed up, my hips swaying all the way towards the bar. Excuse me, Mr. Ellis, you called me? He didn't turn his head or look away from his plate. He was focused as he shredded through the wings before him. I thought we caught eyes for a second as he reached for his beer right by my hands, but it was only for a split second. Before he was washing it down, his attention glued to his food. You're going to choke at that rate, I speak up. Hello, I said you're going to choke. Hey, boss, you have a fan. The bartender was a cute brunette with a shapely figure. She filled up his mug. Her gray eyes never left me. God, I knew what that meant. She seemed to catch his attention. He rolled his eyes, still focused on his meal as if he had never eaten a day in his life. He spared us a few seconds of his time by shifting his body a quarter of an inch toward us to listen. You're a cute one. She smiles out of the side of her mouth, rolling her eyes as if she sat at her post at the end of the bar, none too far from his side. He let out a sigh, realizing she wasn't going to carry the conversation. He looked at his left side first, then turned to find me at his right side where I belong in his new life. What do you want? He raised a brow. How rude. You called to me. You told me to be here tonight. I put my hand on my hip, ready to pour his beer all over his head. Roxanne? He readjusted in his seat with excitement. Rumia. I felt a little fool, blushing as if he would remember me. He sat alone amongst the thrills below and the serenity above. Rumia Ver. He grinned. Say your name again. I leaned into his ear, biting his earlobe as I purred. Rumia Ver. Once more with my mother's accent. He suddenly seemed less interested in food as he turned to take me in. The sound of my name changed his attention as if he's been waiting for me all night. His hands moved to my hips, running alongside my frame, opening my shawl with little more than his thumbs. I stepped closer, looking confused as his lips met mine. I pulled away as an instinct, but a quick jerk brought our lips together once more. I was covered to the world and naked in his hands. You're not a stripper, he stated. I'm not. Well, technically I was supposed to be a server, but no one knew who I was. They were also rude to me. I was flustered and breathless, wanting his lips want more, but I got nothing but air. He turned back to his beer, gulping it down like nectar from the gods. He set it down. I grabbed the mug with both my hands, lifting it to my lips, nearly drowning. He grinned, taking a glance at the bartender, then back at me. You want anything? He asked with joy, as if he didn't listen to a word I said. My mind was caught off guard completely. I had no money on me, and my pocketbook was downstairs in my garment bag. As long as you're the one paying, I left my wallet. I smiled. Don't be rude. He cut his eyes at me, aggravated. It's my damn bar. Of course I'm covering. Don't be rude, but what does that mean? I was wondering. Yes, can I have a glass of wine? He adjusted his head for the bartender to take my orders as he went back to his food. The bartender approached in front of me. What do you want, honey? My name is Rumia, and I want Pinot Gris, aged, nothing in the last 10 years. She laughed, but I was serious. My face didn't move as I cut her eyes, mimicking his momentary concealed outrage. Did I make a joke? I asked, positioning to jump over the counter and smack the shit out of her. Was everyone in this damn strip club looking down at me? Do I need to pour my own drink? She looks at Morgan. You need to take this hood rat back downstairs. For your information, I'm not even from Ekru. I'm from Maya, Eschen border of the Balkans. I corrected her with a fax. She rolled her eyes. You think your fake accent impresses me? Plenty of you chicks walk in here thinking of this shit because you watch some old movies and want to be the new star. Admittedly, my feelings were hurt. I struggled to find a response, but was already drained from my evening in confusion, running around like a chicken head. She cut right to the core and left me speechless. Hillary, Morgan grumbled. This is my guest. I can confirm she is what she says. Now pour us the wine. But Daddy, these fake bitches come in here all the time, she whines. He lifted his hand and lowered it, not giving any more attention to the matter. Hillary went to her naturally timid self, thinking the bar and Morgan would protect her. Without any more fuss, she went to the bar to get my drink, exactly as I asked for it. She was planning on getting some dick tonight. I knew the look in her eyes as soon as we met. I cunt blocked her. It was definitely worth the aggression, and we had a clear view of her so she couldn't spit in my drink. So you do know who I am. You didn't bring me up here just to squeeze your dick inside of a foreign goat, did you? And if I did, you replied without much grief or shame. I rolled my eyes, unafraid to show my disgust. I say defensively, I expected more. I sucked my teeth, turning my back to him. He had a flash of agitation, then sighed. I'll be back in a second. Let me clean myself up. I half smiled, taking a paper towel from the bar to scrub my shawl clean of the sticky barbecue sauce. Did he expect me to drop to my knees right here? I wiped off my mouth, enjoying the flavorful taste of our kiss, but less of the mess afterward. I apologize for being so barbaric. Usually, that's enough. He extends a hand to me, now clean. Captain Morgan Ellis. Captain Ellis? I was curious. He smirks. I kill bad people. He had a boyish charm, and I exaggerate boyishly. I expected a debonair man in his mid-30s with a cigar and a cold confidence. Instead, I found an excited, maybe 20-year-old bouncing in his seat next to me. I felt like some mail-order bride locked in a shotgun contract. I'm only 19 years old myself. I smiled, ignoring my perception. I had to be wrong. Maybe he was older, way older, and just had a pituitary issue. I've met plenty of bad people who need to meet you. I accepted my drink with a polite smile, having little interest in another exchange with Hillary. Do you think you could pay them a visit? It wouldn't be worth my time. You couldn't afford me. And it takes a lot more for me to be involved. He pouted. He actually pouted. Ex-boyfriends and bad bosses aren't quite on my list. Usually foreign dignitaries, corrupt officials, and anyone fighting against the regime's grand dream of global regulation. He read it off as if it was some script. He seemed bored with it. Bored with it all. However old he was, owning a strip club wasn't in his plans. Even surrounded by these people, he honestly seemed ready to return to his beer and wings anywhere else but here. What's the best story you got? I lean in, sipping my glass of wine. Best? All kind of blur together. Outside of prep, I don't spend too much time to make them memorable. He tapped his chin, barely any facial hair growing on his face. I suppose the one time I broke into a fortress... Oh, no. This is a good one. He sits forward with an excitement unfamiliar to the bartender. Alright. A couple years ago, I sent to Urdu to take down some gorillas. A foreign mixed breed of bear apes. Over 8 feet tall, travel in groups on territory bigger than most towns for just 20 of them. They're highly territorial, with insane speed and sense of smell. If you ever set foot in their territory, there'll be one upon you like that. He snapped. He clapped his hands. They were harassing a village in the Badlands for over a month. The village had been there since some time began and withstood empires and wars, and the guerrillas had been taking over all the territory from the deserted villages, left victim to man's dirty habit. They finally sent word to the regime and I was given the job. When I arrived, the village was already destroyed. What was left of the village was displaced. I negotiated in a neighboring village taking the refugees for about 100 ki, their local currency, about the $200 in my pocket. They even made me go to an exchange agent, and then I set out to find the Congress of Guerrillas. I wasn't ready, but I managed. There were about 10 altogether. I hoped for a peaceful solution. They're highly intelligent, even forcibly speaking some words in their local tongue they learned, but they were hyper-aggressive. Negotiating with people is easy. They understood their fragility. With the 8-foot gorilla, there's a problem. Most of their Congress only watched as they sent their troopers to meet me. They have a little culture intact, but a little more than wild animals after all. Bear monsters? I don't believe it. My mouth was agape, believing every word. He shrugged. I suppose you're not supposed to. That's sort of why I do what I do. Fight against the world around this one. There are many things going bump in the night, or in a parallel dimension right next to ours. It's an amazing world. Terrifying as well. I'm here to protect the citizens of the world government from all the things going bump in the night. That's how I afford all this. But I have no idea how these people know me. I pay the bills and leave the management to whoever seems most competent. I have to spend most of my time in Urdu. I live most of my life in Urdu. But everyone here knows who I am. You're so full of shit. How could you even get here from Urdu? I asked, finally hearing enough. Yep, that's how I started my businesses. I'm all full of shit. He gritted his teeth as if he's heard the same line 1,000 times. He leans back in his chair and lays his feet on my lap like I'm some type of ottoman. I get around by the best form of travel unknown to man. You used to do whatever you want, huh? I asked, gently pushing his feet on the ground. Quite the contrary. I'm just always being told what to do and what not to do. What orders to take and not to take. It's frustrating, but it's all I know. But Nadi is my favorite scene. I feel a kinship here. He spoke as if it was only us here. It was flattering to be the center of his attention. I had so many questions to ask and nothing but time to learn all I could from him. Or hear more of these insane stories. Did he say demons and science experiments? I expected to say Ekru. You doing your interviews? He grinned. You want to hear something crazy? I lean in as he whispered in my ear. They believe I'm Mubada Samira's son, but I have no memories before being 10. He pulls away laughing as if it was the funniest thing he's ever heard. Training in the regs completely erased my memory. Besides, I can't be the son of some radical. I felt a knot in my stomach, feeling pain for him. Settling his story made more sense. I had to accept it all or accept nothing. The proof was surrounding me, not to mention how powerful his aura felt. He radiated danger and power. He was the only one who didn't know. This was all mundane and blasé to him, too young to understand the life he was living. It was the only life he's ever known, and none of it was rooted in my reality. Where do I go from here? You're the real deal, huh? I asked, rubbing his chin, mistaken as his mood switches and his eyes turn to a blood-curdling reddish tint. Don't touch me. I touch you. He moved my hand away. Don't mock me, Rumya. I'm sorry. I was sincere. Oh, well. Okay, then. He shrugged it off as if he didn't just stare through my soul. He closed his eyes and kissed me deeply. I surrendered in his arms, climbing out of my seat into his lap. His allure was so overwhelming. The night was speeding by before me. His eyes were of legend, and his tongue was in my mouth, kissing me as if I could be his queen. His kiss was addictive, such force and passion. If only he felt something for me, I wonder how he would taste, how he would feel inside of me. I wanted to see his eyes again. My people referred to them as the jewels of Ekru, or the king's eyes. They've always been rare. Someone had to be full-blooded Ekru elite to have such eyes. Even then, most only had one, or a yellower version. Morgan, the bartender, coughed. You have company. He turned with irritancy written all over his face. I looked up to the man who believed he could interrupt us, feeling Morgan's irritation filling me as well. Who do you think you are? I asked before Morgan could speak. We're in the middle of something. The man had a grim look about him. When my eyes met his, I felt silent. He didn't need to turn his eyes red to pierce through your soul. His eyes were a soul. The lion's den. The man's hands were bloodied as he rose his fist up. He nodded for Morgan to follow. Morgan didn't debate. He stood up inside. I'll be right back, Miss Fur. I have to take care of some trash real quick. The maturity and professionalism I expected surfaced as he turned into a different person entirely, as if a switch was flipped. Thank you for your patience. The man's voice was graveled and rugged from a hard life with too many cigarettes, likely both. His attention turned to Morgan entirely. He had enough empathy to realize he was terrifying me. The two huddled, attempting to hide their conversation. The rest of the room barely noticed, but I had to know the reality of this life I've involved myself in. He was touching one of the girls. She started screaming. I took him to the back and began, but he touched Tangerine. She seemed startled. I thought you'd want to deal with him. Personally, I sent him home for the night. Touched her? Morgan gritted his teeth. He showed 2 fingers and wiggled them. Morgan's anger was palpable as he whispered under his breath. He took point, rushing ahead of his partner. Excuse me. My name is Damien Hawk. Enjoy yourself, my lady. I apologize once more for interrupting your night. This won't take long. Someone must be made an example of. His voice turned in a natural lukewarm. Even the polite smile he offered me left me unnerved. Morgan left as a different man that I had met only moments ago. I clung to my shawl, realizing how alone I was, wondering what I got myself into. A deep part of my psyche knew not to worry or be fearful. He would handle things. Quite honestly, the other man probably could have handled things, but not as much as the dude who spends his lifetime fighting gorilla bears. I sat alone at the bar fighting tears, wanting badly to go home. Hillary seemed as if she wanted to speak to me, but I wasn't remotely interested in being consoled. I should have just stayed home, gotten a real job, bought a plane ticket back home to Maya. No, I had to move to Nadia, thinking this would be all it was thousands of years ago. Hey, new girl, you got a pal alone or you want to smoke? Someone called to me. I wiped my eyes, looking up from behind my hands. I'm glad my tears were still in my eyes. I was invited over to the table of bohemians. I joined willingly, rushing over to the table. I was enjoying the amazing conversation and the great bun. They were discussing depression. As they passed the blunt, one began. A man in a baseball cap and a half-dress said, wasn't quite a kilt. A strap hung around his well-toned chest. His chest was bare aside from a vest. You know, I don't believe marijuana is a sensible cure for depression, you know? When I smoke, it's amazing. While I smoke, but when I'm out of bud, then what? I feel amazing when I have a supply. But I've been caught some days without a supply, or can't get in touch with Morgan because he's working, and I go nuts with my thoughts. Okay, so as long as that's your reason. A voluptuous woman replied, wearing a hoodie and a lacy gray bra showing beneath her zipper. She had on a pair of ripped leggings. She was Urdu with midnight rust-colored skin and a curvaceous body. 'Cause smoking is number one on the list when I get the blues. The whole table began laughter as he rolled his eyes. I agree to some degree. I think weed is better than any limitation set by the government or the medication they offer, but there must be practices one can have while they're not self-medicating, she added to the conversation. Exactly. It's fine to replace medication, but then we're still not addressing the actual issue of depression, simply substituting a poison for a plant. The same man in the cap and dress passes the blunt to the man next to him. Mike's all yours, Judah. The man named Judah had a strong face and a scar down his nose. Dark tan skin like rust and a way of looking at you that sent chills through your pussy. There must first be a paradigm shift in the mind of the patient, if we're speaking of a cure. And his voice was so gruff but soothing, like if laid in his arms, he whispered. His whispers would put you to sleep and make you come. Depression is a mental illness. It's a disease of perspective and practice, of such a perspective. The patient must slowly have a greater outlook on life and place in order to be happy. Spoken like a true poet, I smiled. Judah avoided eyes with me. The lion turned kitten when matching eyes with the boss's new girl. I felt a sense of power and recognition I would never have again. I hadn't even slept with him yet. Just being in his arms and necking made his man bow. Was I going to let security issues allow me to give this up? Thank you, Miss, your name? Judah was shy but cordial. Jumia Ver. I smiled, exaggerating my mother's accent. I'm an associate of Mr. Ellis. Pleasure, Rumia. He holds the blunt out to me, and no one objects to my cutting in the rotation. Please, I've grown up with my brother. I bought enough to last us until morning. Judah, thank you. I swelled with joy, holding my chest. Attention! Morgan's voice broke the silence even from down below. I bowed to the group, excusing myself, trying to hand back the blunt. Please take it with you. They all held up their hands. I curtsied, rushing to the plated glass to watch the stage. I said, all fucking eyes on me! Cut the music! Fucking now! The young lion roars, holding a man in the air by his neck. The man was already barely recognizable from Hawk's pummeling, but his clothes were ripped to ribbons, nearly naked, his business suit ruined. His fingers were mingled with deep black bruises, where even a tank top would usually cover if someone who knew much about violence tried to hide before frenzy set in. If anyone touches one of my girls, I will fucking break you. No touching. No fucking in my VIP section. This is a gentleman's club, not a fucking whorehouse. These are ladies, not fucking sluts. You will respect them or I'll delete you. Go somewhere else to find a whore. These are ladies. He flung the man listlessly across the room, letting out a roar. No one fucks with my ladies! He looked each man in the eyes, taking special attention to men with women already in their laps. The girls had reassured smiles on their faces, knowing their line would protect them. It explains why they acted as they did. With him in my corner, I would feel some type of way too. Everything began coming together as I saw the girls applaud their line without any remorse for what they saw. My fear faded, replaced with an understanding of the world I had entered. My panties were beginning to soak, watching as he came back towards the throne room, knowing he was coming for me. I rushed over to the stairs to meet him. "Whoa, what's all this?" He laughs as I pounce at him, kissing him all over. "I want to go home with you tonight." I held his lapel. "I don't want to leave your side." He looked taken aback with a humble smile on his face. I'm not sure what to say. I didn't know what I wanted him to say. So I kissed him. And I kissed him. And I kissed him. And I kissed him until he lifted me up with one arm, carried me to the bar where we kept kissing just as we did before he left. Layers of growth. I held the blunt up to his lips and he shook his head. "You don't smoke?" I asked in surprise. "Not while I'm working. I can't partake in much of anything until we close up shop. Then the party starts." He smiles wide, stretching out long in his chair. His smile faded quickly, as did his thrill for the party. I hate getting like that. "Like what?" I wanted to question the beer he was drinking, but despite how he was drinking, he didn't seem drunk. Maybe buzzed, but the beer made you want to fight more. Weed made you want to sleep and hug. Angry. It's like I'm not even myself anymore. Something takes a hold of me, and he suddenly stopped speaking, staring down at the floor. "I don't want you to think I'm crazy." "I'm not going anywhere, Morgan." I lift his head and kiss him deeply. "I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do." I kind of wanted you to tell you why, though. He rubbed his neck, smirking a bit. "Why?" I asked politely, rubbing his shoulders and kissing him on the cheek. "What happens to you?" "'Cause I am crazy. The military broke me to my smallest bits as a child. I don't have an ego anymore. I'm all duty and pleasure. It's strange. Can I keep going?" He didn't seem distressed. It was more as though he wanted to share a long-held realization into his character and nature as a man. I nod, interested and confused. It's like I personally have zero concern or care whatsoever anymore. I don't care what people do unless, of course, they hurt someone I feel for or infringe upon my beliefs, but I honestly couldn't care about anything. Not even me? Oh, I guess you're something I feel for. I definitely feel something for you. And I wouldn't let anyone hurt you. I would help you if you were sick, but I don't think I'd ever buy you flowers or something. I'm honestly a pretty fucked up dude. I killed all those gorillas with my bare hands. Honestly, it kind of turns me on. I'm pretty crazy too. I smiled, kissing him once more. "As long as you're on my back when I'm sick, I'll be fine. I'm tough." You'll need to be, because I redefined the word. I'm honestly a fucked up dude, Rumya. I kill people for a living. I mean, it's for the greater good of humanity and whatnot. At least they say so. But I don't think so. I think they have me kill people because I don't really question morality. I sort of just act and sleep or smoke or fuck. The voice in my head calls me Luno, the Lord of Darkness. I guess I'm pretty special, crazy, fucked up. He picks up his teeth, clean them with his fingernails. I think you just protect what you love. I tried to comfort him, but the constant swings of the night shook me to my core. I didn't know how to take him. It's hard not to see Morgan as a maniac, one insult away from murdering someone, or as someone lost within the world as we all were. I was confronted with how little I actually knew about him. I was guided here by thrills and dreams. The reality was like smashing nose first into a brick wall. He looked at me with a dead stare. I don't love anything, Romeo. I don't even give a fuck about money. I do this for weed, sex, and food. Speaking of, Hillary, give me more wings and a calzone. Being that dude's face made me hungry. He laughed as if he didn't say what he just said. No, he laughed as if what he said was the funniest thing he's heard. He was a different breed entirely. I've never a man who was completely id before. He didn't have a conscience or even an ego, as he put it. So, do you do coke? I asked, trying to cover my bases. I just want to know when not to be around you. I don't think I want to hang around cokeheads. I saw, looking over at the business table, recognizing Felix as one of the men. I don't think he noticed me, though. No, I drink beer, wine, smoke weed. Other than that, I don't approve. It's wrong. He said it's wrong. I was curious if he had some higher power or a god. My uncle, the Lord Commissioner, he's a devotee of Anki and the Father Rakil. He raised me to be underneath the Father Rakil, he says, gnawing on the remaining wings in his plate. Seriously, being that guy's face made me hungry. His stomach growls as if he didn't finish eating all that food. I raised an eyebrow, not immediately giving away my worry. I heard a tale about Luna when I was a girl. A horror story they told children by the void. It came in tandem with me learning about my family's patron, the guardian of the ethereal bridge, Ada. My grandma told me stories of how my ancient ancestors protected people from what escaped out of the void in Esha. I heard much of the folklore, but I never considered it real. My favorite story growing up was the two beasts that crawled out of the void, the guardian Nazir and his brother Luno. Both were from the Aether and created their home in Ekru. The city was so beautiful and prosperous until Luno found out that the people and animals were worshipping Nazir. Leading in his brother's shadow turned him into one himself. He attempted to assassinate his brother and was sent to live in the wild, turning into a savage, ravenous beast. I can't stand when they molest my girls. I don't know how many backs I've broken because they've tried to rape one of my girls. I don't think they know how easy it is for me to snap their back. The many times I show them what will happen, someone pushes their luck. He rubs his knuckles, heavily swollen and calloused. They looked as though they belonged to a blacksmith. Though, I usually have to go through the trouble of finding those men. I thought on stage would be more effective, but people were mortified. Do you ever get worried about retaliation? I asked, moving off his lap and sitting in my seat. Like, what if they came to shoot up the club? He smiles. Then I'll kill them. How could you be so stupid? I asked in disbelief. Probably my daggers. I'll leave through the back, go up 2 blocks, come around and get the drop on them one by one. By the time it turns into a shootout, I'll be too close and the numbers will be gone. Come on, ask me a hard one. Like, how I would take down a fortress. I have a great story for that. Has that happened before? I was assured by his answer more by his calmness. When most men lie, they try to speak with their bodies or use big words to swoon you. He grinned. Did you hear what I do for a living? Do you think people are keen on death? They're not sharing the same reality. People try to protect themselves from death with all they have. They weren't too successful. Nor are they too alive. The survivors are mutilated. Some still come by, just to show no hard feelings. I don't hide behind guns. If I want someone dead, it's for a good reason, and I'll handle it myself. What if you can't kill them with daggers in your hands? I asked, hoping he was thinking clearly. There's nothing on this planet that can survive from a broken neck and blood loss unless they're immortal. My uncle says you pray in that case. He nodded his head with a conviction, leaving me stunned. No thought, no fear, nothing but assurance's ability to deal with the death and violence. Most people I knew walked around so insecure and afraid of life. I imagine if you had the ability to snap necks and take lives, the world seemed almost fragile. When I was irritated, I tried to hurt someone's feelings or outsmart them. He could just punch them until they stopped moving. Everyone I knew had to go through the social commentary of the human experience, and he sat outside it all. He must be lonely. I smiled weakly. My stomach was queasy, beginning to rethink being here. My mind was telling me one thing, but my panties were still soaking. Some carnal, primal blueprint of my DNA was telling me this was my man. My better judgment told me to stay the hell away. He had danger written all over him. But between the chicken wings, beer, and defending his bar, I doubted I would ever be on his bad side. Jazz music played in the background. The beast seemed content. His friends or associates were all in their separate parties, leaving him alone. Judah has some pretty good weed, I chime in. Go and enjoy yourself. You're my guest. I'm fine alone. I kind of like not being disturbed while I'm here. He frowned, tilting the mug to his lips. If I knew a lie, that was it. If every word he said was true, he just lied straight to my face. He loomed over the people partying at his expense, and he seemed like he was combing through the group for a friend, rather than being at a distance. His aura was so strong. It's hard to share his space, and what waited behind his hair-triggered temper was terrifying. Oh, well, when do I get to go home with you? I kissed his cheek. Club closes at 4 a.m., so about 2 more hours. I'll probably have to leave to snap someone's neck in the VIP. I'm gonna go check in about 5 minutes before my food gets here. I'd rather wash my hands before I get more blood on them. His body tightened up as he let out a deep sigh. It sounded so normal coming from his mouth, as if something he was used to and reconciled. How could someone so young accept such a reality? I guess we all accept the hands we're dealt. What did he have to indulge in being so glum? You're welcome to anything. Hillary knows who you are. Feel free to ask her. And if she gives you trouble, I'll make her choke on my He looked at Hillary, who blushes deep red. Go now. Go. You're embarrassing me, you idiot, Hillary shouts, pointing at the exit. Jeez, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let it slip, he chuckled. I told you about your mouth. She tossed an empty cup in his face as if it was a second nature. I already knew who you two were. Something, I shrugged. Not too much, honestly. Everything here is mine. Hillary's more a friend than anything. He stretched out. I'll be back. Hillary shook her head, a smile on her face, but her cheeks were still flushed red. You need to get a filter. Hillary shook her head. Whatever. He saunters away, tucking his arms behind his back as he walks off past Rosie. Rosie stood tall at attention as Morgan passed, far more lost in his thoughts, unconcerned with any of this world. I understood now why everyone was afraid of him. He didn't care. He knew far beyond how to fight, and his sense of morality was absent. A guy like Rosie didn't see much of a challenge for him anymore. Rosie was big, but Morgan was intelligent enough to run a business and had respect for these women, or at least a sick, twisted confirmation over them. Even if Rosie crossed the line, he would be dealing with wrath and technique. I walked to the glass once more, watching as he walked by everyone. I expected fear. Instead, everyone was congratulating Morgan and trying to gain his favor as he took a beeline for the VIP section. He's something, isn't he? Hillary's infatuation wore on her sleeves just as mine was more than likely. He is. I can't believe he exists, I say in solidarity. I can't believe I had sex with him. It's like having two different men with him, here and him being alone. When he's home or back in Urdu, he's so solemn and quiet. But here, he acts like a dick to everyone. She shook her head. Since you're next, I guess I should tell you. How is it? My curiosity was piqued. Not the sex, being alone with him. He's almost normal. He's very soft-spoken and mindful. He's far from nice, more like a drill sergeant. I lived with him for a while when I lost my apartment. Then he promoted me from a server to a bartender. I did so well. Everyone got jealous because they used to all pick on me. Then I got to be put up here with this crowd. It's a nice gig. I usually listen to the band or hang out with the hooligans. Seeing you two all cuddled up makes me jealous, though. He never gets like that with any of us. They practically line up and take turns after hours. He must be enthralled to have his own harem. He usually at least takes me back to his place too tired for sex. We'll cuddle and watch a movie, then I'll satisfy him if I feel like it. Most times it's not even sex. Back rubs, head, we'll talk. Or I'll just hold him. I wouldn't call myself his girlfriend or anything, not even really friends. I guess I rely on him. It makes me feel safe, you know. He looks at you differently, though. There's no hunger when he looks at you. He even wiped his mouth. I've seen him go downstairs with his face looking like that before. No shame. She sounded far more maternal than she put on. No hunger? I asked, trying to connect my dots. Is that the right word for it? You don't read books? I read an anthropology book about ancient Urkru. And there was this guy, Onyx, son of Formica, who was known as the Dreadwolf. I told Morgan I think he's the son of the same family. He only laughs. Whenever people say he's related to Obata, it's like he doesn't even believe it, or knows it. It's some inside joke on the rest of us. Hillary shook her head. He thinks because he's a regulator that expels him from being Samira's kid. He needs to know being Samira's kid is why he's in the military. But he's so isolated. There's no one to tell him truly. He said he doesn't have a memory before 10. I repeat, piecing it all together. He told me that story too. The military fucked him up as a kid. He told me once in bed. He was emotional and all that. He had a flashback. Said he remembered downtown Nadia, but he doesn't remember ever being there before. But everything was so detailed as if it was a memory. I told him it's because he was a kid. He told me to leave. Every time he goes downtown, he feels like he used to be there a lot. But you would have no idea. He says he died on the gallows when he was 10, strung up by his ankles. That's when all the Dreadwolf talk started, he says. He says he's a special operative called the Wolf. He only reports to one guy. Some of it holds up, but mostly it seems like a child's fantasy. How old is he now? I asked. How long he's been carrying such burdens? He looked young, but couldn't tell how he was built. She looked stricken. I'm afraid to ask. It's a shame, but we have sex so much, I'm afraid to know he's a minor. His story doesn't add up at all over 20. All of his friends are older, so I have no idea. It's just so good, and he's my boss, so I get perks. Honestly, I don't know. She shook her head, her cheeks redder than his eyes. I'm so embarrassed. I just assumed he was my age, you know? I don't think anyone asked. He could be 25 or 27. If he says he doesn't remember it before 10 and he's only been a regulator for less than 8 years, oh my god, I really don't want to know. I assumed he was about 25. I want to be able to plead innocent if the regs ever crash the door and asking where he's been. I am not ending up on the sex offenders list for this. Usually, it's the opposite. I tried not to sound judgmental. She shook her head. Usually they're not serial killers either, right? He likes those stories. Him killing people and shit. I just want you to know because he took an interest I've never seen in you. Kissing and all that. He doesn't kiss you? He had such nice lips. It's a shock they would go to waste. I mean, at home or before I blow him to make me feel better or something, but not in public. Not like he kissed you. None of us ever. I need him, Rumya. It's not a love-struck situation. He's handsome. He's good to me, and he provides for us. I'm not saying I'm not enthusiastic, but a job is not enough. I'll quit. And you can have my job, if that's all it is. Well, he hand-selected me from the interviews. It might be too soon to say. I would suggest you start looking for a new man. I say with pride. Don't hurt him. He knows how to find people. Hillary warned me. And do not let him hurt you. Because there's always someone else. This isn't the business for you. So now she knew me. No. She's trying to dissuade me. All of this is to dissuade me from something greater. I don't know what, though. I think you underestimate how little what you're saying bothers me. I still plan on being with him. A real woman makes a man better. Not take him where he's at and settle for the perks of keeping him oppressed. If he's younger, that just means he'll be around longer. He'll be wise. I declare happiness for my upbringing. I didn't see the same thinking anywhere up north. Hillary avoided my smile. I was bluffing. But all the same, he terrified me. Not my personal harm or safety. He seemed fine and loved here. The people accepted his protection and he accepted their energy and adoration. It was symbiotic. There was so much pain in his heart and his mind working against him. I'm not sure he's old enough to acknowledge or even sensitive enough to realize how hurt he is. It was no secret he was in pain, though. Suppose he got abducted from Nadia at the age of 10. Spent less than 8 years. He can only be 17. Oh, you poor boy. He's barely legal. I went back to the Bohemians, trying to build rapport and forget about what I'd just resolved, hoping they would ease my worries. I didn't want to risk bringing it up and insulting him. Men usually like to feel as if they had things under control. It would be an insult to his intelligence and dignity to question whether or not he was truly still all there in the head. I sighed, pushing away from the bar and joining the Bohemians again. Judah was in the middle of speaking. War is never the answer. There will always be conflict, but war? Rich men sending boys to the so-called enemy to die for causes their families are victimized from. Men like Morgan show us there's a difference between war and conflict. He's in the front lines. He's alone when he fights. Judah is quite passionate about his younger brother. He's not quite the example I would use, but a toast to Morgan, a sterling example of ethics and morality. A woman with midnight skin laughs. I wasn't speaking about his irritability or his morality, Tamara. They're both dark. But what he actually accomplishes and does and stands for is pretty amazing. It's at least better than the rest. He gave us a home, right? Judah reiterates. True. Tamara sipped her drink, quieting down. Very true. An actual toast for his efforts and results. Let's toast to Morgan, the table shouts, sipping their drinks. I mean, he's still a regulator. We argue about that all the time, but he isn't like a regular regulator. The cap and dress sipped his beer in the middle of rolling another cigarillo. He's not a regular regulator, Tamara laughs. What is he then? He's, Judah paused. Well, he's more of an operative, I guess I'll say. He told me he fights gorillas, I express. I've never heard such things. Gorillas. I've heard that story a couple of times. It's always different depending on his mood. Terrified. Morgan was heart-wrenching. Drunk. Morgan was pretty fucking hilarious, almost gruesome. Judah laughs to himself. He has many more. Will readily share, and when he doesn't, it's usually because he's drunk. I remember saying he would give up on hard liquor, she sighs. Tamara, by the way. Tamara Hardlove. I used to work here. She suffered the same fate as all the greats, Judah chuckles. Fell in love with Morgan. The spell he puts you women under. I thought it was the real thing. It could have been the real thing until this night he came home and I was in the apartment after working here. It was about 2 a.m. and he was just getting home from his day job, as he called it, murdering people for the rich and powerful. He was bloody to shit and he freaked out because I saw him. He was asking me why I was there and all this other shit. I tried treating his wounds and then I made the obvious mistake. No one told me about asking him, what did he do for a living? And he just blacked out on me. He got angry, I asked. Confused because he willingly told me. No, he just shut down completely. He didn't cry or anything. He just shut down, dead silent, staring into nothingness. I couldn't live like that. So I quit stripping to show him I wanted to work on things, but ended up needing a break from him altogether. I just visit the throne room when he's around to enjoy the party, make sure he's okay. But he's so different now. Glad you stuck around, Judah chuckles. Yeah, I did. I guess I like making sure he's okay. Tamara looked over her shoulder to see if he was around, frowning when he wasn't. Poor girl still had some deep, unreciprocated feelings. That's awfully sweet of you, I know. No, you're always welcome. Even when the relationship blows up in your face, Tamara winks at me. Just when you think it great and he loves you, you'll catch him fucking a stripper, or he leaves him for a month for work. So what does he do exactly? I asked. I was aware, but I wanted to know how well these people who called themselves friends knew him, truly. They all laugh. Did you hear anything I just said? Tamara asked. He's an operative for the regulator regime. When he was a child, he was taken into the academy. They fucked him up. Judah interceded. Bravo, Judah. So eloquent and profound. Bravo, Tamara mocked, clapping loudly. I see why he left you now. Judah rolls his eyes. You have no sympathy. I don't have sympathy? Tamara shoots straight up, staring Judah in his good eye. I sat up for nights with him. Nights, I tell you. I was trying to get a word out of him edgewise about what happened to him when he was 10, trying to talk about his past or see what was up with him. Not the jokey stories, but really what was happening in Urdu, how they were treating him. And then what? Judah asked. He kept changing the subject, or trying to kiss me, Tamara complained. I wanted him to trust me, to talk to me. It's because you're a woman. He doesn't want to talk to you about what's wrong. He wants you to make him feel like he's alright, I spoke up. Why didn't you try to soothe him instead of pushing an issue he obviously didn't feel comfortable speaking to you on? Right. Because my brother tells me all the time he can and wants to. Give him a blunt, play some jazz, and listen to him, and he speaks for hours about regulator life. How much he hates it, but doesn't want to disappoint the commissioner because he's the only family he has. It's tear-jerking shit. Sheeta chuckles. He's a troubled man, sister. I wish you the best of luck with him. He toasted me, tipping his beer bottle for the first time we made eye contact. But most in the way of Tamara. You don't understand him. Never could, never would. He comes from a whole different caliber and standard of living. Not even the fineries, just the demand. He's going to be the Lord Commissioner of Erdun one day. Judah had such a firm admiration for him. Maybe we'll see some actual justice with him at the helm of the military, you know. You don't understand, Judah. She withdrew, refusing to re-engage in the conversation. Tamara sucked her teeth, drunk and scornful. I didn't blame her. I felt her deep love and concern. As a woman seeing what awaited me, the inevitability told me to run for the hills. I swore the two of us were different. We might very well be, but it didn't stop the fact Morgan's interest into my life wasn't a stable one. He was only in Nadia 3 nights a week, and when he was only to protect his harem, dish out justice and get his dick wet with all these girls flocking around him. It's enough to drive anyone insane. Hillary and Tamara both kept their distance from the flock. It's because you're a woman. He doesn't want to talk to you about what's wrong. He wants you to make him feel like he's alright, I spoke up. Why didn't you try to soothe him instead of pushing an issue he obviously didn't feel comfortable speaking to you on? Right. Because my brother tells me all the time he can and wants to. Give him a blunt, play some jazz, and listen to him, and he speaks for hours about regulator life. How much he hates it, but doesn't want to disappoint the commissioner because he's the only family he has. It's tear-jerking shit. Sheeta chuckles. He's a troubled man, sister. I wish you the best of luck with him. He toasted me, tipping his beer bottle for the first time we made eye contact. But most in the way of Tamara. You don't understand him. Never could, never would. He comes from a whole different caliber and standard of living. Not even the fineries, just the demand. He's going to be the Lord Commissioner of Erdun one day. Judah had such a firm admiration for him. Maybe we'll see some actual justice with him at the helm of the military, you know. You don't understand, Judah. She withdrew, refusing to re-engage in the conversation. Tamara sucked her teeth, drunk and scornful. I didn't blame her. I felt her deep love and concern. As a woman seeing what awaited me, the inevitability told me to run for the hills. I swore the two of us were different. We might very well be, but it didn't stop the fact Morgan's interest into my life wasn't a stable one. He was only in Nadia 3 nights a week, and when he was only to protect his harem, dish out justice and get his dick wet with all these girls flocking around him. It's enough to drive anyone insane. Hillary and Tamara both kept their distance from the flock. Okay, so rule number 1 is that he is not normal. Rule number 2 is that he is the boss. Rule number 3, he's going to cheat on you. Rule number 4, he won't understand why it's a problem. Rule number 5, he is night terrors. Rule number... Okay. You're gonna scare her off. Baseball cop raises his hand, cutting her off. Just because they didn't know how to love him doesn't mean you ruin it for somebody else. This is not going well. Last call, litany. No more! We hear Morgan shout right on time down the stairs, taking out the trash. The force of his punch made the whole club rattle. The second one made me shake. "Respect my ladies, or I'll break you!" Anyone else loves when he gets like that? Tamara cheers, biting her bottom lip. We both had one eye on the group, and our minds on him. I never had the liberty of knowing what it's like to give myself to him. Most men don't know how to fuck me. Afraid to take control, or thought bucking and breathing in my ear was good sex. Morgan was dominant by nature. I can imagine sucking Morgan's dick all night, staring him in the eyes as he looks back, humoring me, expecting a professional blowjob. He would be expecting me to worship every inch of him or give up and let him take me however he wanted. There was something deeper than the carnality. I felt his divinity radiating throughout the building. This was more than a strip club. It was a temple. Whether he was Luno or Ada is the mystery. He is the darkness itself, or the light trying its damnedest to shine through the horrors of humanity. I wanted to worship him, but I wasn't selling my soul to Satan. A whole life in the church, and I knew it was right. Gaia Rumya, Gaia Rumya. Tamara held out the blunt to me, a half-inch of ash in front of my face. Oh my, I blushed. I needed to take him home and see what the hype was true. They all broke out laughing as I received it, coughing immediately, completely unfocused as smoke pours out of my mouth. Tamara handed me her beer. I gratefully sipped from it, then a few sips to soothe my scorched throat. "Judah, that weed is amazing." I slumped down in my seat, closing my eyes. When do these guys learn? You don't touch the girls. Not only is it the rule in every strip club, Morgan is a sleeping beast. I know everyone who's clubbing at Nadia knows better to come here acting crazy. There's rumors all through Graham and Exego about Morgan. He takes in an extra measure of disrespect when these guys do come here trying to test his patience. Tamara rolls her eyes, defending her ex's actions. He's going to defend what's his, no matter what. That included her. They still had sex. My stomach churned with discomfort as I said to another woman who shared my man. Though Tamara didn't seem like bad company without Morgan around. Another warning sign from my intuition to run for the hills and call it a night, battled these longing for home I found here. I fought the fear, looking Tamara over. We locked eyes for a moment as I imagined her kissing me. Us both on our knees before Morgan. A tear rolled down my eyes. A tear of joy and arousal so deep I doubt I could ever feel it again. The lust we all felt for this man was unnatural. I'm afraid my angel has fallen. Tamara continued speaking, and I looked at her as a high priestess in his name. My hand on her thick thighs was more than impressed with his taste in women. It appeared I had no choice but to share. I would at least be discriminate of who shared him. I saw her as a reflection of myself. Her sadness came from not having him to herself, but she had him, which was more than most could say. She had a special piece of him, something I wanted, his heart, a deeper love than sex. Hillary had his mind, Judah had his friendship. I wanted his higher self. I wanted everything beyond his flesh. Is it true about Morgan and all those girls? I lean over to Tamara. She rolls her eyes. Morgan is too shallow to fuck an actual stripper. He only likes the girls he feels shouldn't be here. He pretends to treat them all the same. Most of them line up to try to get a few words to him, but I've never seen him fuck the main fare. Most of those are rumors, to make each other jealous because he's never around. If you so much as sat in a man's lap, it's like he disqualifies you. No, I'm angry at him for fucking the Madonnas, who step on stage expecting money just to be thrown at them because he whispered a few words of encouragement while he degraded them with no intentions of doing anything with them. He flirts like speaking and turns those young ladies into sluts. Some quit and find better jobs. So when it's true, that shit is personal. He needs to grow the fuck up. Tamara's voice got a bit more than conversational. A yes or no would have sufficed. I began. Those dudes fall in love when you start dancing in their lap. Morgan plays the same game with them. They think they're special, or the girl is digging them, but she's just counting down the seconds until she moves on to the next one with money. He's not different. He's just taking a larger cut with none of the work. He walks into a room and 5 women decide they want him. Once they approach him, they're his. Once a woman gets up and walks over to you, she's yours. It's a sport to him. It's no different than watching a hunter. Be careful, Romeo. Tamara broke down the science. There's a few of us who quit, who try to keep him in check. But he's got some girlfriends in Urdu, Naka, and Maya too. Whenever we don't have sex with him, it's because he's acting up or being a dick. He's finding pussy somewhere else. Why on Gaia would you go through a relationship with him? I asked in disbelief. The top girls are the most loyal. You can never imagine. Girls he made into demigoddesses here that get to walk in Nadia, beloved. They will do anything for him, and he does everything for them. If their kid has a birthday, he pays for the whole party. They aren't even his damn kids. If their car breaks down, he has people on call to fix it. In exchange for loyalty and him providing, they remain faithful to him. We find it honorable, and he appreciates it in his own way. With all those girls on stage, men are fighting for a shot. They're all looking at him. But he's only loyal to the woman not having sex with him. Not even to be one and only, just to be his. I definitely tried it. I honestly did. Until I talked about it with Hillary once. She's an awkward woman. I didn't think he had a type, and we were just crazy. I haven't dated anyone, but it isn't because of him. I'm just trying to understand all this crap, you know? And he's so lost in his own world, he doesn't even understand these girls are hanging on his every action and breath, as if he's their personal totem. You can't even call them hoes, because they don't even get down like that. They're more like naked nuns. I felt the juices between my legs running freely as thoughts flooded my head, too depraved and pornographic to admit what I longed for aloud. A room of strippers these men couldn't touch, who men fell in love with nightly, all on their knees, bent over on their backs or pleasuring each other as they awaited their turn with him. In my mind, Tamara and I watched stark naked in each other's arms. I couldn't keep my eyes off the Tamara. Judah was quite handsome, but she watched me from the corner of her eyes, picking up on my vibes. I imagined Judah and I having a relationship would end with his head off his shoulders. For his sake, I won't even entertain the thought. I think it would be to my benefit to figure out how to get along with Tamara and Tangerine if I hope to survive here. Survival and lust. It's just like the stories. Too much too soon. I can't allow the depravity to consume me. Luna, I sighed. Excuse me? Tamara asked. I was telling Morgan earlier. When people have the tale of the dread wolf, I grimaced. The fantasy was so alluring, so arousing, but the depravity and insatiable hunger were from the dread wolf. Oh, wow. This sounds good. Juno leans in, accepting the blunt as it passed to him. It's a bit out there, scary, especially since I definitely think Morgan is him. The dread wolf is the guardian of mysteries, secrets, and reality. He's known for insatiability, violence, and being ruthless. A strange sense of justice and reckoning. The Lord of Darkness, he was called throughout the Third and Fourth Age. He was a warlord who built and restored Ekru to its former glory. The man himself was a former monk from Sarah, before the old monasteries became the military academy. This is still like 1,500 years ago or so. But he died. And there was no honor for 1,000 years. I really think Morgan is of that bloodline. I saw his eyes. He has the king's eyes. Even when Ekru was whole, there's only a select number of people who have them. Maybe one, but not two full crimson red eyes. They're mesmerizing and can bend willpower, a drop knowledge. That's the only way Morgan's eyes can be that red and pure. There's a higher divinity here, but he's not touching into it. If he even personally knows about it. Tamara rubs her chin. Makes sense. He would be some important asshole, she shook her teeth. He deserves it. I wish we were patient. Judah grinned, pumping his fist in the air. See? He is Obada's son. He'll never believe it, I swear to you. It'll take a miracle for him to see it. I don't think he's even ever seen a picture of Samira to see the resemblance. Right after Samira was assassinated, Morgan was sent to Urdu. It's too much of a coincidence, he claps. The Dread Wolf of Ekru was our boss. They began to clap and cheer, for their joy was genuine. It was a bit unnerving, but I believe the alcohol and weed had their judgment impaired. Most barely even knew the truth of Ada. I knew little of Ada, and they didn't know how dangerous the Dread Wolf could be. They treated him as a lion protecting his pride, but he seemed like the alpha wolf, lying upon anyone in his territory. I cleared my throat, trying to regain their attention. Well, excuse me. He's not supposed to be the Dread Wolf. The man from this story had his soul corrupted after he killed his own father. He spent his entire life reconciling and taming the beast. I'm not sure how he died. Maybe age. But they say he was nearly 157 when he died. Maybe older. I tried to continue explaining. Well, you mean like a real dude on Gaia? And Morgan is related to him? Another guy axed in a weed haze wearing a tie-dye robe around his body. That's crazy. They never taught us that in high school. Where did you go to school? Tamara caught on. Judah paused, sipping his beer. They both peeped at what I said. They evidently knew Morgan better than anyone else to confirm what I was saying. His high priestess gripped her arm, confirming my fears. She gulped as the laughter stopped. She began to sober up. His pastor rubbed his scar with a solemn look, and his apostle in the baseball cap choked for a moment, losing his color. They wanted to speak, but the mood would have been ruined. We exchanged glances, leaving the carnality and diversion to address his evident need for an intervention. I'm from the Sierra Madre, along the River Gir, bordering Escher and Mai in the Balkans. I came here a couple years ago. I expected things to be different, then life got harder. All we have heard of Nadia was evidently before this past decade. We heard nothing of the regulators or the assassinations. You moved to Nadia expecting paradise and found yourself in hell, Tamara giggled. Standard stripper story. That's how most of these girls got here. Hillary thinks they're all lying, but the way they flock under Morgan, you would think they were lost souls seeking something. Her laughter feigned as she held her chin. I came here seeking something out of this world. I guess my own religion. I was a stripper then when Morgan caught my eye. I took a pay cut and became a bartender. I wanted him to myself, and he wanted to be alone. I didn't know how to respond to Tamara yet, nor if I needed to. Her advice was good, and she seemed to know what was going on around here. But I didn't know how much she knew outside of her own life. Well, I look forward to picking up more from Morgan. I want to pick his brain and learn all I can about business, and hopefully turn him into a greater mentality. He doesn't need to be thinking as he does about himself or the world. Oh, you're a fangirl, not a stripper, Judah asked as eyes studied me beyond my beauty. I was no longer the new girl. I was a person of interest within his own understanding of self and his patriarch. How did you end up here tonight? Judah studied me, ignoring my dashing good looks, opening his scarred eye with a flickering of yellow despite his normal brown one. Well, I tried to be a stripper, but Felix didn't like me. Morgan picked me from the applications. I think he just wanted to fuck me, though. Foreign girl problems. I sighed, rolling my eyes, trying to keep the mood light for the ones who hadn't caught on. I suppose I have to show more value if he's going to take me seriously. More power to you. You have a good head on your shoulders. Don't strip. If you have a strong enough stomach and don't mind your man fucking other woman, you can probably nuzzle under his arm, Judah suggested. But I guess none of that is too Ada-like, huh? I would help him fuck him. I blushed. If I'm consenting to the woman he has sex with, I'm not sure what Cool will approve, but the mother will. I'm not sure any of us have a chance to appease Raquel. But we can at least appease the mother and the son, for now, right? Help the son appease the mother's blessings to certain families. I looked at Tamara in her eyes and she blushed, looking around as if we hadn't made direct eye contact while holding hands under the table to no one's sight. The table broke out laughing, another round of applause and cheers. I was officially toast to tomorrow. Morgan was coming back upstairs. He had a look of irritation on his face as he approached. I ran up hoping to kiss him, but he shook his head. He slipped away from me, holding my hand out and trying to point me back to his compatriots. "What's wrong, baby?" I asked, following him to the private bathroom in the VIP. I nearly killed the guy. He looked at himself in the mirror, then looked away, unable to stand the view. What happened to me? I thought that was how it works. If he tried to touch one of your girls, then I think he deserves it. They're not supposed to do that here, I said reassuringly. You need to calm down. It's not that. Yeah, it's bad for business, and he deserved it. That's not it, though. I lost myself in it. Hitting him felt too good. I enjoyed it too much. That's not good. Not good at all. Bad for business. Bad for everything. What happened to me? He lifted up his hands. His knuckles were swollen, barely speaking in full sentences. My uncle warned me about getting like that. Taking joy in death and violence. I feel like I just try to indulge myself here. But the hunger is pitiless. There is no satiation. He turned on the hot water, beginning to wash his face with the scalding water and soap vigorously. His eyes were solid crimson red. He kept looking up in the mirror as if he was hoping they would turn back to brown. He kept asking himself the same question over and over again, but more direct. What happened to me? What happened to me? What am I? He panicked, trying to wash away his sins. I kept quiet, watching his irritation and anguish fight each other. The man who cared about nothing was opening himself to the emotions of us mere mortals. The apathy was a facade, well-rehearsed and conditioned, but the young man was cracking under his own expectations of life. There was a human in there, and a boy thrown into this world with nothing more than the training from his enemies. There's no war anymore, soldier. Calm down, baby boy. I hold his hands as they shake like Parkinson's disease, stone cold to the touch. Calm down, Morgan. It's okay, Morgan. It's gonna be okay. He was innocent. I saw nothing but energy. Whenever I get like that, that's all I see. He shit himself in the crimson eyes. He began growling in his own reflection like a rabid animal until he recognized who he was seeing. Why am I like this? No one else is like this, Rumia. He nearly punches the mirror, stopping his fist right before shattering it to pieces. The force of the punch left a small crack, holding on to the last grips of what he controlled. Desolation won the day over destruction as he bowed his head, conceding to what remained of his humanity. He slumped against the mirror, burying his face in his crossed arms as he streaked against the glass. I can't keep going on like this, Rumia. I know too much. I can't keep living my life this angry and pain. It's down here. He pointed to his stomach, the core of his emotionality, sexuality, his connection to our world, and his sensitivity. It feels like there's wet cement in my stomach. It hurts so much, and no one's hit me there. It hurts so much, Rumia, like diarrhea. It's not physical pain. It's your spirit, baby. You're blocking your blessings, and you're blocking your power. I tried to be soothing. This closed him as his energy surged and died repeatedly. I rub his knee, kiss his neck, nuzzling his cheek and biting his earlobe. I moved my hand to his crotch, gripping him until he swelled against my hand. He nuzzled his head against my neck, relaxing a bit as he hardened in my hands. He leaned on me. I struggled for a brief moment to hold him on. Let's go home. You need a blunt and some wine. It's been a stressful night. I took a deep breath, lifting him back to his feet. I needed him to at least stand at his own 2 feet if I was ever able to help him. I would be crushed under him if not, physically and spiritually. You need to walk, Morgan. You can't get absorbed into this moment. You need to keep moving forward. It's one night. Recovery will take time. Tonight will not be the night. Please keep going. Think of the long war. I need to close up tonight, he sighed. Even as he hardened in my hands, I have to get myself together. There you go, baby. There you go, baby. You don't have to fake it, but you at least have to make it. I rub his back, hoping he would come after waiting in silence for a few minutes. He leaned back, letting out a heavy sigh of relief as I unzipped his pants and stroked his manhood. He relaxed on my touch as I held his shaft in my hands, well past my wrist, nearly resting on my elbow. My second hand held the jewels of Nadia cradling his balls. I felt myself becoming lightheaded as I faced my own temptation in the darkness and depravity. I could easily give myself up in this bathroom, relieve him, then return to the spiritual battlefield as if he wasn't deeply wounded. How could I let my warrior back into war, seeing the spiritual lacerations? The Dread Wolf wanted him. He wanted me. I heard him whispering in my ear, simply to bend myself over and let Morgan feed upon my soul. The last thing I wanted to deal with was watching this man I had so much hope for, lost in strippers and debauchery. He's likely never had a woman that can keep up with him. He would stretch me out, but I had a hunger as well. One I've never tried to satiate, but I believe he would be more than enough as I could be for him. Let's go. Judah can close up. Canny and Tamara, I swallowed, taking a deep breath and fighting the temptation. Let's go home and let the people you hire do their jobs. He smiled, looking at me. They couldn't they? Morgan's eyes turned brown, looking to me, not the Dread Wolf, not whatever other spirits wanted to claim his body and power. The poor lost boy was looking at me as his guide through this ocean of stagnation and negativity. Who better? I whispered, letting go so he could stand. He needed to know his power was his own. Not the wolf's, not the lion's, not the anger or anguish. He was the power he felt. Come out when you're ready. I put his cock away, kissing him on the cheek. Take your time if you need. I'm sure everyone will understand if you personally wanted to be alone. I left him in the bathroom, returning to the bar to get us out of here. Hillary, I want the rest of the bottle of wine and a case of beer for Morgan. And his food order, please. I don't want him going with this hunger talk all night. She raised a brow, confused as to how I got him to pull away from work. No tricks up my sleeve. But if I were the only one he would kiss, he obviously saw something he wanted in me. Why not push my luck and see what? Hillary rolled her eyes, setting the bottle and a case of beer on the bar. I grabbed both, then wrapped up his suit jacket. I looked up to him, wrapping an arm around his waist. I smiled, feeling relief as my king joined my side. He looked more himself, his smile so comforting. Hillary's shock increased as she looked from me to him, then back to me. She grinned, shaking her head, congratulating me by losing her attitude. Yo, Morgan reached the Bohemians. Have you checked out my girlfriend? Hello, I'm sitting right here, you dunce. Tamara rolled her eyes. You never called me your girlfriend. All I've done for you? Yeah, we sort of just fucked and he yelled at me. Like, a lot. I don't miss it at all. Your head is probably still the best on Gaia if I remember correctly. He said it again, like he had no idea what came out of his mouth. I covered my mouth, unable to fathom how I would have reacted if he said that in front of my friends. Everyone else looked away awkwardly, finding side conversations. Tamara swatted his head as hard as she could, her face brick red as she cut him off. He rubs his neck, laughing. Jeez, you hit like a girl, not even addressing his face. Fuck you, asshole. Tamara rolled her eyes even harder. Don't call me up crying when she leaves you, too. I'm not leaving him. He's mine now. I speak up, looking her in the eyes, woman to woman. He's mine. I like her fire, Morgan chuckles. None of you have the same fire. I'll burn your club down. How about that for fire? Tamara stabs him in the chest with her finger, getting in his face. You're a dickhead. I swallowed at how comfortable she felt getting in his face, ignoring me entirely. I assumed he would have been more sensitive or defensive, but he laughed it off. He had no sensitivity and he had no fear. He allowed her to express herself freely. Such a strange balance. He was neither Otta nor the Dread Wolf. He was something greater entirely. Even a normal man would have retaliated. I'm such a dickhead, I'll let you close my club tonight. He winked, grabbing Tamara in his other arm, sitting her next to him. He tickled us and we both laughed, instinctively finding our place by his side, sizing up the competition, and both liked what we saw. Tamara smiled, shrieking, "No way!" Her qualms disappeared as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "We can party all night," she kissed him deeply. "Thank you, Daddy." "You too, Judah. Rumi trusts you." He nods to Judah, tossing him the keyring. Judah clumsily catches the keys as they fall into his lap. He laughs it off, raising his beer bottle. "I'm honored, my lady. Care to join us for one more roundabout?" He slurred, losing himself in the vibe to forget our revelation. "I could use a quick smoke and some grass. How about it, Lion of Ekru? You got 2 ounces on you?" Morgan answered for us, reaching into his pocket for a platinum money clip. Judah chuckles, reaching into his satchel. "I was waiting all night to bless you with the Buddha Bliss Kush, homegrown out of the garden. You'll love it." Judah held it out with such a smile of admiration on his face. I wonder if Morgan even knew how loved he was here. Or maybe we were all disturbances and egos. I'm curious how he thinks. "I always do, brother." They dap up as they exchange money and weed. He sits down with his crew. They each take their turn, joking and speaking to him as if they weren't with the ruthless killer who broke 2 men this night alone. They made him seem human, normal, you know? Like the 17-year-old he was, just a kid in need of guidance and love. I wanted to cry but needed to be a woman. As badly as I wanted to cry, there were better ways to express my joy, more accurate ways. I felt rushed to mature for this man. I sat in his lap, feeling like royalty, looking at our compatriots thrilled. They all knew I was far above them already, and I hadn't even had sex yet. I felt so powerful. It was intoxicating. He radiated energy of protection and guidance. I clung to him, knowing this was the next phase of my life, the next step to turn me from nobody into everything. I can be his queen. I can be the one to help him realize who he is, by his side when he fulfills his glory for Raquel the father. "Baby, I'm ready to go home." I rubbed his cheek, kissing him on the lips. The table looked shocked as he stood, lifting me in his arms and letting me land delicately on my 2 feet. He held my waist, smiling wide, proud of the woman he brought in, and I knew this would grow into assurance. "Come on, baby. I'll rub your back and sing to you while you drink some wine and weed," I whispered in his ear for only him to hear. "I'm hungry," he muttered. Poor thing still hadn't gotten to eat after putting in work tonight. "Don't worry. I'm sure there's something in the kitchen we can take home," I assure him, kissing his cheek gently. "Sounds good." His shoulders lowered and his head came down, cradling my neck as we walked down the stairs. Passed into the kitchen. All the workers looked up at us as if seeing an amazing event. We were the new royal couple walking into their presence, then to Nadia. They bowed their heads, taking glances at us as we passed by. Some also looked surprised. The same awkward waitress was under the arm of the prince. "Jax! Jax!" Morgan begins calling. "Where is—" "I'm right here. Who is this beautiful creature?" A short, stout woman wearing a gray striped chef uniform with dark skin and bright orange hair extends her hand to me. Everyone else was wearing aprons and street clothes. Even the head chef was a woman? Come on now, Morgan. How much competition do I have? "Oh, aren't you gorgeous?" Jax pinches my cheek, invading all my personal space. "Isn't she a bit young for you, Morgan?" "Nah." Whatever backlink hookup you two had is now over. You need to back up, I say straight to her face. She drew the knife she had at her belt to my chin, cocking her head for me to continue. "Jax, you need to consider your current career decisions more clearly," he warned her. She rubs his chin. "Don't worry, Daddy. I know better than mess with one of your girls. But I would hope you would punish me differently than those boys." I opened my mouth in disgust. She was twice my age, maybe even my mom's age. She could possibly be his aunt flirting with him without shame, and right in front of me? I guess I meant a little in the grand scheme. I was arm candy in their eyes. Watch yourself, Jax, I warned her, not sure what they did, knowing they had something going on. My own instincts were beginning to tingle as I glared at the older woman. My intuition usually didn't lie to me. I thought she was gay. I just like feeding him, girl. That's all. Jax winks, rubbing his stomach. Ain't that right, baby? Oh, God. I'm so tired of this attention, Morgan groans. None of these girls seemed irritated with sharing. They seemed to have him as they could, even if it meant another woman with them at once. I was hoping Jax would be a nice fat old man. Instead, it's a cute brunette with dyed hair and a wet pussy for my man. I was surrounded by women waiting their turn, and I jumped the order. No matter their position or age, I needed to move to a safer field. Do you have anything I could take home for dinner? Morgan asked. He at least seemed bothered by her attempts. You're not going to leave me hanging, are you? Absolutely not. You know I got you, baby. She was going to make me hurt a bitch. You can give me the night off to enjoy the party. I'll cook for you. Nope. Jude and Tamara are closing up tonight. They'll need another vet to help watch things, he shrugs. Come on, Jax, feed me. I'm hungry. And I have to get out of here. Rumir's digging her nails into me. I think she's pissed at you. He really did need a filter. Baby, I'll cook for you. I tug his arm along. Ooh, she's eager. Jax's eyes moved to me, studying me as Tangerine did. It never paid to piss off whoever made the food. I'm his girlfriend, I say defensively, staring at her but quickly lowering my guard. She was a flirt, not a threat. She was testing me. I was new and she was proven. I'm capable of cooking for him. I'll make you whatever's in your fridge. The latest victim, another poor fool. You think you can tame Morgan? She eased up on me, the same perspective as the other woman as well. Morgan didn't seem as though he brushed her words off so easily. He rolled his eyes and looked at me for my response. I was firm, holding his arm tighter, giving him a nod of assurance. I wouldn't let any of these women push me away. I wasn't going anywhere. He needed at least one woman who wouldn't lose hope in him. He was too young to be written off. A bunch of girls and Maddie didn't reciprocate their affection. A boy being tossed pussy from all directions and they expect him to say no? He rubbed his neck. So, about that, there's no food at my place. I ate here. So, Jax, come on. You gotta have something. We'll cook the order, hon. You know this. You set up the system. So if you want something, you have to wait. Jax put her hands on a pair of thick hips. She had to waddle to her walk with the booty she towed behind her. Give us the ingredients. I'll cook them back at your place. I squeezed his arm tighter. Let's go. You heard the lady. He smiles. Good thinking. Let's do that. I can take a shower while you cook. Jax didn't respond. She smiled like a scorned woman plotting revenge. A bright, friendly, tight-lipped smile with razor-sharp teeth behind it. She didn't take her eyes off of me as she should have. Beautiful, isn't she? Morgan chuckles while gripping my waist. She's the confident type, too. I'm sure she'll need to be dealing with you, Jax shides. I'll have you bent over, letting you scream all you possibly can about loving him. They have no concern the next day, like it didn't happen at all. She swats him with a spatula. Are you still mad about that, Jax? I guess I'm a lady now. Maybe I'll slow down. I didn't expect all this to catch up with me. You offered, Jax. I didn't know I had to, care afterward. It felt great if it makes you feel better. The head was incredible. Her attempt to embarrass us blew up in her face as she stared blankly. Her old self doing the nasty with a man third her age. She looked like she wanted to slap him, but the memory must have had its own treat. She smirked, looking away, rolling her eyes. At least she wasn't forgotten, right? Jax laughs herself away. What do you want to eat so I can stop hating on your girl and get back to work? She was at least mature enough to move on. My heart rested as I let out a sigh of relief. Morgan rubs his chin, beginning to let his mouth water with decisions. I only knew so many recipes by heart. Most were stews and soups I learned from my Nama and Mom. I wasn't going to spend all night stirring pots for him yet. Maybe in a week or two if he shows some promise. I'll make him my grandma's meatball, mushroom, and potato soup. It's so light and creamy. He loves chicken wings. If you have the dough, I can make the calzone. And I think you can make him a sandwich to hold him over. She looked at me in shock, then to Morgan, who seemed satisfied. I never got my food from earlier. Thanks for reminding me. I need to talk to Hillary about making orders as asked. Sorry, we were talking. She never got around to ringing in the order. That's my fault, baby. I pat his arm, kissing his cheek. I turned my attention back to Jax. Can you hurry? We're tired. We need to go, ASAP. It's all raw, so there's no reason it should keep you. Jax turns away from us, clapping her hands. The big boss wants his food raw to go. 2 orders of flats, a calzone, and a Jackie's special sub with extra turkey and roast beef, mayo, Dijon mustard, oil, vinegar, salt, and pepper with the fixins. Now. She was a battle axe, and I was in her domain. The whole kitchen began moving to her command. Those with nothing to do started filling to-go cups with pop and juice, putting them in trays, and looked around for desserts to put in a box. Everyone wanted to please him. I doubt they got the opportunity to show their things often. I felt a bit intimidated. Morgan seemed to find power attractive, but when I looked up to him, he looked ready to go to bed, uninterested and unaffected by his surroundings. This was Jax's domain, but it was his kingdom. I didn't need to worry about anything but finding us a way home. I'm sure he had something up his sleeve. It took a few minutes of hustle, but we found 4 bags, a drink tray ready for us. He had a solid kitchen staff, and I'm surprised how he shares his power with Jax. She'll have to be someone I don't piss off in the future. It would be nothing worse than walking through the kitchen and I happen to get a cleaver in my back or poisoned. Morgan waves to his staff. Good night, everyone. Finding his energy as we began leaving. They all said good night in unison, then their individual goodbyes as I began walking by them. I began walking for the floor, but Morgan tugs me and pulls me back the way we came as if he had some realization. I don't want them to know I'm gone. They need to think I'm still here. I don't want someone to get hurt, he sighed, rubbing his temples. I followed him, trusting him despite there being no exit in the hallway. I doubt the employee door led outside. Other than that, the only thing I can imagine is some sort of secret passageway. Rumia, can I trust you? I've never shown someone what it's like to go where we're going to go. He gripped my waist tighter. I get to see the staff room already? I grinned. I didn't know I was employed. There's nothing back there but computers and files. Where we're going is much better. Hold on to me tight. I'll be quick, but if you let go, then you might get ripped in half on the exit. But I want to show you. And I want to get to my bathroom as soon as possible. I've never taken another human through the ether before. What do you want to show me exactly? I said with hesitation. He grins ear to ear. My true power. I didn't know whether he was asking me to, or what the fuck is this? The hallway peeled away from us in an instant. The following 10 seconds, he walked us through a beautiful astral pathway, as if we walked among the stars of eternity. He was true Vakru, the oldest Ekru before history and civilizations. Does he know how incredible this is? Or does he take it for granted as he does all around him? The dark purple portal of time-space surrounded us as we moved through the time-space continuum. The starlight road closed around us as we were standing in the foyer of a dirty bachelor's pad, an industrial flat overlooking the river, chic with a beautiful view. If we followed the river, we would be back in the Sierra Madre. My heart soared, knowing the same waters were passing by my homeland. Where are we? I asked, feeling shaky in my legs, making sure my body is all here. Once I knew, I hugged him. I love it. We're home. This is my apartment here in Exego. Gregor was renting out spaces in the warehouse, and I thought I should totally get a party pad here. There's air hockey, foosball, bowling. There's no way there's a bowling alley in here. It's not that big. I say all the things I had to believe tonight that were not going to be one of them. Though it was an impressive size nonetheless. The whole apartment was one large room, about 2-story tall walls with a nice modern kitchen. The bathroom was attached to the living room. There was a staircase leading up to the walled-off area built with fresh drywall, with a locked door storage or maintenance. The apartment seemed like a dream bachelor pad, away from everyone overlooking the river. He must kill his wallet to have his place. Then again, it might be a drop in the bucket. He grabs the bag from my hand, leaving them on the kitchen counter, then pulls me over to the open living room, dropping to a beanbag chair, waving his hands to the balcony area with a pool for 10, 5 feet deep, and a platform with giant bowling pins. It's been ever since I've used them. I bought this place a couple of years ago. It was much more fun back then. Now, I don't usually let people know when I'm back to begin with. How do you feel? I asked, choosing to stand, looking for a normal couch to sit on. He took a moment. Well, I guess I feel tired and angry, but not good angry. I don't like what I did angrily. Is it regret or remorse? Yeah, like, usually I go for a kill and I have a nice story to tell. But you were there. And I guess I didn't want you to think that's all I was, a bully or something. I'm really not. You were protecting your girls and your business. I said for him, understanding entirely, wishing you felt a bit less remorseful. You don't have to say it, baby. It didn't bother me. I knew you would understand, he smiles. Usually, the voice controls me, but the idea of what you thought of me, you're not like those other women. You're not like any woman I really met before. Why? My heart fluttered. Well, you walked right up to me as if you belonged with me. You seem, well, you are really understanding. You didn't call me crazy or dangerous. You know I'll protect you. You know I would never truly hurt you. You know so much of the old world. I do a lot of studying into mythology too. I want to take care of you. I felt shy. The intimacy being alone with him as I hear what he thinks. I thought you would think I was just some little girl with a crush. I've never had a woman really do that before. What you did in the bathroom, I don't think anyone has ever been around when I started to have a breakdown. I was honestly going to blink away if you didn't follow me. I didn't have a mom or dad, no relatives, nothing from memory. It's always been me. And everyone treats me like a monster waiting to explode. Which makes me want to explode. He clenched his fist. Having emotions was never something I was allowed to do. Or show, rather. But I have them. I'm not some psychopath. Even if people choose to ignore my feelings. I giggle. Well, you're fine with me. I want to be your girlfriend. I'm glad you feel so. I usually don't fall asleep in front of people. Don't mind if I stay up for a while. Why so tired? I asked, beginning to take my shoes off. It's 3 a.m. Is that not enough reason? He said defensively. My ouch told him I wasn't buying it. I think I'm allowed to be a bit sleepy, Romeo. It's been a long night. Usually there's a party or something. Maybe some guys and girls come over here. But I just don't feel like it. I don't like it. I didn't want a strip club. I wanted a cool lounge. I've went in Naka, but only older people come. And after I bought this gentleman's club with Colin's recommendation, nothing but filth comes. And this girl deserves better. The places he takes me to are classy. Then again, the surrounding areas are nice. That's why I set up over in Graham. The Crown should be the greatest place in Nadia. Instead, it brings nothing but lowlives from all over. He spat, clenching his fist once more. I want to fix it, and it pisses me off every time I'm there. Because I don't know how, without losing empathy with Nadia. But in the same breath, I'm trained not to tolerate this type of bullshit. And I personally don't tolerate the crime in the region. It's frustrating. Well, Nadia's been facing rough times after the regulators came. The only ones with money are the dealers, strippers, and the Church of Inshishi. You have to get in where you fit in here, as I'm sure you're aware. Have you considered you're responsible for improving the people around you? I try to appease his morality. Yeah, but I don't have to like it simply because it's all I'm offered. I can still do something about it, and if I don't take issues with what I'm offered, I can't improve it at all. I'm allowed to want better cadets, especially when they're so damn insubordinate and self-serving, he rationalizes. Well, unless you get rid of the regulators and the shishi, it'll be very hard for Nadi to be what you want. Even then, I'll take decades. You're not a dumb kid, you know this. I didn't intend to argue politics or sociology with him, but I was interested in his beliefs. Who told you I was a kid? He acts shocked. You have games, video games, and beanbags instead of couches. It's like a kid's playhouse, I giggle. I also connect the dots, Detective Jailbait. He rolled his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest, getting grumpy as he grew more tired. Shut up. I already know this stuff. I don't like it either. The world needs order. And if the crown is ever going to be what I want it to be, there must be order in Nadia. I giggled, covering my mouth, trying not to laugh at him. He sounded so cliche. He responded by scrunching up his face with genuine anger, but he was too adorable to take seriously. I could see why it was so easy to forget who sat across from me. I agree, but all these people you love at least respect you. You're different. Have you considered they come to your place to be like you? Because they want to emulate you? You sell drugs too. Nadia doesn't need more self-righteous hypocrites. You can have your views, and yes, they are necessary to change things. You must take a stance. But whatever your judgment, these people must still live and grow from their reality. You cannot punish people for being abused and oppressed, Morgan. I do not sell drugs. I make sure the drugs being sold are safe and sold by good men. I limit the drugs being sold and allow guys like Justice, the Safe, Judah, and Maverick Miller to protect resources and farms to distribute properly and clean the streets. I do not sell drugs. I do not judge. I am honest. I want it better for Nadia. I feel so at home here. There's 3 men sell weed, that's it. The rest of the drugs are from the mafia. It is your home. You could run Nadia, not just Crown. And you don't have to be someone's pawn. I got on my knees before him. I rubbed his crotch, eyeing his dick swelled to my touch. I kissed the imprint of his jeans. You can be the king, and I'll be the queen. Do you want that? He nods, looking down at me with anticipation. I knew what we both wanted, but I also knew what was right. As bad as I wanted him, there was food on the kitchen counter, and some of it's ice cream. I was exhausted, and so was he. Plus, I wanted him to respect me when we woke up in the morning. Tamara said he was only loyal to women who held out on him. Let me cook for you first. You can take a bath and relax. I suggest, staring at the imprint, wanting a glimpse before I left him wanting. I don't relax. I'll be fine. The food will be fine. He combed his fingers through my hair, gripping my scalp. Just open wide. I'll do the rest. I licked my lips as he unbuttoned his pants, considering the prospect of him using my throat as he willed, but pulled away from his grip. Baby, I'm sleepy. Let's just enjoy ourselves tonight. We have tomorrow to make love if we choose. I want to get to know you more. I don't want sex to cut our time short. I confess my fears. We will enjoy ourselves, he insisted with boyish persistence. I can be yours without doing this. You can love me without sex. And we can enjoy ourselves tonight, I promised him. He looked at me. There wasn't anger in his eyes, a settlement of confusion and intrigue. He had honestly rarely been told no before. He accepted rejection well. I imagine most expected a fit of anger, but his curiosity was extremely sexy. No, beyond his grin, he never knew he could love without sex, if he could love at all. And that's what held his interest as he eyeballed me, reanalyzing me as if he was looking at me for the first time. He let my hair go and helped me to my feet as we both stood. He grabbed my butt, kissing my neck as I held him. I found his lips, pulling his head down as our tongues swam together. He honestly wanted me. He could have me so easily. I've no big stance against us not having sex, but my gut told me we shouldn't. Not yet, at least. We at least had to be responsible enough to put the food away and start dinner. Sex couldn't consume our lives or our attraction. He let out a sigh, waving me off. Alright, I want to try it your way. I don't have a way. I just don't want to be tossed down and fucked just getting into your apartment. At least let me cook, grab a shower, and relax first. I snapped at him, a bit more curious how you would respond. I also don't plan on letting you go around putting your dick any and everywhere without a shower first. No, you're right. You deserve that. I wasn't gonna I only wanted some head, honestly. He rubs his chin so gently, pressing his dick to my lips. The maniac from the bar was completely gone, replaced with a man who was truly irresistible. I didn't mean to make you think that I felt that way about you at all. Nor do I know the full extent of what you heard. I won't deny anything or ignore your fear. You're not going anywhere you don't want to go. And you won't do anything you don't want to do. He says as he guides his head to the back of my mouth, pulling it out slowly. I kissed him deeply, holding his chin down. We kissed and held each other. I kissed him down his neck and buttoning his powder blue Oxford. I kissed down his chiseled stomach, jerking his pants down, pulling out his length. You're a good man. A better one than you'll ever get credit for, I said as I licked the head of his penis. The taste of salt, sweat, and the scent of his musk on my tongue as I followed his balls drove me wild. But you need to take a bath before I keep going. I giggle, licking the head of his penis. Maybe in a sec. I didn't like the taste, but loved the smell. I took a bit of him in my mouth before I knew I was stroking his length while sucking on his balls, looking up to his penis. I loved the way he moaned as I worked up his shaft, slowly working him with my hands, sucking his egg-sized balls. He was rock hard and I felt as though I was teasing him. I took both my hands to wrap around him. Hurry and go shower. And I'm gonna throw it down in the kitchen. I get up in excitement. Shower with me. He pulled me into his lap, his length pressed against my belly. I thought of how Tamara acted on his dick. I moved him to press right against my vulva, imagining Tamara when she first saw it, probably slobbered on it like a kielbasa, big enough I would have rearranged her insides. Tamara was my size, a bit heavier, with a bigger booty. She probably got on all fours and let him tear her guts up. My aunt once warned me, good dick will either make you act right, or it'll make you go crazy. I was scared of him being inside of me, worried if it'll be like you losing my virginity all over again. Baby, I'm not going anywhere. I pat his cheek. Hurry up and go shower. I want to finish where we got started later. I thought, I'm human, baby, and very much attracted to you. Besides, if I don't show you how good this pussy gets when you're loyal to a woman, you'll keep fucking these strippers and hoes. But we both deserve more, and I certainly deserve loyalty. I enforced it. It was easier to turn him down with those images in my head. He wouldn't be missing anything. Besides, he could be more patient. I deserve more, but I get a lot of sex. He didn't understand the difference. What more could I honestly want? I have everything I need and want, really. Yes, you fuck a lot of hoes. They just want you for what you do for them. How many of them cook for you, talk to you, and see what's in your mind, rub your back when you're stressed, or suck your dick until the sun rises just because they love you. That's what a good woman will give you. You're fucking girls who will drain you of everything and pay you in sex. And I can tell with this dick, they're still getting the better end of that deal too. They don't offer you shit but pussy, mouths to feed, and compliments. You deserve more, baby. You're worth so much more. Not material more or physical more. Emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, I want to make you happy. Thank you. No one's told me that before, Rumya. You seemed overwhelmed. I didn't even know that was a problem. I thought that was what I was supposed to do. I mean, a few girls called me out, but I thought it was out of jealousy. But I see who's real and who's fake now. No one's ever made you feel as I do either, I said boldly. Can I tell you something that's been bothering me this month? I haven't been able to talk to anyone because they wouldn't understand. He closed his eyes, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He exuded the maturity I thought he was void of, resting in his own space and his own mind. I knew I wasn't mistaken. He couldn't help his age, but nor could he ignore the deepness to his personality. Everyone else could, but for the love of a kill, I hope he never forgets it. Of course, that's what I'm here for, baby, I assured him. My last mission for the regulators is coming up soon. Well, my resignation from the wolves. I wouldn't need to leave the regs unless I wanted, but that's the issue. I think I'll be moving to do business alone afterward. I want to be with you. It shouldn't be too major. I just have to pop some freedom fighter. It's surprisingly easy for my last mission. Please show me all I've been missing. We can take a vacation wherever you want. He was speaking, but he didn't address what was causing him such grief. Morgan, I know I'm talking up your head up, but you don't even know me. I don't need all that to be happy. I really don't. I kiss him. Who do you have to kill? Never ask me that. It's rude, he says sharply. It was instantly ingrained. The sharpness of his tone and eyes cut through me. Let me know it was never a topic we were to discuss. You don't ask an assassin who kills. How or why is perfectly reasonable. Answering who he kills questions his integrity as an assassin. Well, why do you kill? I corrected, trying not to seem as scared as I was, and nearly peeing myself. It's been apparent to me since I was a kid. Some men deserve to die. They're just horrible, unforgivable people who live on this planet. I might be one of them, but nonetheless, some men deserve to die. I'm good at it. I get rewards, have an awesome villa back at the academy because of it. I don't know. It's never seemed strange until I was around normal people. People who would never fight a day in their life, given a choice. Honest folk who don't know they're mortal, fragile. People who could barely fight, lost in emotions and words, fighting each other while their true enemy swallows them. Slow to action, slower to thoughts. Those afraid of sin and terrified of God, the innocent. I never met an innocent before I was 14. Seeing villagers and farmers. Until then, they were just working, and us regulators. Too young to understand morality, I guess. Always alone. Killing was what I was good at. The only thing I was ever praised for, to be honest. He sighed, staring to the ceiling. I had other notable attributes, but loneliness isn't the brightest light to shine in. How about now? What new talents and interests have my ruthless killer gained? I asked, wanting to touch him, but his aura exuded he needed distance. What do you think? I think you're making my mission harder. It's already difficult. Meeting you. Your perspective. Nadia's innocent. One of the few. Shouldn't be destroyed. Destroyed? Who is destroying what? I was shocked. Tell me, Morgan. A couple years ago, there was a meeting with all the generals of the regulator regime. Warren and Gregor were leading the meeting. They seemed to be fighting over the direction of the regime. It was the first time I've ever felt fear. Not nervous, but horror. Down to my bones. I didn't believe in these gods or guardians until then, but I saw it. They were saying how wrong the upcoming mission was. They were saying how awful and how horrid Gregor's plan was. And I was told to run away, and I bolted. About 2 years ago, Rumya. I nearly pissed myself. I was so scared. After, Gregor called on his threat and pulled off funding from the regime. Warren couldn't hold out anymore, and conceded to me doing the mission. Then told me I was old enough to decide right and wrong for myself. He told me I was allowed to resign and leave. He told me to find a wife. I should live a nice life if I wanted. But he wouldn't stop wanting me as his successor as Lord Commissioner. And Colin will never cease to want me as his heir. How old are you? I blurted out. The situation smacked me like the undertow of a tsunami. How have you been dealing with this without a therapist? He hesitated. I usually ask how old do I look, but I'm 17. I'll be 18 in a few months, he sighed. About 9 years in the regulators. Time went by fast. A bit faster since it's all a blur. Now I have to go live a normal life or go back to the regs. Become a general or something higher. I think Uncle Ray wants to put in another decade, take his position when he retires. What do you want to do? I asked what he's likely never heard before. Have you rub my back and feed me mozzarella sticks? He mumbles under his breath, walking to the standing shower. I don't fucking know. I try not to think about this stuff. I don't want to stay a regulator. But if I do file a resignation, I'll need to apprentice under Colin and Gregor for about 2 or 3 years. That's the other side of the deal. Leave the regime, spend 2 years warding under Colin and Gregor directly. Then I'm 100% free to live my own life, he said. I hated that guy since I was a kid. He's been on my case since I first got there. Always threatens to kill me. How lucky I am Warren isn't around to protect me. I don't think he knows I planned 10 different ways to kill him already if he ever so much just looks at me funny. He's probably the strongest guy in Gaia if I'm honest. I think I have a solid plan. Saw them both sparring once. I was terrifying. But I watched. I saw them awakening their guardian powers at the conference. And I was in horror. But I watched. Colin Gregor wants to mentor you? I asked, shocked. You really are a pretty important guy then, Morgan. Especially if the Lord Commissioner thinks you can be his replacement. Only because they've been grooming me for the position. I'm their golden boy. Till they found out I wasn't a telekinetic. Then things changed. They started calling me Ada. My training got harder. Uncle Warren pushed me even harder, trying to find my true power. Colin had his own plans. A platoon of assassins who could walk through the world, dismantling governments, coups, reactionary groups, and even our own covert ops. Individuals that can infiltrate, dismantle, and then annex any region, district, or organization in the name of the regime. Colin spent most of his time calling me Luno after the gallows. Morgan, you have to accept that Abada is your father. There's no other reason why, I say. Can I show you something? He asks me, standing up and extending his hand. I nod. Lead the way, Captain Samara. He rolls his eyes, leading up the staircase. Shit. Forgot the damn key. Maybe it's in my pocket. Shoot, that's my keyring. What a night. He sighs, punching the lock off the door in a swift movement, shattering it to powder without effort. Don't worry, I have a fresh one. I was going to use it for a safe, but I'll buy another one. He pulled the door open. There was enough of a platform to walk inside or fall a full 2 stories without a railing. You really don't want people in this room, huh? I asked, squeezing his hand until it turned purple as I walked into the room. Oh, it's cozy, and what am I looking at? My oldest childhood memory. I had it reconstructed. He sat on the bed made of ebony and marble and a golden headboard. Over top was a sword and shield which Obata was known for carrying at all times. Above a mahogany dresser there was a vintage poster of Obata Samara, the Equity Reconstruction Movement, a United Gaia poster from even before those posters, back when Gerald Henry Wright was coming from Escher to Nadia. The walls were sky baby blue color with golden trim, and on the nightstand was a beaten-up photo of a beautiful family, in a frame far too expensive for his condition. His mood changed as he picked up the photo. You'll understand if I don't want you to see this photo. No, show me. You've brought me this far. I knew you would understand. He shook his head, placing the frame down. I lifted his chin. I do understand. And I already know what's on the frame. Yeah? He asked, bothered. It's you as a boy, Obata Samara holding you, and your mother, beautiful and glorious. I try to kiss him, but he jerks away. He lifts it. It was a photo of him as a kid wearing a gray military suit with 2 other children. One was a boy of Nakan descent, the other an Urdun girl, with the commissioner behind them. They all stood around a burning camp with smiles on their faces and thumbs up. Surprise! It's depressing. Morgan rolls his eyes. Women never listen. Alright, Mr. Killer. Don't make me hurt your feelings. I'm gonna end up with blue balls tonight, I tease. You already said we weren't having sex. I guess I did this out of sincerity, but now I just feel awkward. You keep pushing this Obata issue. I don't like it. Can you drop it? I began to speak, but had second thoughts. If he had been told by everyone who truly appreciates him the truth, then there was no sense. I would need a new method. He wasn't stupid. It wasn't intellect blocking him from seeing reality. His morality. Denial of the truth was the only thing keeping them together. Being the son of Obata Samara meant his entire existence was an abrupt opposition to those around him back in Urdu, and to everything his bloodline and true purpose stood for. It meant he spent an entire life working against everything he was born to be, enough to destroy any normal man. I fear what would happen to Morgan. You're obviously more knowledgeable than I am, baby. Who is Ada? I call, walking into the kitchen. I knew entirely, but I wanted to know what he understood. I've heard the name, but surprised you heard the name. Most in the academy hadn't a single idea who he was or what he stood for, outright denied his existence. There were 2 competing stories. The Church of Inshishi's reimagining, and the ancient tale. He knew more than I thought. I imagined him in denial and ignorance, but he was educated. He probably knew more than I did. I want to hear the truth, baby. I shot over the water. I'll wait until you're clean. He can tell me what he knows while I sucked him dry and cooked the food. That's my dope ass line, too. normalcy. I was in the kitchen where I imagine I could get comfortable. It was actually a rather nice setup and completely unused. It looked like a showroom kitchen. I expected beer bottles and alcohol everywhere, but instead it was all neat and in the trash or recycling. I'm impressed. Honestly, the entire place is well kept. It didn't seem like a man lived here. Military life. I found the saute pan to brown his chicken wings. Luckily, his staff added some sauce in the bag to coat them. After a quick browning, I threw them in a baking sheet and set the oven to 400 degrees with the calzone. They should all finish up around the same time in about 30 minutes or so. He can eat. Until then, we can enjoy ourselves. I tucked the beer bottles in the fridge and grabbed the bottle of wine, walking to the bedroom section. The living room and bedroom area had a projector screen for the entire wall. I was hooked up to an amazing sound system accompanied by a great video game and Blu-ray collection, with dust collected all over it. What the hell, man? If he's only here 3 nights a week, he actually doesn't live here. This means this place is available. I sat down in his bed, pulling off my shawl, folding it with my jacket. I checked myself over in the mirror, a bit sweaty and gross. Maybe I will join him for a bit. Baby, are you almost done in the shower? I knock on the glass door. I wanted to slide in with you. I slipped out of my panties and tossed my bra on top. He opened the door, opening up to the sudsy, accruing chocolate perfection. I imagined an assassin have a more chiseled build. Instead, he was built more for wars of attrition. Muscled and fit and able to take a hit. Still solid in tone, but where he was a fighter, not a model. He looked like a gladiator. He took my hands, leading me into the tight space, barely enough room for the two of us, so we clung to each other in a fit of kissing and fondling. His hands slid between my legs, pinching my clit. My moans were heavy, choking in each one as I struggled to kiss him and resist screaming. I peel out of his grip, getting to my knees as the water pours down upon us. Barely enough space and too much water to breathe, or even to get him in my mouth. We broke out laughing, taking a break to try and wash. Hasty our way, he teased. Shut up, I'm so horny right now. My honey rum-skinned cheeks must have been hot pink. He lifted me up, pressing me against the wall. I wrapped my legs around his waist, reaching between his legs and guiding his manhood to my peach. Hold it, what about the food, he asked. Shut up, let me worry about that. It's on a timer. I'm getting tired of waiting, baby. Please. Please. There's a lot on my mind. I don't think I can perform to expectation, he said. You got in my head. I think you have a good idea. I want to resolve this, then indulge. I'm tired of fucking and smoking my problems away. This wasn't how I wanted to get in your head. I just want to make love all over your apartment. Come on, baby. I rubbed his neck, kissing his forehead. I relented as he lowered me. What's up? Thinking about my resignation mission. He let out a labored sigh. I guess I should start moving back into this place. Bushka, I'm here for you. I lifted his chin and kissed him. You're a stranger. I can't believe I let you get in my head like this. You're not even my lady, he groaned. You called me your girlfriend, I smacked his chest. That meant a lot to me, you know. He sighed. Not right now, Romeo. He kissed my forehead and left me alone in the shower. I watched him through the glass, walking around the hardwood floors naked. I felt a little bad. I couldn't help him, but watching him walk away was its own treat. Swirling my clit as I enjoyed the view. I wanted to protest, but there was no room in the shower, and he seemed distraught. He needed a woman, not a wet hole to fill up for the night, but a woman. I hurried out of the shower. He was using the suds as he put all over me to lather up. I only wanted us to get the scent of strip club off my skin. I followed him after grabbing the towel hanging outside the shower. I guess he left it for me. I found him overlooking the city through the huge window panes of the warehouse apartment. Is the same thing still in your mind? I asked, joining his side, wrapping my arms around him. The same thing. He lets out a heavy exhale. I don't usually think of personal matters or dilemmas. I simply go with what I'm told, assuming others know my life better than me, but I understand now. It's impossible for them to. They barely know anything about me, and ate all their lies and judgment up. I let them crucify me before they even got to know me. Certain things you get to a point you can no longer refuse them. I'm destined for something greater than being a military drone. I'm supposed to be more than wealthy, but I don't know what. I slid between his legs, stroking him erect, guiding him into my mouth. He leaned back, throwing his head back. The patriarch wants me to marry his daughter Haley and have the greatest wealth on Gaia. The Lord Commissioner wants me to marry his niece and will take over the military. I sort of have a thing with Carmen Cruz no one knows about. Never heard of any of them in the tabloids. So you're quite the bachelor. I let him pop out of my mouth. Those are all promising. Not gonna tell me to drop it all for you. You probably heard all the same with people believing they can handle the reality of his life. I understood now Tamara could play her role. She knew what awaited him. She refused to let him move on to the next level without her. And I agreed fully. He better come back to me after he's done learning from Patriarch Gregor. That doesn't sound fair or accurate. I'm not sure I can compete with either of those options. But I know I can make you happy. I looked around the head of his cock. Never had someone offer me happy before. He eased deeper down my throat, nearly choking me. Oh, he moans, caressing my cheek and stroking my soft mouth. I could get used to happy, though. I didn't expect him to have such a weight on his shoulders at 17. He seemed like an average man, earlier than an average kitten. But it all seems like a ruse. Struggling to be something else and someone else for a sense of normalcy. All these toys and games have dust on them. He keeps it immaculately clean otherwise. I love men who have to mature faster than others. He reminds me of my Baba and Papa, stern, dutiful, and loving men. Luckily, they only owned a farm. They never had to choose between becoming Satan and becoming law incarnate. But Morgan was neither. I believe the commissioner understands. I doubt the patriarch will ever accept the truth. Morgan is destined to be a Nadia. I can't wait until he accepts his destiny as a guardian. He was a man certainly willing to fight and kill for what he loved, instead of being himself, though, well, he was broken at 10. Self-discovery of that magnitude took time. I care more about him finding himself than my need to be with him. He would die for it. But would he live for what he believed in is my real worry. I showed my concern with long sucks down his length, guiding my tongue along the bottom of his shaft and sucking like there's no tomorrow. He didn't mind being hurt. I had to find a good balance for us both to find pleasure. As he swelled, I slapped his dick on my tongue, tasting droplets of his pre-cum. He was only beginning. I never realized how little, what I became until earlier. Was I going to kill that guy for being horny in a strip club? It makes no sense in retrospect. I wasn't doing the right thing, or even knew what the right thing could have been. It was just violence for the thrill more than anything. He shook his head. This woman just like seeing the worst of me. He finally understood. Hopefully he remembers that lesson. I lifted his chin, kissing him, pinning his back to the bed. I climbed up his body, looking into his eyes as I guided him inside of me, sitting on his lap as best I could as he stretched out to my limit. As I squeezed around him, both of us moaning as we try to find balance. It's been long enough since I last had sex, and never with someone so well endowed. I felt a dam breaking as he pushed against my womb. My balls drenched and folding him as I eased up and down his length. Girl, that's so good. I purred, pushing down on his chest for balance, gaining control of my weight and hips so I didn't impale myself. "You're so tight," he grunted. "That's what happens when you don't fuck strippers," I wink. Never know who else is paying their bills or who else has a man at home. He sighed, not wanting to hear anything about the club or this woman. I giggled, widening my hips until my tongue fell from my mouth in sheer pleasure. His energy was permeating my body and sending me over the edge into my first orgasm. My walls tightened even more around his cock as I screamed, filling the whole floor with my Valkyrie cries of pleasure. He pinned me onto my back, not letting up, his big dick hitting the back of my pussy, giving new meaning to getting in my guts. He rooted both his hands down by my head, using nothing more than his hips to grind and dig inside of me, using every inch of his length without needing to rush or to be too rough. I looked up in shock at how well he was fucking me. My yoni twitched, squeezing him as I guided him to my G-spot. I dug my nails into his shoulders as he gripped my waist, matching my movements with his own thrust. Morgan, yes, Daddy, it's yours, yes. I howled, and a final geyser onto my juices poured out of me. Oh, you're so incredible. You're done? He asked, licking his lips, glimmer of crimson red in his eyes as he moves between my legs. I think I can get you ready again. Baby? I bit my lip as he lifted both my legs on his shoulders. Morgan, what are you doing? He went into a fit of slurps and sucking. I looked down astonished. He didn't strike me as a pussy eater, but he ate me like the repast after he killed my pussy. I was in a fit of screams and kicks, digging my nails and shoulder into the bed, feeling myself reaching for another orgasm rolling through my body. Holy shit, God, Morgan. Shada, yes. Oh my God, Morgan, in Raquel's name, yes. I screamed in worship as my back seized in a sea. My toes curled as I went into a pussy rigor mortis for a few minutes as he continued eating my pussy. Baby, I mumbled to myself. My eyes rolled in the back of my head as he didn't ease up. My pussy is yours. I'm yours, baby. I'm yours. He let me down in a quick move. I was paralyzed by my pleasure, unable to move or think as he rolled me onto my stomach. You good, Rumya? He asked, rubbing his dick between my booty. Get your nut, baby. Tear my shit up. I moaned, reaching back, peeling one of my cheeks apart, bracing myself with my other arm. Fill my pussy up with your nut. Give me your baby. He looked down at me in deep wanting as I talked him up. I loved how he moaned as he entered me. I love even more how by now drenched my pussy gobbled up his dick. I went lightheaded for a moment as he began moving his hips, his entire length against my womb and diaphragm. He tore my guts up, pushing hard, gripping my booty cheeks and slamming into me. Tears welled in my eyes as I bite down on the bed sheets, coming once more in his big length. In utter disbelief with how much I could come, my nervous system had a field day as electric tingles ran up and down my spine with every thrust and pulled off his length. Fuck, he began cursing. I moved my hips up, arching my back for him to reach deeper. His cock's girth fattened inside of me. I couldn't wait anymore. God, baby, yes, get back in my guts. My inner hoe was clawing out at me. Every woman had one for someone. He was mine. At least it was Morgan. Come inside me, baby. Don't pull that cock out of me. Don't pull that cock out. Fuck that shit out of this pussy, daddy. I grumbled, growling and throwing my hips back. I got up on all fours, off my stomach, giving as well I was getting. He smacked my ass, sending me back into a fit of moans. Another smack and dopamine rushed through my body, easing my face down in the bed. Shaking my booty proudly for him, I wrapped my arms around my legs like a perfect package. Fuck, he moaned, digging his nails into my booty as he began swelling more, ready to pop. This pussy is all yours. Give me your baby. Fill me up with your kids. I began as he eased me flat on my stomach, our bodies pressed against one another. Get it, baby, I moaned, grinding my booty up against his hips. Oh, yes, right there. Let's come together, baby. I looked back at his face, brimming with focus as he tried resisting his nut to enjoy my pussy more. Nah, give me what's mine. I began bouncing on my booty against his waist with soft, slow back shots, milking his dick for all his seed. Oh, fuck. He began releasing his seed, falling on top of me, reaching underneath me to grab a handful of my breasts. Don't stop, I'm right there, Romeo. I wasn't letting this dick go if he begged me. It's mine now. I moved slower, grunting and moaning as I worked for his nut, beginning to cum myself as shivers ran through my body. I'd never had so much pleasure before and still hadn't let this nut go fully. He pulled out of me for a second, flipping me on my back and re-entered me. His full length pushed inside of me. I pulled his head down as we kissed passionately. He stripped deep and slow as he let his nut go, filling up my pussy. I bit my lip, closing my eyes as I began rubbing my clit. He lay on top of me, breathing heavily with a stupid grin on his face, letting me know he was satisfied. I eased him in and out of me without a problem. It was a wonderful baby. I rubbed his back, kissing his cheek and neck. I want your big dick to stay with me all night. You have to get the food, don't you? What? I groaned, having forgotten I needed to feed my man. Baby, I got it, don't worry. No, I'll get it. As I tried to move, my legs turned to jelly, leaving me invalid on my back in a fit of laughter. I covered my face so he couldn't see my cheeks turn hot pink. That stupid grin was on his face without a word, we both knew. Roll the blunt while you wait for me, I'll be right back. I was surprised he could walk because the idea of such a feat seemed impossible to me. My sexy ex-ruin stood up and walked into the kitchen, proud in his nudity, his half-erect dick swinging as he walked. I smiled in victory, easing myself under his blankets. My body felt like a wet noodle. A delicious rotini, but wet, well-cooked noodle regardless. He came back and flipped on the projector, setting the feast on his nightstand with a 2-liter of cola on the nightstand. A grin ran across his lips as he grabbed a hand towel from inside the nightstand. Say something, I teased, kicking him gently with my toes. How was I? Best sex ever. He fell back on the bed. I've never enjoyed sex that much before. It's like you were hugging my dick and wouldn't let go. I didn't want to let go, I whined. Don't tease me. I'm not. It was incredible. I feel like a new man, he stretched out. I rolled to his side, kissing his cheek. Do you think I can stick around then? Or up this chest? Absolutely, you're right. I don't think I ever need to fuck a stripper again. I won't be in the back of the club for a couple of days. Closed Sunday and Monday. I let Felix handle ladies' night on Wednesday. We have a few male strippers come in. He likes it for some reason. I don't question. And I'm usually in Urdu until Thursday. Do you think I can earn some money in one of your businesses? I'm honestly a bit broke, baby. We'll find something for you to do. He stretched out. I really don't like paperwork. You want to be my secretary? Gee, thanks. I roll my eyes. Better than being a stripper or a server, I guess. I can work mornings and afternoons to party with you all night. You get it, baby. He sits up, shifting in his bed to see the giant screen. I never get used to this place. I usually blink straight back to Urdu. I really need an interior designer. I'm not holding up, am I? I act sitting up with the blunt in my hands. Nope. I just like being in my own bed. I never have a reason to stay in Exego. Makes me feel weird, honestly. But it feels better with you. How long have you had this place? I try to slink. But I thought honesty would win him over. I'm looking for a new place, you know. He shrugs. Year or so. No one messes with it. It's good for parties after the club. Haven't partied too much lately. Been focused on, I guess, my soul and purpose. I'm thinking about what I'll do. Be free. Be a Gregor. Or Transfer Commissioner. Be free, baby. You're not fit for either of those. That's not to say you can do it, but they wouldn't want you in those positions if you couldn't surpass them. Do you know that, right? You're gonna break the mold entirely. Your enemies would only want you to replace them if they feared what you'll become without them. He smiles. I never considered freedom an option until today. And I certainly never considered myself on the level with two legends. I think I can get used to this if you're in my future. You're amazing for my self-esteem. I blushed receiving the best compliment I could possibly imagine from him. I curled in his chest, holding him tight, so tight. I'll hold you down while you're at Gregor's. You can train me to run shit. I'll be a dominatrix in the club and your little kitty when you come home. You'll be down to wait? I'll be yours, Rumya. He repeats, scratching his neck. And I have other marriage arrangements lined up. I shrug, beginning to fall asleep. I could feel him shifting uneasily through a good amount of the night before his body finally settled, wrapping his arms around me. He was holding me to his chest and kissing me on my ear. New boss. A few weeks passed by and the club warmed up to me. The first floor looked at me with half disdain and awe. I remained, and they were jealous. Even Tamara was treating me sideways. In a group, she never acted as though it got to her. Seeing Morgan and me together, when we're alone, she always makes a comment or rolls her eyes. It didn't bother me to be disliked. It bothered me the way they were so fake about it in front of Morgan. Whenever he was around, automatically they went to smiles and, "Oh, hey, girls." But he turns his back and they all give me eye rolls, muttering, "This bitch," and sucked their teeth. It made me sick. Not enough to quit, not enough to be bothered, enough to watch who I trusted. But that's life. Everyone else loved me. The servers, even the kitchen, turned their tune, and Jax made sure to make me something special every day when I finished work. Working the afternoons with them, they knew whenever they had an issue or needed Morgan's approval, and I was their girl. I came in early and stayed until Morgan left. I even helped open and close some nights when he was away or caught up on the other side of the world in Urdu. Security appreciated me because I allowed them to do their jobs and keep business calm. They were more than capable of keeping things in order. I even had a man assigned to the VIP door specifically to prevent prostitution. The new strippers were pissed, only letting me know they were giving it up behind my man's back. These bitches showed up around 7 o'clock, high or drunk, already unable to even function as if they were made out of an animal instinct alone. Or they're here, full of attitude and flair, sucking their teeth looking for Morgan. When they only got me to solve the problem, they get disrespectful or demand to come upstairs, thinking I'm just any old bitch they can walk all over. They were mistaken. 5 different times this past week, security had to pull me off of these chicks after the instigating. I made sure never to hit them in the face, but that's what made me dangerous. I knew how to choke them out with my forearms, leaving no marks, and only punch them in the gut. Morgan insisted on training me, saying Nadia can be dangerous even for him. When the girls finally got Morgan, they came up to him furious and festering, expecting retribution or recompense. All they got was his laughter and him telling them, "Don't piss off Rumya." I appreciated my man being on my side. It made me feel safer knowing whatever I did, Morgan would only laugh or even help. The first time I put hands on one of the girls for disrespecting me, he's the one who ripped us apart, then grabbed her and chewed her ear off before even knowing what happened. I knew I was safe then, until we got home and I got an earful about how he isn't going to be here to save me. That's when training started. Today was especially peaceful. I was sitting on the throne, having understood what he meant by liking to be alone as the night went on. I was invited to sit with the Bohemians. I declined, not taking Morgan's stance on not smoking during my shift. As far as I was concerned, this was overtime. I simply loved helping my man when I could. I showed up at the opening and left at the close, usually getting around with Tamara, then smoking until sunrise together. My legs were crossed, good eating and good dick were putting meat on my bones. Keeping up with Morgan was a full-time job when he was around. He seemed to love it. He seems to love it. I rolled a blunt, taking my time, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Hillary. I wasn't overtly rude to her, but she faded me so hard when we first met. I usually made a stance to keep my distance unless she needed something. I wasn't rude to her. I wanted her to know there's a hierarchy. Too many of these girls use friendship as a weapon, and kindness was a noose. She tried to be friends, but I felt she only wanted to be our bed warmer after hours. I had no intentions of making Morgan think it was acceptable. However, there were a few girls who didn't give me issues I caught looking me over. Maybe for his birthday, or even a good night of profit, we'll take one of these girls back and run through her as a loving couple. I didn't even want him to know that was something I was into yet. If I give an inch, I don't think I can stop him from taking a few acres. I was his butterfly among moths. I've come to understand over the next weeks he had only lost respect for the other woman. He didn't need them. There was a line and constantly new chicks interviewing. I found out it usually took years to do what I waltzed into my first day. Every girl thought she was the main attraction. Even I realized in my interview every woman there was beautiful. They weren't looking for looks. He was always eating because that was the only thing making money. He bought it as a strip club, but it was working on turning it into a lounge. It was an exhausting process. The girls had their regulars or would-be clients for her hoe hustle after or before a shift, bringing in all sorts of drama. "Baby, are you okay?" I asked him as I smoked from my blunt, puckering my lips before huffing out O's. I sat with my thick legs crossed one over the other, wearing a pair of designer sweatpants and some mid-calf boots. My leather jacket hung on the chair behind me, I've affectionately called my throne. He sat next to me, and his eyes were fixed on the stage for once. He had his men and waitresses floating around a specific individual. "That's all right. I trust you." I hold up my hand, knowing better than to bother his thinking bouts. It could take forever. He lets out a sigh. "Gee, thanks." He rubs his neck, ordering a beer and wings, then laying his head in his arms. I rubbed his shoulders as he began to snore. He seemed exhausted. He was sweating through his purple Oxford shirt, navy blue blazer. "What's wrong with you, Axe? You're burning up." "Someone put a curse on me. I'll be sick for a little while longer. Don't worry, I took an antidote, and the villagers prayed over me." He sits up. "How's the Ambrose situation?" I wanted to respond, but better judgment told me the longer story was far more brutal. A couple of days ago, this suit was coming in asking for Ambrose. Morgan thinks it's her pimp. He's told her repeatedly to stop fucking her clientele in this club, to hoe in her time. She thought she was doing him a favor by bringing him her money. She's a sweet girl. I told him she only wanted protection. He was moving away from the club entirely soon. He just didn't want his name with prostitution in the streets. Morgan felt the pimp was getting off of the attention rather than feeling threatened. He would buy bottles for every group around him every other hour. The smut crowd surrounded him. Now he had round-the-clock bottle service, not to mention making eyes with Ambrose whenever she was on stage. His ego's getting out of hand. I wrapped my arms around my king's neck, staring down one of our kingdoms. I was wearing Widowmaker red gear, his cufflinks on the table and his sleeves rolled up. "You seem ready." He points to him. He's oblivious he's being watched for disposal, not funds. "What do you think we should do?" "How about you sit with him and talk? He obviously has money and likes this place. He thinks he's the king. I'm the king." Morgan rose, checking his gold watch. "I'll be back in a minute, my love." I'll be chatting with Zuju about the socks. She was super excited to show me her new song. We kiss. I rub his chin, holding him for a second longer. Baby, before you go, please watch your temper. You don't know who this man is. He can just be a customer having a good time. This isn't our beef. I warned him. He didn't like my suggestion. He was already getting set for war, but it made no sense given the circumstance. The man never caused trouble or harmed the girls. He never even got Ambrose's attention, never took her to the VIP. Admittedly, he seemed like he had a crush. What's your suggestion? Something tangible. Not your frivolity either. He puts his hand on his hips, giving me a nod. Shoot. What he usually called my ideas, saying they weren't applicable. We brand this place for every man to be a king, you know? You have your guards and waitresses floating. Why not have 5 girls floating? Make all the boost VIP areas. Change your clientele altogether. It would only take a week or so to renovate and enact the change, maybe 2 or 3. But then you wouldn't have to worry so much, and you can eliminate the VIP area altogether. Turn into private dressing rooms for these divas you have in your hand. They would love that, I suggested. He paused, looking at me as if he didn't recognize me. Stop talking to Zuju. Write that plan down immediately and begin making me a roster. He snapped twice for me to hurry. I never hesitated when he directly asked for something. I was thinking of girls who would be down for rebranding. He disappeared into the crowd on the warpath. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Morgan bypass all of the guards and had a hand on his shoulder. The guards looked shocked as though they didn't see him even approach. He whispered something in his ear and then sat down. The man looked uneasy, knowing who he was speaking in Morgan's paralyzing presence. If he were on the opposite end of his wrath, you would know. I sat comfortably by his side. I was a fan of his silence until action approached, watching from the corner of my eye. Morgan patted the man's shoulder, then stood, calling over 2 waitresses who brought a bottle of champagne. He stayed for the toast and laughter, then was back with me. How'd it go? I was sketching in his notebook as he sat down. I moved to join him, sitting in his lap, kissing his cheek. He seemed calm. You're an odd woman. He nuzzled my neck. And an absolute genius. I'm so lucky to have you take over once I'm gone. I smirked. He made me blush so often. So, how did a little girl like you end up sitting with me? He lifted my chin, kissing me on my nose. Raquel moves his hand, and we all move to his will. I gleaned radiating joy from his praise, which came so sparingly. Working at it, he let out a sigh. Well, I seem to find myself on the little other side of good. Just because you're getting dirty doesn't mean you're not doing good. I rub his chest, kissing his neck. You're fine. You're just stressed. I'm not stressed. I want to fuck when I'm stressed. I'm unfulfilled in my work. I wanted to have this place as a restaurant. I'm not sure if I like the stress or the pussy. He rubbed his temples. He was much more reflective since we met, taking extra time to figure out what he thought and felt. Or maybe that was him all along. Running the club seemed more and more like the last thing he wanted to do. Seems like a vicious cycle. Maybe you just need one girl to take away the stress, I offer. He smirked. Who are you? I kissed his forehead. Rumiever. The answer to your prayers, obviously. The few times you did pray, you must have asked for me by name. I'm afraid I can only ask for your initials. He sighed, grinning while shaking his head. I'm promoting you, and everyone be made aware you have my approval and authority. Thank God. I was worried I'd have to come back to work tomorrow. I'll be home when you get back. I think I'll go to the spa early. Make a reservation with your card. I stretched out. You should come with me. He raised his hand, brushing away my invitation. When you're done, you're the new general manager and director of affairs for all 3 clubs. Do you understand? You're joking. Thank you so much, baby. I was shocked. Now, is that salary or hourly? I'm only asking because you only show up a few times a week. Not anymore. I'm tired of people looking for shortcuts. Use your brain, not your pussy, understand? He rubbed my chin. My life is complicated enough without having to go through all that. I expect you to manage all 3 properties in my absence, as only you can. Excuse me, miss. I have to take care of this. You were set at the throne room. I lost sight of him in the crowd. You're the latest victim, huh? Tangerine smiled, walking up to me in a purple floral sundress. Been there, done that, girl. I wouldn't fall in love with Morgan Ellis. He broke every heart in here. Even the men? I tilted my head in irritation. Well, no, he isn't. Tangerine rolled her eyes. I continued before she can. So, you're saying there's a large number he refused? Or you're telling me he literally got involved with each and every one of you? Tangerine rolled her eyes. Whatever. You can ignore my point all you want. But the fact remains, clock's ticking until he loses interest. Maybe he chose you because he saw more in you. Maybe you disappointed him by not being more than a stripper. Maybe that's why I'm here and you're there, I analyzed. I mean, I didn't get the job, so yeah, you're a different type of woman than me. Fuck you, Romeo. Tangerine rolled her eyes. I already have my degree, and I do this by choice. I unleashed my inner goddess already. I respect my friendship with casual sex with Morgan. That's enough for me. I don't want issues with any of you. I didn't ask Morgan to fall in love with me. That was his choice. He chose me because he saw potential. I don't intend to disappoint him. The only way to him is through me, and I have no issue keeping him as far away from this lifestyle as humanly possible. If you wanted to redeem yourself, I have a project I would like you to lead. Tangerine proved herself to be a good sister. She never gave me lip, probably because she felt she was too good to give attitude. I expect her to be my biggest issue, but she was loyal to Morgan above all. It never brought drama. It was absolutely stunning. She smirked and slid into the booth next to me. It's good, isn't it? She stares like a schoolgirl, long awaiting someone else to talk to. He's a good man, and the sex is great, isn't it? I smirked, brushing off the question. We're revamping Crown into a true gentleman's club with VIPs only. At some tables, girls are circling their tables. It's going to be lit. For men to drop 1,000 easy a night. Sort out some of the clientele to reduce the security risk, you know? Soon it's going to be a lounge. Not like other clubs. Tangerine had dollar signs in her eyes as she tried not to hide. 1,000 seems a bit light. It's only an average projection. I didn't consider your talents. I didn't think you would want to help me. You could easily get more. I flattered her, wanting her to join without a fuss. Tangerine swooned. We're sisters, and we have to stick together. Her false assurance was as transparent as her greed. This seems like something I would love to assist, especially if it meant being up under Morgan again. Morgan is mine. I cut my eyes at her. Besides, he's leaving for a few years to apprentice. He might visit, but he's vested all managing to me. Ask him and see what he says. Tangerine rolls her eyes as if she didn't hear me like so many other women. You're joking, right? I am Morgan's arm and leg. He's my back and front. He's got me. Nothing is coming between us. Now how about you go ask him? I point to the fuss downstairs. He'll never love you. Tangerine rolled her eyes, reciting the same script as the others. How dare you insult him? He loves me the only way he can, and I doubt he'll ever love another woman different than me. I am perfect for him, and vice versa, I nod with confidence. We understand each other. I needed Tangerine to know, however right she might be, ever might be, I thought she was a liar. She had to earn my trust. There's a new boss, and I only strip for my man. I was not a common hoe. If this is the crown, then I'm the queen wearing it. I didn't delude myself into thinking taking my clothes off for the public was respectable nor empowering. I thought it was detestable. I needed all these hoes to know more than anything we were not the same. They earned a living sucking dick and getting naked because they thought with their pussy. Well, that's all, Tangerine. You're dismissed. Tangerine smirked. Girl, please don't fucking talk to me like that because you're getting some dick I already got and still get. Did I stutter? I turned over to look at her. I'm talking to you like you're my little bitch because you are. That pussy is mine now. Now hurry off. I'm busy. We discussed what we needed to. Get gone. I waved to Ross. Unless you want, Serena and Diablo will take your spot. They follow instructions. I don't need my workers second guessing me. A worker? You must have me confused with Hillary. I don't work for you. I work for the big guy. If we don't like you, he sends your ass back to Urdu or Esha or wherever you're from. She was reaching a realization slowly. She wanted to call my bluff, but doubt and hesitation filled her voice. What are you saying, Rumia? I smiled. Bitch, you played yourself. Do you think you have more Kandak pool than I do? I have Vera, Tamara, and Isla. I am his woman. I'm managing his money and making it. You're working for me. I am not Debbie or that crack whore Michelle. I took 10 years of Krav Maga and Jiu-Jitsu. I will beat you into an inch of your life, and you know all Morgan's going to say, you shouldn't have messed with Tangerine, don't you? She tilted her head at me, knowing the law of the land. Morgan made me the head of all three of his clubs. If you want this job, then fall in line. You already lost your first opportunity. Now get back to work. A table just walked in. I said, patiently eyeballing her. I didn't deny her truth. I wanted to see if I can get an opportunity to stab her with my fork. Even if what you're saying were true, I am the main attraction here. You have no chance in hell of getting rid of me. And if I did decide to go, I'm taking all my worshippers with me. Tangerine stands up, fluffing her afro. You aren't doing it without me, and I better have major billing. That's nice, Tangy. Make sure you smile. I love your smile. I give her a thumbs up. I'm busy making the new schedule. The renovation team is coming in 2 weeks. She smiled brightly at first, taking my compliment straight to her head. The frown was a slow onset. For a moment, when things didn't add up in her head, I sat in Morgan's chair with his authority. The little girl from a month ago she was sleeping on and disrespecting. Probably for one of the first times in her life, Tangerine second-guessed herself. She walked away with a bit less of a glow. She looked back at me every so often as to see whether or not I was paying attention to her. As long as there was orders coming in among the rings, I didn't care. I smiled at her as she sat with Judah and the other Bohemians, smoking and drinking despite the chaos. She kept looking back at me every so often to see what I was doing. I'm working, bitch. This place doesn't run itself, and all the pussy was replaceable. I had a standard to set. Suddenly, I understood why he sat alone. What's deserved? Carmen Cruz. My show had been steady growth, but it wasn't enough to be satisfied. A few 100,000 viewers a day. Why isn't it 1 million? It's more about becoming notorious. Most people wouldn't understand. They're satisfied with family love and kissing their boo-boos. I was an orphan, sold away to the academy as a wolf growing up under Colin Gregor, who kept me away from extreme treatment. My job is to spread the glory of the Gregor Empire to the world. The Gregor surely didn't spend any personal time being amicable or diplomatic. That's why they hire PR agents. I was hoping for some reason to believe my own bullshit. It became the grand difficulty living in delusion and creating the delusion and consuming the delusion. If I lose myself to my own creation, then I'm subject to simply becoming a piece of my own game. It's worse enough I'm the bishop in someone else's game. My show needed authenticity and honesty. I've already sold my journalistic integrity with my soul. The least I could do was bring realism to the show. A voice of reason and defiance. I knew the perfect person, but I owed him far too many favors. What's another night on my back? Maybe he'll even take me out to dinner. I pulled out my wallet cell phone, dialing his number. It rang a few times before someone picked up. This is Mr. Ellis's office. Natalie speaking. My childhood rival answers his phone. Natalie Wolf, it's Carmen Cruz. Hey, girl. I cheered, knowing another piece was close to the prize. Oh, God. What do you want? Natalie groans in her highbrow, condescending, snobby snob voice. Don't you have like 500 other men you're dating? Can't you leave Morgan alone? Tisk, tisk. This is a business call, Miss Secretary. I say for her to move aside. Yeah, more like Secretary General or Comptroller. I'm his accountant and business partner. So if you have something to say to him, you can say it to me. Natalie Wolf, the heiress to the Wolf family and nemesis to the Gregor family. Peace treaties formed strange alliances, but Natalie Wolf around Morgan? How is that even possible? It's like sticking a glorious ice sculpture in a flaming hot oven. He thinks I'm bad for him? Does he know anything about her? So, you can leave a message? I tease my junior by a few years. How do you swing the job with Morgan? He asked me personally, she says matter-of-factly. How do you two get so close? Did your father introduce you? I probed, looking for a story. Keep me out of your nefarious web of lies, Cruz. What do you want? Natalie snaps at me. Morgan's cock. Have you been keeping it warm, you dirty girl? I tease further. I know you're not doing anything with it. I'll have you know, Morgan and I... Yes? I sing as she begins to crack. Have a business relationship focused on profit. I watch his money from thoughts like you, she finishes up. If it's business, then why are you answering his cell phone? I ask, taking control as the interviewer. Morgan is out, Carmen. Jeez, if you knew him well, you would know his phone is in the office 90% of the time. Natalie had a way of speaking, making every word sound patronizing. Her time is a courtesy. Now please, don't call back. I was shocked, needing to apologize for a few curses I've put on him for seemingly ignoring my calls. Guess baby boy truly was a hermit all these years. I thought he was cheating on me, justifying my actions with the idea of him and other men doing the same. The comparison game stops being fun after a few $100 million is on the line. Trillions if Morgan accepts Colin's offer to be his heir. Keeping an eye on Morgan's activity was a whole part-time job. Luckily, he was incubating in Urdu until he was ready to take the helm of the regulator regime of the Gregor family. I was charged with protecting the vision of his fate. Tell Morgan I need him to be a guest on my show. I finished feeling as though I had gotten as far as I could. What? Absolutely not. He has no business being around you. I told him that hundreds of times. I don't even know how you have this number. Natalie sucked her teeth. I have every phone number Morgan has ever had, and a tracer call his lines asking for the new one. Even straight to the operators. It's hard doing it for these exact reasons. Either cunt blockers like Natalie try to stop everyone from getting a piece of Mr. Ekru himself, or the ones like Leslie Steele are believing they were saving him from us. Morgan and I are destined to be together. All I have to do is outlast the competition. I need Morgan's new number. I pull out the second cell phone for all my nefarious deeds around the world. I had a third phone for the darker deeds in Shishi's favor. What is it? Bye, Karma Cruz. She said his nickname for me. It bothered me she knew it. If you hang up on me, you'll be signing your suicide letter. I'll figure out what's going on between you and Morgan, then use that for my next big break. I threaten to glamorize the headlines and marketing campaigns of the wolf dating an orphan of war. I have eyes everywhere now. Please, give me his number. Natalie was quiet for a moment, then the line went mute, but she didn't hang up. I was infuriated. Hello, Morgan answered. She lied to me the whole time. I was so angry and shocked I couldn't respond immediately. That one's on the line, Nat. I'm hanging up. Wait! Let a bitch breathe, I shout. Oh great, it's Karma Cruz, he mutters under his breath. Sup? Don't call me that without around another woman. I was missing your fine chocolate self. How are you, my love? I felt calmer with him on the phone than having to deal with Natalie. I'm in Nadia for some business. I wanted to talk to you about doing lunch, and then I could discuss an idea with you. Discuss the idea now. Thought I'll consider if I have time in my schedule. I'm in Naka right now. I left for Naka a few weeks ago, he informs me. You just told me you were taking care of something in Nadia. I grit my teeth, feeling as if I was losing control. You're acting like you can't just hop through a portal and go anywhere you want. You're acting different, Morgan. I roll my eyes. So you and Natalie, huh? Natalie hates me, Morgan sighs. Love does not live here no more. Do they have some Ahabs chasing after you? Morgan, you should know I'm professional. I keep my pussy nice and tight for you and you alone. You need to reward me. I submit to him, wanting him to leave her for me. He yawns. That's nice, Karma. I'm not going anywhere. We're doing the taxes. Be careful. She might rob you. Her dad was a master of embezzlement. You best believe she's going to get hers. I inform him. If you knew the truth of the Wolf family, I sold my career as a journalist to become master of secrets. Yeah, she charges $799, so you can hurry off the damn phone because you're costing me money. You rust me? Are you free tomorrow? I groaned. How about we meet up Wednesday? I'll see, he yelled back a definite answer. Come on, Morgan. We always have a great time. I invite him. I'll get a hotel, and it'll be all on me. Sounds good, doesn't it? He was quiet, biting his tongue. I was growing irritated. I'll double it. I'll pay for your vacation. All inclusive, as long as you don't meet up with her. Natalie cuts through the line. Am I on speakerphone? I shut out. Mind your fucking business, Natalie. Shut up. No, you're not on speakerphone. Quiet down, I'm thinking. He snaps at me. I was uncomfortable biting my tongue. He's lucky it's him. Pouting as I awaited his reply. He'd never spoken to me as such before. I've known my beloved since he was 13. I took his virginity when he was around 14. I had to mark my territory. Though it meant so little as he kept growing bigger, brighter, and more cautious like a panther. I was proud of him. Deep down, I love seeing him wise into the ways of the world. But it created a significant threat. One I wouldn't be able to oversee or affect. He would outgrow my tactics eventually, and something substantial will have to remain with us. So? I ask after a few minutes of silence. It's a bad idea, he states. All we do is have sex. I can find that anywhere. Morgan, you'll reduce our whole relationship down to sex. We've known each other for years. You didn't ask me to be your accountant, I accuse. You should trust me more than you trust Natalie. Because if her father finds out you two are doing taxes, he'll put a head out on your head. Be careful, baby boy. I'm not a baby, he whispers to me for Natalie not to hear. How adorable. Well, you're not a man yet. You're only 17, not 18. I click my tongue. Close, but yet so far. And you're a whole 21, Carmen. Why are you still messing with me then? He pushed back. I hesitated for a moment, attracted to this new fire I was feeling. The age isn't gonna matter when we're married around 30. You'll be 27, and we'll catch up. For now, you should listen to your elder and get over here. You can go back tonight or in the morning. I need you right now. Or I'll have to call another guy. You're such a fucking slut, he cursed under his breath, not for me to hear. I let it slide. I needed to pick my battles, especially since he was getting older. Trying to show him respect that his military training would distance us. I tried it another way before it didn't work out too nicely. I have to meet him where he's at now. If I challenge his authority, it's over. I'll be real with you. This is going to take all night, and I have 2 meetings in the morning. Wednesday, I have to go to the courthouse in Nadia for a zoning permit for my construction crew. I'll be in Nadia all month, I say gleefully. Hotel paid for a month. This will be the longest we have each other. When are you coming by? I'll get everything ready. He let out another sigh. Carmen, I've started seeing another woman out of love. I couldn't do that. It's a no. I'm trying to tell you I'm busy. Who are you talking about? Natalie asks, cutting through the phone again. Well, what about Saturday, I ask. Huh. You considered it? You could wait until Saturday? Are you on the defensive? Maybe it just isn't meant to be. Well, yeah, I guess not, he says indifferently. What do you mean, I guess not? You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to make me feel better, I shrill in his ear. Listen to me, buddy. If you think your schedule is going to stop me from seeing you, you're out of your mind. Well, yes, quite frankly, I think I am out of my mind or the world is crazy. I haven't figured it out yet, sadly. He was sincere. Morgan, I'm going to go crazy. Just come here and go straight back. Carmen, that isn't how it works. And I've already told you, I'm doing my taxes, my actual taxes, he says, exasperated. Well, you don't explain these things. What are you afraid? I'll use it against you? I try laughing it off. Yes, he whispered, hanging up the phone. I threw my phone across the room. It shattered to pieces, breaking straight through the cement wall, leaving a small hole from the micro SD card slicing clear through the other side, striking a pigeon from the sky. I clung to my body in the fetal position, knowing only he could satisfy me. Perhaps if I called up a few guys to drink, they might have the aggression to take the advantage of the situation. What good would that do me getting Morgan? I have my eyes on one man. At least for a while, I could hold out. His new progression only meant I need to reach a higher level to beat him. I can't let these kids get the upper hand. And I needed to stop whatever the hell he and Natalie are doing. If those two unified, I could kiss them ever joining the Gregors goodbye. Alright. Thank Carmen. Thank God for wolf training. Morgan isn't going to come on the show readily. If I can use Medusa's gaze just right, then I can charm him into coming. Patience, Carmen. You need to have patience. You have other toys to play with. But I want Morgan. I want to break something. I call back, growing more frustrated. What do you want, Carmen? He picks up. I'm busy doing taxes. Can't you wait a couple of days? Morgan, the Crimson Tide is coming in 3 days. Get your ass over here, I bark at him, before my Aunt Flo comes. Morgan and urgency were enemies. He loves to take his sweet time at everything. Put a burning house in front of him and he'll watch it burn. His action paralysis via neurosis. Trying to run through every scenario and ultimately unable to act from overthinking. Sounds good for you. Get some of that negative energy out, he chuckles. I'm naked, Morgan. With my legs spread wide. I can text you a picture of my location and me. I set the bait, waiting for him to bite the lure. I'm in sweatpants, haven't washed in 36 hours, buried in receipts and invoices with a battle axe with a calculator trying to snap everything in shape for more money that I want to pay. I need to understand this stuff. Natalie gets super mean, he groans. Bring me to you, I suggest. Natalie and I are friends. She told me she never wants you in the same room around me. He laughs. You two sure have a strange friendship. It's an innocent rivalry, Morgan. Jeez. My juniors aren't fond of living in my shadow, I giggled. Bullshit, Carmen. How do you even know Morgan? Natalie groans. Am I on speakerphone? I shouted. You know that pisses... I mean... You know that old story, Morgan? Remember? I don't think you do. I met Morgan when he first came to the academy. We were displaced together, alone in Urdu. I was relying on a stranger for survival, saving me more times than I could count. Our time in the academy was a little different. We're closer than family and blood. Our souls are bounded, I profess. Bullshit, you don't love anything, Carmen. I respect him. I know him better than anybody else on the planet and vice versa. That's my man, Natalie. Keep your hands off. I take the offensive. I'm his accountant, Natalie protests. Take that call to another room, or just go. I'll do it myself. Natalie, he groaned. I savored the moment, soaking as he came closer to me. I prepared myself, taking a few private pictures on my third phone. That was a rotten thing to do, Carmen. We haven't spoken in years. The last time we did, Leslie and you nearly caused a war. There's a reason you're at a distance from me. Yeah, people like Natalie want nothing good for you. Morgan, fucking taxes, use TurboTax. I sat up on the bed, pondering why things weren't leaning in my direction. This isn't usually so hard. Usually he's dying to get in my guts. I used to be the only one he ever wanted to be with before he caught on to his value. She wants you, Morgan. She's just trying to spend some time with you. No, she isn't. He was stuck in action paralysis. Confronted with the situation, his assassin conflicted. Carmen, get the hell out of my head. He was the only one looking for dick. I'll stop by later. Okay, I muttered, rolling over and pouting. Will you at least do my show? At least? What do you mean by at least? That's like the biggest favor you could ask of me, Morgan groans. You've twisted the whole story, Carmen. Natalie was whispering something to him. The next thing I knew, the line went dead. I threw the phone across the room, shrieking at the top of my lungs, pitch perfect, shattering the glass walls outside of my apartment. I was smart enough to have bulletproof glass and mirrors. I was smart enough to invest in this relationship years in advance. If I can just get him to do what I want, then I'll be happy. Why isn't he doing what I want? I can't think. I can't understand. Why didn't my plan work? Why does that make me love you more? You're always on your toes, Morgan. Always learning. I'll give you that. It's fine. I'm patient. No. No, I'm not. I'm not you. I send the pictures to him from my third phone. Luckily for me, I Medusa's gaze in every shot. Each photo will layer my charm upon him until he wouldn't be able to resist being with me. Regardless of whoever or whatever stands in my way, there are too many memories for him not to empathize with. And I think he'll come to me willingly, if his will is left afterward. Unrequited. I lay cold and alone in a bed meant for two. Falling asleep at 7 in the morning, it's supposed to be at work at 14 in the afternoon. That's what 6 hours of sleep in an hour to get ready. Now, I'm hungry and still have to shower. That's like 5 hours of sleep. Then I have to get there to open in 4 hours. Shit. That's like 2 movies and 3 blunts. God, I even think like him now. I stare at my phone. Every time I've tried calling, he's too busy. Usually because I'll text him as long as I could, or stay on the phone for hours. We both had things to do. He didn't think we can do them together. He's off on adventures, alone as always. I wonder if he's still awake. It's 2 in the morning at Naka right now. Even if I wanted him to teleport over here, I think there's probably something restriction with distance and time zones. Unless they're both illusions and you just walk in anytime. I want to know. I grab my phone from the nightstand and dial his number. Even if he tries to rush me off the emotional, I could tie up some of him time with business. It rings twice before a woman picks up. Hello, Mr. Ellis's office. Natalie speaking. She recited like a trained puppy. At 2 a.m., I asked. Well, I was by his phone and he wasn't, so what do you want? She says rather rudely. Do you know what he'll do to you if he touches belongings? That man is hyper-territorial. I didn't need to handle her. She isn't my problem or my concern. That's Morgan's headache. Where's Morgan, Natalie? As I said, he's not around, so please don't call back. She sucks her teeth. Oh, hey, I already handled it. It was just a charity case. I told you about answering my phone. Morgan's growl lost its ferocity, replaced with sharpness like a blade, refined and precise. Hand it over. No, I handled it already. Go back to bed, she insists. You do not speak for me, so you didn't handle anything. I told you about this sneaky crap, Natalie. Stop going through my things and stop going through my phone. He stands his ground. Fine. She slaps the phone in his hand, irritating my ears, already straining to hear their conversation. Yo, Morgan hops on. Who's this? I miss you, Bushka. When do you come to visit me? I greet. We'll plan a party for you at Royale. Rumya, Lanka. How are you, my love? He says so warmly as if he was smothering me in a hug, kiss me all over my face. Are you just getting in? I got in a little. I hear her asking a million questions in the background before they start arguing like a well-rehearsed coping mechanism. The girl couldn't stand not having all his attention. Who is this Natalie? He never mentioned the Natalie. She's just his accountant. Whether he wanted me to believe it or not, she was trying to protect her territory. Morgan belonged to no one, whether we wanted to accept it or not. Ja, I groaned, sitting on the bed, holding my back like I saw my grandmother doing, adjusting the phone in my hand. Morgan, why can't you grow up or come home? You can teleport anywhere in the world. You realize you can be here dicking me down right now instead of her, right? Rumia, she hates me. For the 1,000th time, I do not fucking hate you, Morgan. That's just what I'm like. Do you have any right to talk about me to a stranger? Natalie shouts, starting to seethe and fume. She's not a stranger to me, he says simply. Morgan, I say sharply as tension as I've learned to do. He responds to his first name, not his last. Who's your main chick? Me or Natalie? Say one or two. One, but forget that. I can't talk about this right now. It's gonna drive me crazy, make me end up spending money on a hotel. This girl won't stop running her mouth. He just lets out an aggravated groan. Because he hates to spend his own fucking money, ladies and gentlemen. Did you tell your little friend that? Natalie continues on her rant. The girl had beef with him. Natalie, you manage my books. You know that's not true. Shut your ass up and go somewhere before I throw your ass out the window. He finally snapped. Morgan, calm down. That's not a man, I suggest. You're gonna regret it. You won't do shit, Natalie says defiantly. How many other bitches you got, huh? Fucking playboy liar. You thought you could just fuck me and dip out on me with your little poof thing? Without a word, the next thing I heard was her screaming to put her down before she runs away crying. A door slams and he lets out an arduous sigh. Another door slides open and slides closed before what sounds like metal scraping against concrete ends with him signing the first sound of pleasure of the whole conversation. You better watch yourself putting your hands on a woman. They'll hunt you down for that out there, Morgan. I don't know what things are like in Erdie, but that's new for you. And if she's driving you to that point, then she isn't for you. Relationships aren't supposed to be like that. We don't fight like that. You have enough money to have your own place. You're asking for something bad to happen. You should come home. I tried to advise him, but he needed to make his own decisions. Another one of those pain sighs. What is he trying to hold in? I'm not the one who can teleport anyway, I say defensively, regretting it immediately, knowing he was the type to disappear for a week in the mountains, then come back without saying a word. I'd like to see you more. once a month, maybe 5 times. Rumia, I don't want to be with either of these girls, to be honest with you. I have no control over the situation. I want to be back in Nadia with you. I can't be in Nadia for a while for business reasons. If I take a trip that long, I won't be able to again for another day. It's not blinking when it's immediately next to me, or like a $10 Lyft ride. I don't have energy right now for a trip that big on my own without relying on Luno's energy. Well, I called because I wanted to know how it worked, I clarify. That way, I won't be asking too much of you. He paused for a moment, which turned to a minute or two of awkward silence. Morgan, I asked, wonder if you had hung up again to handle his migraine. Are you there? Why would you ask me something like that? He asked, suspicious beyond his usual caution. For real? With me? You're gonna treat me like that, Morgan? I asked him before I decided what to feel. I didn't expect you to call, let alone Natalie picking up the phone. Let me gather my thoughts. Shit, I wasn't ready for this. Why would you ask me something like that? He needed to get far away from Naka. She fancies herself. My assistant. Her words, not mine. You can meet her if you like. She's your type. Meet her? Do you think I'm some kind of hoe? Why am I sleeping alone while you're shacking up with your secretary? I snap at him for considering something so disrespectful right now. Do you want me to tell you it's because you're a better person than me? Or because they're two Harrises and they offered me a room in Baja Valley, Naka? He asks with his sarcastic self. These two are my biggest headaches, and this is supposed to make me want to marry one of them. They're either in the way or distracting me. They eat my time and energy and complain I don't give them any. I know there any woman this had a touch. Wait, Natalie as in the Natalie Wolf? The daughter of the holy Ansel Wolf? Wow. I beat up Natalie Wolf. Whoa. I clapped my hands beginning to laugh. Thanks, babe. Women are crazy, Morgan says in horror. What did I get myself in? What is it with you three? Stop pissing us off and we'll seem less crazy. He chuckles with me. What's funny, boy? I asks. Better not be laughing at me. Why so sensitive? I'm laughing because you made a good point, he says, irritated. I'm full of them. Why fuck your secretary and not your manager, I wonder? She's my accountant. We tried the romantic thing. It wasn't for me. I didn't even know you were still digging me, to be honest. Without you and Judah paired up, he gets more irritated. John Morgan, I would never do that. No. I'm waiting on you to come home. And you're... Well, at least it's a wolf. How'd you even pull that off? How did I beat her out? I asked, wanting the juicy details. I'm only in the next room, Rumi. I can't go through all that. He relaxes. Tell me about you. How's everything? I run 3 clubs. It's tiring. I learned to love my solitude. I'm focused on seeing you again. Now answer one of my questions I rush wanting to hear. Girls and gossip. What do you want to hear, Rumia? I live with 2 chicks. It was the worst decision I've ever made. He groans loudly for his roommates. Worse than a club, so much estrogen, stress, drama, jealousy, and sensitivity. I can't even finish a sentence without someone crying. He just described the club, a kickle. The 2 aren't the same. He had no business having us dealing with either. The club is business. It's easy to separate the 2. This is my personal life. My home. It's driving me on my skin. They're so passive-aggressive and stagnant. They want to look down on me. They're in their own world. Here's the other chick. Haley fucking Gregory and Natalie Wolf. You're mining old blood, Morgan. Their families are mortal enemies and have feuded for thousands of years. What did you get yourself into? It's Haley Victoriana. I knew Haley distinctly since forever. She was always into her dad. I never met Natalie before I came to Baja. Met her on the first day at the beach. I guess that's what we clicked at first. Then after the first few weeks, it fell apart. We were both so damn stubborn we tried to force it for a whole year. At this point, it's just a living arrangement. We barely have sex. I don't know how I thought it would be. You should come home, I chimed. He snapped at me. What home? The regulators of that buried mansion. What home, Romeo? Our home. Our apartment. Do you remember? I was caught off guard by his anger. Don't let the devil whisper in your ear. Be careful out there, Morgan. I'm not ready yet, Romeo. There's still more I must learn. I'm here for a reason. I'll be back. But I'm not ready for you yet. I'm not a better man, he laments. Shut up. Don't make petty excuses when you're good enough for 2 heiresses. If all you need is a nap and some prayer after you come, then come. I'm tired of all these reasons we can't be together, I accuse. Romeo, no excuses, Morgan. I need to focus. It's hard enough with Haley and Natalie. I'm trying to be alone, not around anyone at all. I want my space and solitude from everyone, he explains. The devil wants you alone. You're weakest alone. The leader must stand upon his own merit. Only then can he be called a leader. Not before, not after. If I want to inherit all I deserve, I still have to grow. I'm grateful for the experience, but trust me, I'm not staying in Naka forever. Babe, who are you speaking to? A new voice accent, a whiny tone. I guess it's Haley. If you're just not staying in Naka, where are you going? Try to kill Haley. Go inside. I'm on the phone. He was losing his last nerve. Don't talk to me like that. Haley whines more. Shana, how do you deal with that? I clean up my ears. He sighed, unamused at my joking. Probably wanted to throw his phone off the balcony and jump with it. His affair was ranting for a bit more before he took a deep breath and closed the patio door. It's been nearly a year and you've already grown up so much. Why do they get to reap the benefits and not me? I insist. It ignores me or doesn't hear me, shooing away his high-maintenance headaches. If I wanted him with me, I couldn't be another one. Same as in the club. These girls felt complaining would make me more sympathetic to their causes and mood swings. It only made me put more reliable people in their positions. I wonder if he thought the same. I see you're far more patient now. You have at least noticed that, haven't you? I commented, impressed with his restraint. Yeah, I'm trying. I had to grow up a lot for these 2 knuckleheads. Someone has to learn to become the better person out of the 3 of us. It won't be them. Hold on a second, Romeo. Can you 2 stop eavesdropping? I can hear you behind the glass. Go to your rooms. He sounded like a father caring for his daughters. He wanted what was best, a bit of order and discipline was. Most times we only want what we want. You sure as hell seem different to me. If this is what a year gets me for my time, maybe I can invest another one. What are you talking to? Haley asks again through the door. The same bitch. Natalie curses my name. I'm about to break this glass door if you 2 don't leave me be. Get out of here. He usually doesn't threaten. There was silence before I heard the door slam shut. These 2 didn't have any respect. It's a woman's will to love a man, but silent obedience was all he wanted. They'll go around the moon and do all kinds of things for him. All he wanted was someone to let him feel he had a handle on things. Part of me felt joy. No one would take my place or bother our relationship. Felt a newfound responsibility to curb his irritation, but no ideas came to mind. He seemed to be focused on far more than those 2. I wonder what these projects were he's so upset about them not helping. You're handling yourself well, Morgan. You just need to be patient and be well within yourself. You should visit and keep up with business. Figure yourself out. Don't even focus on a girlfriend. I think it'll be good for me to do the same. Thank you, Rumya. I was expecting you to be angry, relaxed a bit more. I'm always on my guard. Careful of what I say here. Sadly, I'm not surprised. You need to keep your dick in your pants. And if you're talking about leadership, you can't be dicking down your followers or their girlfriends. I haven't been asking all of you to have your obsessions with me. I'm a neutral party in this situation. You all spot me and come like vultures upon another's freshly killed prey, offering solace and love for more of the same, he accuses. Correction. You haven't been turning it down. You're a trip, but I'm happy to know you, Morgan. Sad to hear you'd rather be with them than take care of my needs. I'll be back in a year. Maybe sooner, he chuckles. It isn't a question of rather. I already discussed this with you before I left. The days drag on without you, I say solemnly. My days seem to drag surrounded by people. No one understands me here. They don't even understand themselves. Nor do they want to. It's frightful considering how much power Naka has. Most citizens don't even know what the world is like outside of Naka. Yeah. I like some of the luxuries, but they think the world is lonely without Naka. He slaps his forehead. Have you ever heard such a thing? I've never heard someone articulate anything like that, no. Are you a misanthrope now, Morgan? I've been given a seat at the table of the world's leaders and families. It's all for naught. These people on the ground level are all fighting, bickering, or living solely for distractions and vice. The sky level is filled with insanity, justifying wars and exploitation of humanity to continue the way their ancestors lived. All I see is humans resisting change, doing their best not to see their greatest weaknesses. I'm stuck trying to figure this out. I'm alone in this right now, Rumya. He elucidates what's been bothering him. I was brought here to be groomed for leadership. To finish my grooming anyway. You're never alone, Morgan. You have all of Nadia behind you. I say all I can do to comfort him. That's a lie, Rumya. No one knows I exist. I need to fulfill my destiny, as you said. First, then maybe I'll have support for what needs to be done. I must understand this life before that's even possible. I can't protect anyone if my mind and cause are weak. He brushes me off, seeking reality and solutions, not placation. Protect anyone. What needs to be done? They plan to take over the planet, Rumya. They're using the regime to wage endless war and buy up the resources and land after the conflicts. It's all staged like a play. The human lives lost are calculated in their collateral damage reports. They've been doing it for centuries, and the world sits in ignorance, or worse, in support of it. Deaf to the old world, to pull in the new controlled by Colin and the regulator regime. Can he stop it? I asked. He was silent. I understand. I love you, Morgan. Save us all. I know you can. I'll give you time to figure it out. There'll be no sense being together with the world that's falling apart around us. I wish you two can understand or bother to think like that, even for 5 minutes. Instead, this whole region is wrapped up in this bystander complex. They watch, laugh, and only react when it happens to them. When it's far too late to change one's fate. You can't stop a lion when its jaws are on your throat. Are they eating up all your money? I wonder if he's out in Naka tricking. Their parents pay for everything they do. And I'm always too busy to do anything with them. They refuse to invest or help me with my projects and border the cities. The remaining ones in Urdu and Nadia. There's always some bullshit excuse as to why they can't access their money for world peace. Then come on with a $3,000 purse and a $2,000 pair of shoes. That she deserves so much. I can't believe this crap, man. I'm either told to shut up because it's not my money, or I don't understand because I'm a guy. I can't keep a lost soul from making bad decisions. I keep my distance from them, Rumia. The devil is written all over that situation, Morgan. Colin Gregor is the actual devil, and you're living with his daughter. There would be no good at that situation. Don't sell your soul over riches and pussy. You have both here at home, I warn him. You have a destiny, unlike most people. Remember, Colin only wants you in Naka to keep you from it. Rumia, do you understand me? I say more assertively. Do you understand? I do. Clear now. You don't think that's true, do you? You think Colin would plan that far ahead? He chuckled to himself. I would be impressed. You're the one who told me about demons, monsters, and the regime. Don't be naive. Don't be a Naka pretending like succubus, Jezebels, and tyrants don't exist, I continue to warn him. He was quiet once more. Considering what I was saying, he released a brutal sigh as the energy rattled even over the phone. He had seen it for himself in the middle of enemy territory. Apologies. I'm trying to decode these ancient secrets in the mind of the powers that be. I'm still too young to understand. You still have a soul. It isn't your age. You understand it's wrong. You taught me that it's wrong. The commissioner taught me that it was wrong. He also became the commissioner because it was wrong. He says as if conflicted. So you think they're right? How could you? I say aghast. I don't understand it, Rumia. I already said that. I can't have a thought on something I don't understand. I don't work like that, he explains. Please, Cha'ara, just go home as a hero, Morgan. Please. Not another enemy or convert. You were born to save Nadia, not lead its destruction, I pleaded. He was silent again. You read my files? I thought they were business related. I wanted to know. I deserve to know. I'm holding you down, Morgan. You keep all these fucking secrets from me to avoid fighting. What the fuck are you doing? I screamed, beginning to cry, not wanting him to be angry at me. He took a deep breath. When I was young, really young, before the regime, a man told me that Nadia and I are tied together, at the heart and soul. He said I was responsible for guarding or protecting it, something like that. I don't remember much more than that. Are you going to do it? I asked him, beginning to shake with his calmness. Please don't waste your life in suffering by your own hands. Love and light here in abundance for you, Nadia. I heard you the first time. Everything's starting to make more sense as time progresses. It's all coming back together to me. I see it as if it's been the same since the beginning. I was repeating, and only repeating the same outcome. No one's ever stopped the cycle itself. Only the men in the seats of power. That's needlessly cryptic, Morgan. I grow tired trying to get him to see the light. If you're not going to come to your senses, I'm going to bed. I wasn't aware I'd lost them, but thank you for helping me find them, he teases me. Sleep well and be healthy, and happy. One of us has to, right? Your sure as hell not, I groan. Good night. Well, good morning in your case. Bye, babe. I hung up, laying flat in my freezing bed. I wanted to cry, but I understood him all too well. This was the pain of being in love with him. It was overwhelming how much I was worried and feared for him. It hurts from a distance, but I can't imagine his bravery living in the face of it in Naka every day. Soon you'd be home, and all your pain would be done away with. The show, Carmen Cruz. We have today Morgan Ellis, a dear friend of mine and the most eligible bachelor in Gaia. How are you, hon? Good. Carmen, he replied, sounding tired and disinterested. I looked up to the TV, spotting this new talk show everyone went zazasa about. The girl was Carmen Cruz. He told me about her once or twice. They fucked a few times. But what the hell was this? My stomach tightened. He'd been busy in Urdu lately. To think this might be who he'd been busy with made me sick. Please don't hesitate to call me Morgan. Let this be a rerun or something. Don't let this be my last night. Hey, baby boy. We've been apart for a while. I'm glad I can finally get you on the show. Carmen Cruz seemed so polite. She was wearing an emerald green sundress with Amazon sandals and a substantial fist-sized emerald pendant around her neck. Carmen looked longingly onto Morgan, and he seemed uncomfortable. Her eyes flashed between green and a citrine orange-yellow whenever she met his gaze. If he blinked, he would miss her eyes changing. I glared at her, unblinking. We haven't spoken in some time. No, we haven't. I've been pretty busy with my career, work, and duty to Gaia. Lesser known secret, Morgan Ellis is the restorer of Nadia, as some may call him. He's also a man of duty working for the regulator regime. Morgan's eyes avoided Carmen's when they met for a split second. Both their eyes turned colors, barely noticeable, but I caught the glimmer. I knew Morgan's mood enough to tell when his eyes would switch. I never knew more than one person had the same ability with their eyes. The citrine eyes were something either Lesser Ekruin or Nshishi would have. Please be safe, Morgan. Hey, Rumia, you okay? Judah asked. You've been bouncing like a mad woman. I nodded to the screen. What is this, Judah? What does this mean? Means our boy's in the hot seat. Those two do not like each other. He rubbed his bearded chin, leaning against the bar. Morgan would never do this in his right mind. Why is he up there? I bit my lip, feeling anger taking over me as they clashed, and our eyes flickered a second before his. Morgan stiffened, and a half-smile curled on his lips. His eyes flooded their usual brown. I swallowed, not fully understanding the world he was conquering. Her eyes didn't change back to green. She looked out to the crowd, and I looked down. He looked drunk or drugged. She's so beautiful, Jada gazed. She's so beautiful. Judah! Did I growl? Her magic works even through the television? I guess she showed the effect of this girl. Morgan, please. Heavenly Father Rakil, please save him. Jahada, please save Morgan. So, Morgan, can you share any crazy stories from regulator life? Carmen probes on the television? Well, I have a few, but they're classified. He responded. A still red film settled across his eyes. I guess I can share one. When I was a kid, I trained heavily with Leslie Steele. And soon, she'll be a good sergeant, given time. Well, we had a team mission undercover in Jakarta and Asha. We were there to take out a heavily protected religious extremist. And the rest is history. He winks. Come on, give me the juicy deets. She leans in. Can't. It's classified. He says uncomfortably, noticing his condition. She grinned. Babe, not on TV. She blushed, brushing her hat over her face. Okay, soldier boy. Who's your current love? His lips twitched. Excuse me? Well, who are you sleeping with? There are no secrets on this show. She pinches his cheek, giving him a wink with those charming eyes. My lip twitched, squeezing the arm of the chair. Say my name, baby. Say my name. Oh, please don't tell her my name. My stomach knotted and twitched, watching in suspense, hoping she didn't have him under her thumb. Do you want to ask me something important? What the hell is this show? He laughs off the question like a wise drunkard. The red film settled across his iris, not the full color, but he looked her straight in the eyes. Gossip, gossip. Come on, Karma. Where's the real journalism? Don't you mean Carmen Cruz? She throws her arms up, beginning to lose her cool. She smiles and winks at the camera, trying to maintain her composure, but he was flying off the rails. Come on, baby, just say it. Only a few more minutes, please. Do you think the quickie before the show was love? He rubbed his neck. This is awkward. Carmen Cruz seemed stunned. He stared her dead in those citrine orange-yellow eyes, laughing in her face. She gritted her teeth, swallowing her pride, having thrown herself out there. I'm a modern woman. I don't mind getting some dick before a show now. She recovers, especially not with you. She winks. This is awkward as fuck. He rubs his temples. Are you gonna ask something important? Carmen looked at him in shock. Don't you like my eyes? Don't you like mine? He asked as they gleamed as a crimson beam. I held my heart as a tear fell from my eyes. The jewels of Ekru were shining. My prayers were answered. Carmen looked shocked, staring and stammering as her eyes turned back to their natural green color. She fanned herself, trying to gather herself from her seat. This is strange. I'm not sure how I got here. I think I'm gonna head off. Morgan stretches out as if he wasn't just acting nearly comatose. Morgan, the show isn't over yet. She stood, trying to calm him down. The crown princess of gossip was flustered on her show, losing absolute control as her crowd began to mutter amongst themselves and a loud cacophony of whispers. He was still coming to, standing and beginning to walk off. Hold on. I'm sorry, the question's inappropriate. I shouldn't have put our business out there. Just sit, she pleaded. I'm sorry, Morgan. Just wait. We can make it work. I don't know how or when I got here. I'm not interested in staying. I gotta get to work. He walked to the edge of the stage, revealing the set and the audience of a few cameramen and a sound machine. You're gonna ditch me for another mission? Come on, Morgan, we can go back. Do me this solid. Just answer a few questions. Morgan, you're embarrassing me, she shouts, beginning to hit his back. Stop charming me during sex, and we wouldn't have this problem. I'm not putting my business out in your damn show. He retaliates, shrugging her off, and continues on his way. We're live, Morgan, she screeches. A second later, he looked at the camera. A blinding flash of red ruined the feed and the TV went crazy, screams and shouts. I ran to the window. The news was playing on TVs throughout the nightclub. I was concerned, but at least it was over. A couple of drinks, and it'll all be over. I sat down, shaking my head. It was a live feed. He was fucking Carmen Cruz instead of being at work. How long was this going on? He was in bed with me every night. He could blink anywhere in the world. He was in Baja filming the cruise show instead of being at work. I wanted to cry, but part of me felt my panties soaking with the thought. He was moving from strippers to TV host and dubbed the most eligible bachelor of Gaia. I laughed to fight the tears, unsure of what else to do. I sighed, finishing rolling my blunt and rolling my eyes. What happened? Judah Axe coming too? What happened to me, Rumia? You got pussy whipped over the damn TV, girl. Have some damn self-respect, Judah. I rolled my eyes. Morgan should be back soon. Can you make sure downstairs is in order? There was a frenzy downstairs once the broadcast shut off. Baby girl, are you serious? Judah asked, his term of endearment for any girl regardless of age or attraction. Don't call me that. Ever. Only Morgan can. And he doesn't get to anymore. I was so embarrassed. I sparked my blunt, frustrated to all hell with how the night turned. At least he was free from her spell. He broke it, or maybe prayer was more potent than I imagined. I took a deep inhale, wanting to forget about all the women he had sex with before me. But I was surrounded by them. Even the bartender pouring my wine right now was his former fuck buddy. I fought back the tears at the thought, taking another inhale, wanting to forget about this club itself. If I wanted to fight every woman he ever had sex with, how much would I have left in me? If I wanted to be angry with him about it, they told me he would never understand what he did wrong. I'm the one in love with him. He liked having me around, but I loved him. He told me he had an idea what love even is. He fucked Carmen Cruz just today. He kissed me goodbye this morning, then blinked away. Carmen Cruz. There was a rerun of his interview with Carmen Cruz from this morning. She was all over him. And he just sat there sucking it all in as vain and arrogant as could be. Didn't he know she had the devil in her heart? I was as angry as could be, frustrated with no one but myself. Didn't I realize he was in the devil's hands? A pimp and an assassin before he's even reached 20? Here I was, dumb and love-struck at the bar, waiting on him to finally show up and explain why I had to see on TV screen what should have been a face-to-face conversation, or at least a fucking phone call. Rumia? Are you alright? It was him so quickly. He was just on the screen. I see you made yourself comfortable in my seat. He felt my cold energy, taking his laughter for one and ordering himself a drink before sitting at the bar. He didn't try to kiss me or hug me. He sighed and sat down. She called me this morning and told me she just wanted to do lunch. She called me flush in the face with her eyes. A whole day. I don't remember much, but the sex, the cheese stick, and just now. She got me. I feel like a fool. I didn't think the story would get out. He shook his head, sounding as if he just lost a fishing catch, then having made a global fool of himself and me. Do you want my sympathies? I mutter. No. I'm gonna be honest with you finally. He sighed. I let my guard down. She made herself seem so innocent. She always does. We go back. Way back. She called me up and said she needed to see me. Next thing I knew, we were walking on set, her begging me to make our relationship public. Did he know you were having lunch with her when he fucked me this morning? I asked him, staring him dead in the eyes. In what fucking relationship? You've been with me for the past couple of months. When the hell did Carmen Cruz get you so sprung? No, Rumi, I didn't plan any of it, he groaned. She called me in the afternoon, during my shift from drill instruction. When I left my pups and she gave me a call, I blinked over to the Baja filming. We had lunch and she caught me flush with her eyes. I don't know why I went. I hate having sex with Carmen. There's something weird about her pussy. It drains me of all my energy. He sounded angry. The disappointment worn on his shoulder as he sulked. I'm sorry. She's a succubus. Those eyes, she fucks with and she heavy. I wanted to be angry, accuse him of being immature and dumb, but he seemed highly aware. You fucked up, Morgan. I know. Now it's all over the fucking news, he groaned. Colin introduced us when we were young in the academy. She had a strange interest in me. I can never shake her. She comes off as innocent, so needy for me. And she catches me with my guard down. You need to stop fucking with her. You have me now. I stab him in the chest. I never want to hear about this bitch again. Rumia. I stared him in the eyes, knowing this wasn't the end of Carmen Cruz. It was far from over, and he had no intentions of stopping them. You're not fucking me again. Not with you sticking your dick in other women. I swear to a kill. Morgan, you will not be fucking me and other women at all. I played it off. I let you sleep with Tamara and me. No more. Control your fucking cock or I'm cutting it off. He bowed his head. I'm sorry. I doubt it. You don't give a fuck. You just want pussy, right? You're in it for the bitches, the weed, and food, right? Fuck you. I tossed my drink at him, putting out my blood on his leg and storming off. I'm going home. Romeo, wait a second, he calls after me, grabbing my arm. I stared at him in shock. He ripped me back with such force. He was extremely mad but let me go. He raised his hands and sighed. I bit my lip. I was giving pause to his power, knowing what he would do if I riled him up past the point of disrespect. I crossed my arms over my chest, tilting my head, waiting to hear the magic words to make this all right, knowing I would be disappointed in the end. Baby, I'm serious. I can't expect you to forgive me, but never mind. I'll call you a cab home. He stops himself. His face said it all. He rubbed his neck, unable to look me in the eyes. He knew he did wrong. Could I forgive him for not only sleeping with someone else, but lying about it? I imagine she's the only one outside my little fantasy with him. Maybe I played myself. Thank you, I say quietly, leaning against him as he takes me back to my seat. I grip him, crying in his chest. I love you. You'll never love me back. You'll never love me. Morgan didn't respond as his energy sank. He kissed my forehead, protecting me even now. If I don't love you, then I'm as good as dead. You can't tell me that with a straight face. You know I love you. I stared into his eyes, hearing the confirmation I long awaited since we met. I was silent, waiting for his next move. Waiting for his leadership, even pissed off at him. His energy rose as he looked around the room. Come on, I'll take you home. He suggested. Okay. I bit my lip, holding him. In an instant we were gone, in time and space, as he carried me through onto the astral plane. I got used to this travel method. It was honestly my favorite method of getting around, but I was so hurt I tried to fight it because I knew better, but honestly I had hopes we were moving towards something more significant. When we got to the apartment, I stormed off to the bedroom area. I didn't want to, Rumia. I didn't want to. I truly didn't. I wasn't in control of myself. Never mind. I shouldn't even been there. He whimpered, nuzzling my neck, kissing my cheek. No, you shouldn't have. It's gonna be fine because you're not having sex with me again. I tag away from him, moving to the bedroom. He bowed his head, following behind me. Fine with me. I bet. You have some pussy lined up, don't you? I he's trying to dig the blade in more profound if I could. No, I don't. But it'll be good for me to clear my head. I leave for my resignation mission in a couple of weeks. It'll be good to have my head clear and all my energy as I prepare for this kill. I was planning on fasting and detoxing anyway. I'll probably just stay in Eridu until it's time for my mission. I need to remind myself what I am. I'll just train more than likely. There's only a couple weeks into your mission. I bit my lip. Then you're leaving for another year. Now I can't even have sex with him before you left. I bit my lip, finding myself trapped in a wall of my convictions. Why did I forgive him for things I would never allow another man to even dream? Tears filled my eyes. You're such a fucking asshole. It's so fucking selfish. I hate you. I fucking hate you. Why did you have to do this? You ruined everything, Morgan. He swallowed, looking away from me. I trust you to watch over my businesses in my absence. It'll be a couple of years. I know you're mad at me, but I only trust you. Why would you do that? I hate you. I cried. Well, I made the decision before your sudden switch. It's been too late to change my mind. He rubbed his neck. I'm sorry, Rumia. I love you. I certainly care about you more than anyone else on the planet. I hugged him tightly, burying my neck in his neck. I'm still not fucking you before you go. Probably for the best. I shouldn't have done what I did. I should have lied about it. I'm a man. I'm not sure I'll ever be 100% faithful. If you want to leave me, you can. I need to be a better man. Learn how to be faithful to one woman. He scratched his head. Because I have a lot of growing left. I won't take it personally if you move on. Just watch over my business. I hope you do mature. I sat on the bed, staring at my boots, shaking my head, trying to figure out how I allowed myself to fall in love so easily with this man. How I got so lucky to be by his side. Even at his worst, he was still marvelous in leagues above others. Me too. Oh. I'll hit you up later, okay? You tried to hold me, but I didn't want to be touched. I didn't want to talk. And I certainly didn't want to be alone. Feeling ready to cry, I pushed away from Morgan to sit on the bed. Morgan lights up a blunt before holding it out to me. I accepted the offer, taking a draw and then handing it back. We exchanged rotation in silence until there was nothing left but the roach. I laid down with my back turned to him, and he wrapped an arm around my waist, and I let him. I didn't let him put me closer. We lay with the distance between us, not fucking, no more tears. I was put into his life. He was heading out of mine soon, for 2 years. I'll be in this apartment, managing his businesses and missing him like crazy. But at least we had these few weeks before I was brought back to reality. It was opportunity. It was all opportunity. We woke up with literally 1,000 phone calls between the two of us. His phone was silent and mine vibrate. We only woke up because I had to pee. Spending so much time trying to be detached from everything, you're never quite around to reconnect when need be. I should tell Morgan sometime. He was still coming to stage 3 sleep, deep in delta waves, trying to find a surface. I wonder what he dreamed. What's going on? He yawns, leading him to groan as he looks at the clock. It's too early for this crap. 3 a.m. Club Crown is being attacked. I sigh after reading Tamara's text message. They're on lockdown inside the club. There's no way in, but they're shooting up the place. It was new life for energy filling Morgan. It was nearly robotic as he stood, stretching his frame and walking to his childhood room homage. Babe, did you hear me? He came downstairs wearing a thin bodysuit with a trench coat and a pair of boots in his arms. At his side were 2 daggers, and on his wrist were 2 more wrapped in tape. What the hell are you doing? You need a gun, I shout. They're shooting up the club. The beautiful thing about this experience is I'm down the street. There's no blinking from Naka or Urdu. I have all my energy, nearly all of it I slept a few hours. I could be 100%. This maniac was excited. He put on his boots, 1 foot at a time, then threw on his coat. He checked his pockets, pulling out smoke bombs and other bombs. He opened up his coat where 4 more daggers sat almost as replacements. He checked himself in the mirror, then pressed his fingers to his forehead. Wait, you're not taking me? I asked, outraged. Rumya, it's gonna be dangerous. He looked shocked. You should stay back. That's what I said, and you're bringing daggers. I point, looking at his holster. Are you saying you want to see the action? He grinned, lifting my chin. I blushed. Well, you're talking all that shit about how you're a killer. This is my first opportunity to see you take on a real challenge. Of course I want to see you win. I could leave you on the rooftop or something. He went off in his thoughts, becoming very quiet and still. You should go to the club first. Then I can watch with the others, I smile. 2 blinks. It's a waste. He said curtly. He was planning his strategy. You can go out the back door, I suggest. I was going to use the rooftop to survey the scene first, then pick my spot, he informed me. Like moving in his position. Climbing up a ladder is a waste of energy as well. Fine, let's go. I rolled my eyes, grabbing my bathrobe and purple beaver slippers before being pulled into the plane of space-time. Morgan took a different pace than usual. We strolled most times, arriving a few minutes later. He snatched me up and bolted into the other side, coming out on the rooftop of the Giorgio Technology building across the street. The tallest... God damn it. The next superpower, the captain. I saw a clear sniper tackle from the rooftop and took it immediately. A man with his back turned to me, shooting wildly at my property with a weapon meant for battlefields. I sent my body off the rooftop through the ether like a swimmer off their post. I tackled the man straight through the car, toppling it over from the traveling 250 feet in less than a second. Before the car's trajectory can take it through my front door, I dropped the C4 pellet below, using the explosion to roll to safety. I pivoted quickly, unable to let the explosion rattle my nervous system. I drew my wrist blade, strapped with a rope to close the distance. I kneeled below the smoke, sprinting low to the ground, still sheathed by surprise until my blade found its mark in a rather rotund man's skull. I used him to ripcord back to the battle, planting my feet on his back as he fell over, catching my balance and retrieving my blade. Leaping onto the two of his friends in their shock, they were unsure whether to respond to the car or me as my blades buried themselves deep into their eye sockets. I don't know either would have given them a meaningful death. My hearing senses 2 bullets being fired at me. I extensively front handspring to reposition out of the line of fire. I threw both my daggers, catching the gunman, one in the throat and the other in the skull. I ground myself, letting out a guttural growl as I retract my blades with the tether, ripping both their heads from their bodies. I'm forced to back handspring a few times to evade gunfire, forced to move even further from the battle out of range and into theirs. I looked down on as half their numbers remained, the herd being thinned in just a matter of movements. "You're a regulator. You're not supposed to be intervening with mafia business," the man shouts, approached me as if he was going to get conversation. He was dressed in the finest knockin' fabrics, a bespoke pinstripe suit with a swagger in his walk of an untouchable. He looked more familiar as I approached, a year apart from the first night I met Rumya, the man I regretted. Well, there goes my sliver of regret now. Holy shit, it's you. To think I almost felt bad for nearly killing you. I sneer, extending my hand. You bet your ass you'll never lay a hand on me again. I'm Don Giancarlo of the Knox family mafia. You fucked up your life when you tried to shame me in front of my wife. This place is set for demolition by regards of the Godfather, Vincent Cree. Knox family mafia, ran by a Cree? I think your bark is missing some bite. I step closer. Back your ass up. He draws a sawed-off shotgun from the peacoat, poking it in my chest, but I didn't budge. Are you some type of idiot? Say that again. I didn't quite hear you. I placed one hand to my ear and the other to my waist, gripping one of my holstered kunai, a much heavier blade with a longer reach. I said, back the fuck up. He tries to nudge me away with the gun barrel. No, he didn't say that. I correct him, leaning in closer. Back your ass up. Are you some kind of idiot? He finished as he watched his body drop to his knees as his head flew to the curbside. I looked at his body for cover as 10 men began firing their weapons. I could only stand so much before I blink away a few feet behind a car for cover, looking for a point of re-entry. I sat down as they searched for me, tracing my steps and examining their boss. A few thought to check the cars. I'm trying to catch my breath long enough to find a plan out of the situation. I reached inside my side pocket, grabbing a C4 pellet and a smoke bomb, and a flash pellet. I placed the C4 shell into the engine of the car I was hiding behind. All right, Morgan. I swallowed a breath of air, using a flashback to my original location for no extra energy cost. Crowning my feet for a brutal battle, tossing a smoke bomb before me as the men swung for my face. I lifted 2 forearms, blocking their punches. I twisted my body, grabbing their wrists as I flare horizontally, using my legs for torque to roll through, slamming both men into the ground thoroughly. I kicked to my feet, grabbing my kunai and going after the man before me. He was 6'8" with muscles popping out of his suit, barely able to fix him. He lifted his guard, bobbing and weaving like a boxer. I took off, knocking him back to his feet with the force of my exiting through his chest cavity, pulling two men through the void, holding onto my ankles for dear life. I closed the hole before they can entirely escape, leaving whatever of them can make the trip. I pried a hand sheared clear off my wrist from my ankle, looking over to a man staring at me with contempt as the other half of his body was floating in another dimension. My cell phone was in my pocket, he curses at me. I'm sorry. I say, shocked he was still functioning. I didn't expect you to be here with only half your body. Well, give me back the other half. He crosses his arms over his chest. I mean, if I take you through again, you might bring back your body, but I don't know about your buddy. I was to drop off my daughter at preschool in the morning. Worse enough, I've been explaining my missing legs. You can't give me my cell phone so I can tell her I'll be late? Yeah, you jerk. He has a family. Another one of his friends screams at me. Gee, sorry. Bad guys these days shoot up my club and act like I'm the fucking jerk. Whatever happened to knowing your role? I shake my head. Times are changing. Good and bad are ambiguous. I'm not having a conversation about pseudo-philosophy with bad guys right now. I grabbed the man by his hand, taking a running start through the void, exiting in a flare, spinning horizontally, throwing his full body onto his men, knocking down the three, approaching men with their ethics and human rights concerns when my crew is inside, terrified. I tossed a flashbang on them to disorient them while I surveyed the street, ensuring all the men were down or dead. Just you and me, a man said from behind me. I spun off instinct, quickly drawing my throwing knives from inside my coat, making my mark into the man's shoulder. Ow, I was gonna surrender. Oh god, it hurts, he cries, trying to pry the blades out. Don't touch it. Stop trying to get it out, I shot at him. It's serrated, it's just gonna keep digging in more, and I want that back. Fuck your blade. You throw a blade at me. If I can't get it out, then I'm keeping it until the hospital takes it out. He tries running away from me. I take out my tranquilizer gun, taking a shot right into his lower back, letting him run a few more yards before he falls, tumbling over himself, getting the best sleep a mobster deserved. I walk to retrieve my blade, twisting it firmly and ripping it from his arm, waking him from his drug-induced coma into a light awareness. I blink to retrieve Rumia, then flash back and spending all my energy for the next few minutes until I regenerate some mana and some stamina. I fell to my knees, then moved to my butt, staring up at the starry sky. You did it. You actually did it. Rumia cheers as loudly as humanly possible. No, let me lay down. I groan as she tries to get me to my feet. Everyone come out. Morgan saved you all, she cheers, banging on the windows and doors. The doors busted open with screaming and crying. People were rushing for me. I tried to blink away, but their hands were smothering me, grabbing me, forcing me to my feet and hoisting me into the air. I groaned and demanded to be put down, but my commands were drowned out by the multiplying decibels of happiness, fear, rejoicing, and relief as they paraded around me in the club a few times. I fell asleep in their hands, feeling safe. No, at home. For the first time since I was 9. At least I was a hero to someone. I'm a mystery best left unsolved to most people. At least folks in Exigo Nadia saw me for something more. Rumi ran up to me after I was let go, finally back on solid ground and still. She tackled me to the ground, knocking me flat on my back where I remained as she kissed me all over my face. My most trusted people came to my side. Judah sat next to my head with a blunt in his hand and a Zippo in the other. Felix joined us with a bottle of ear vodka befitting the occasion and only 5 glasses. The bear forced her way to my side, joining Rumia and trying to take over my body for wounds. I believe I'm unscathed. I didn't feel myself get shot or hit. Probably would have been more of a fight if they weren't all dressed in suits and ties. I was on my back in front of my club with my dear souls next to me, taking shots and passing blunts around. They laughed and joked, but I could hear a little more than my joy. They were laughing at every joke, getting a smile and love from every person passing by to show their respects. This must be what Carmen loves so much. What it felt like to have so much adoration. I felt unworthy. These people were thanking me for their lives, knowing in a few weeks I'd have to return to delve out one of their heroes in hiding. "Morgan, give us a speech!" One of the patrons clapped, beginning to scream from the streets. "Come on, you fucking hero! Give us a speech!" He slurs, raising his beer as it falls all over him, but he continues laughing and completing his speech. "Come on, big dog. Let's hear those pipes." Felix pats me on the back, and Judah joins in, pushing me up to my feet. Rima looked at me with a proud smile. She told me to pick liberty and take the third road. Many of you think I'm only focused on pussy and ego. It's not about me. It's not about some ego construct or ego inflation either. It's self-masturbation and narcissism. I've seen the world of psychos, schizos, narcs, sociopaths, sycophants, and people who frankly couldn't give a damn about whether any of us live or die. Those people and I are worlds apart. I hope it stays that way. I have more serious and lesser concerns than any of them or any of you. But I choose to focus on the higher matters and concerns. I try to anyway. Sometimes I feel like destiny is standing in the way. And sometimes you want to escape destiny so much you end up in exego. Well, soon, I'm leaving for quite some time. I'm not sure when I'll return. We're going in different directions at different speeds. I'll never forget you, Nadia. You people, or my time here. To these dead and wounded men, they fight for my enemies and work against me at every turn. They will not be missed. That's just while the time lasts we make amends. Brothers' promises and sweet nothings from the leader after leader are afterthoughts. There's more to life than flash or power. If you want to live to be old, I suggest you listen. I'm willing to die or kill or wipe out whole districts or regions for my ends. It isn't what I like or desire. It's what I was taught. My advice for you is to live your life with your head low and your life private and your scandals reasonable before, like today, you see a sandcastle kingdom washed away in the storm. I know my destiny as a devotee to the Father Rakil, the highest, the Adonai of Jacob. You'll claim for me to be some lost prince, the vicar of Luno, Ada, or Nadir. I know only the former to be true, to be devoted to God. To those who oppose me, your sweet nothings and lost legacy will be the soil and the fertilizer of my kingdom of brick and mortar. I promise no one utopia. I promise only a home to recover, recharge, and redirect your lives as Nadia has offered to me. Nadia, the only true nation worth saving. We are concerned with one mind and solely our results, not the wealth, the vanity, or the power tempting this life and the next promised by God. It's about creation, magnificent beauty, enjoying life for generations. I want no one to stand in the way of these values Nadia taught me. Nadia is the beginning of this new world. Whether near or far, we are protected by a series of forces beyond our grasp. Your enemies will try to conquer you, but will fail every time. Excuse me for a year or so as I watch proper leadership and train to perform better. I will not pretend to be amused nor afraid. I release all doubt, worry, fear, and darkness to the divine and almighty. Man has become fools believing a greedy God. God has no origin. Man has become a species that has been consumed by ideologies, propaganda, vice, profit, turning against mother, daughter, father, and son for a taste of the knock and dream. Continue seeking the forces that turn reason against itself and family against family. You'll find yourself with comfortable slavery. In God's name I pray, sweet amen. Half the crowd erupted in applauses, hearing all they needed for their lives. The other half were silent, fearing the new contender for king. Rumi said I could know Nadia. She wasn't the first. Better me than the Gregors or the Wolves. lifeline. Morgan Ellis. I didn't know quite else who to go to outside of Romeo. I was still picking up the pieces of my life after coming back from the darkness in this world of wealth warfare. I spent 2 years dead and spent another year under the ward of the patriarch Colin Gregor. I left for Urdu training, getting focused on killing another political leader, losing my life in the process, dying for integrity and liberty in the name of Nadia. And as I died for a worthy cause. I woke years later on a gurney, cold, resurrected, confused. I felt lost in depression, an existential crisis. Had my injuries not been enough, the next year of my life under Gregor would likely strip me of my purpose and identity. I still had to return to the ward under him. I couldn't return to Naka after all that's happened. I came to Runya, wanting some relief from the world, but she could barely stand to look at me. After hearing about my death, and that I still had to leave for Naka and a mentor to Colin Gregor, the pain in her face was enough to let me know I needed to move forward. Rima had sat me down after letting me in not too long ago. She said, "I thought I would never see you again. You up and leave every 2 years with some story. I'm sorry, no. You know what? You're a grown man now. So whether you're ready or not, I'm gonna have to say it. I don't understand why you feel entitled to date me. We have a good thing going. Why rush it? Why are you more focused on sticking your dick inside me again than maintaining what we have or making it better? Even then, why the hell would I or any other woman want to date you like this? You come to me fresh out of a relationship with barely any place to go. We're business partners right now, Morgan. I'm sorry, I just thought 4 years would be long enough. But I need to know you're serious about us, Morgan." "Shahada, I'm sorry," I groaned. "I've been dead for 2 years, Rumia. We've had this conversation. I don't want to be a knocker for another 2. Cut me some slack." You see, Morgan, that's your problem right there. You're so busy trying to fix the world's problems that you can't deal with your own. As if you're trying to distract yourself. You need to stop trying to fix people. You're going to run yourself ragged. You need to be with a woman who can take care of herself. I know anyone else would be able to deal with your shit. "Someone like you, baby?" I snickered, rubbing her inner thigh. Rima lets out a sigh. "Ideally, however, right now, I think you need to date yourself. I've been doing it for a while, and it feels great. You need to take time to rediscover yourself. Remember why God created you. We have a business together, one that needs its leader. I want you here, but I need you at 100%. When you're ready, you know I'll be there for you. Help me. I'm lost right now," I plead. Yes, you are. All you do is complain about how hurt you are and how damaged you've become. Then turn to me to fix it. How dare you? You're 20 now. I know you're not a man just yet, but you're very close, I groaned. Rumia, Wanka, Bushka. I listen, and I try to help you because I care about you, and you're my friend. You're far more than a friend. I know you would do the same for me, but it's not fair for you. Then want to pursue more with me, knowing that you're not ready. I'm tired of being a war widow. She shows the years of emotional turmoil. I need a break, and so do you. I didn't intend to die for 2 years, Romeo. Sorry I fucked up your plans, I grunt. Morgan, I've always known who you are. You don't. You'd rather search for love this way, half of yourself, than appreciate what it is we have right now. I love you, but I regretted rushing into things with you from the beginning. being so head over heels, and it isn't right. Honestly, take some time to reflect and process everything, and be at peace, not just rushing into the next relationship hoping for difference. I'll talk to you later, Morgan. You have to go. I just can't be around you right now. It's too hard. Romeo, wait. I'm sorry. Morgan, please, just think about what I said, okay? She smiled, but the tears were heavy behind her eyes. Alright. I won't, but can we just talk it out? Our class band's together. I've nowhere to go. Powerful. No, we cannot. You have plenty of money. Just leave me alone, Morgan. Romeo hid her face from me. Where's this coming from? I shake my head, unable to accept it. Why are you doing this? I'm doing it because I truly love you. I'd rather see you fulfill your destiny than simply be my boyfriend. Rima looks at me with tears falling down her eyes. It's so hard. But you need to be able to stand on your own too. You told me that, Morgan. Do you still love me? She asks me. I swallow, unable to respond. My face bowed to the ground as a tear fell from my eye. Of course I do. That's why this makes no sense. I relent. My flesh didn't understand, but my soul felt it every second I spent in Naka. It makes no sense, because you're not ready. Leave. She covered her mouth. Go. I take one last look at Rumya. Her eyes lost their glimmer. The kindness left her lips, replaced with exhaustion and worry. I did this. Of course I did. This is all I ever bring, isn't it? I understand. I'll go find a new home and think about it. Everything. I bowed my head, unable to look at her. Thank you for being a friend. I wish I valued it. You did, Morgan. This is about going home, Morgan. Not to the bar. Not to the park. Home. She leads me to the door. Before she closes it, she parts her lips. This isn't goodbye, Morgan. You just start ready to move on. I wish you were. Trust and believe. She smiles and wipes the tears from her eye. I wish I could take that step with you. One day maybe we will, but not today. You need to be alone. She closes the door after kissing me deeply. I stand staring at the oak door. Rima just kicked me out of my own apartment. What a week. I guess what a few years. A few options and a few places to go. I guess I have no choice but that to Naka. I dig my hands into my pocket and begin to walk to the elevator. I have to grip onto reality, or else the illusions return. I point fingers, but forget the person that is dragging me through all this is me. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Did I learn from childhood? Nah. I'm still a fucking child. I'm just a child playing at being a man. I don't even know what manhood is yet. Epilogue. Solitude. Haley was adamant about going home. Between moving back in with Natalie and back to the Gregor Manor, her options seemed limited. I assured her she couldn't come with me. So I left her my apartment keys and told her she always had a home with me. She was a good friend and lover. Everyone needs time to themselves. I knew better than anyone. I'll be happy to offer a safe haven to her, if necessary, whenever she needed it. The woman in my life would just have to be at peace with my decision. I, however, had other plans for my weekend. I didn't tell her when I would be coming home, even when I would be coming back at all. We lived in one of my properties. I didn't mind Haley having my apartment. I already paid off the apartment for half a year. Whether or not I use it was up to fate and direction. For now, I needed to be alone. I let her know I would head to Senegal, a deep forest often visited in my youth. One of my missions, I purchased a good amount of land to bring a sanctuary to the wildlife. I spent everything I had to buy the territory. Thank Raquel, I made my fortune back. Sadly, it was even up for purchase. I bought it to preserve the area and keep the peace with the modern world and the ways of the old country. It was in Urdu, a faint memory from one of my childhood missions, but all the same, it was a home of mine. More home than any societal building or apartment could ever be. Banker and corporations were tearing up the jungles and forests for lumber and timber, without any concern for the thousands of species endangered and going extinct. I refused to stand by, or he approved of my decision. I'd never seen him cry until he told me he was proud of me. It was an unexpected conclusion to my mission, given my autonomy. He expected me to lay waste to whatever was in my path. I usually took the path of least impact upon the bystanders in this war of good and evil. I told Haley my goodbyes, declining her request I bring her some supplies and luggage rather than my jumpsuit and kunai. She wouldn't understand. I needed to know if I could survive naturally, with my own 2 hands and my wits. If not, how could I call myself strong? How could I live with myself? I blinked, tearing open a hole in space-time, using my memory to venture through the ethereal realm parallel to the material plane. It took only a few moments before I was in the fresh, thick, humid air of the Senegal wild forest. I was walking through the forest we ventured in and out of as children. As I got older, it became a place of duty and service, an area I felt under my protection through the Lord Commissioner. I considered telling Ray I was in Urdu, but I feared what he would think of me after slaughtering my own brothers and Nadia to free the city. I wasn't aware if he even knew I was alive. Despite a few public appearances, my profile was rather low, and my name mythic. There was a quiet rustling in the brush behind me. I spun to see a gorilla sniffing at the ground. Lumbering up to me, it was an 8-foot and over a ton in weight, but quiet as thieves. A sinewy frame with the body of a bear and the opposable thumbs of a gorilla, with deadly knives for claws. Its face had a snout like a bear, but the blockhead of a gorilla, with a dim silver streak down his back. He was an alpha male, thank God, else I would have been in a fight for my life. Our eyes met and he lowered his snout before me. I wonder if he remembered me from my childhood. It was sniffing up to me and standing his ground with a sense of curiosity, determining if I was a cub or an enemy. "Hey, buddy. How's the new home?" I held out my hand, my palm facing up out as a sign of respect. He came closer, nuzzling me with his forehead, being careful not to knock me over. He lifted me up on his shoulders and carried me, going on about his business, foraging and tracking his territory, and teaching me what I would need to know to survive the weekend. He had to recognize the drastic difference in our scents. He snatched me up as if I was a gift for his alpha, or a souvenir for himself. I had no tract of time, having left my cell phone in communication watch in the apartment so I wouldn't be reached. Even if a call could reach me in the dense jungle, I don't want to talk to anyone. Time passed differently in the wild. It was easy to lose track of the hours and have minutes feel like days. It depended entirely upon your mentality. I never learned to track the sun, or else I could have probably known, but ultimately, I didn't mind being lost in time with my new friend. We sat by a creek underneath a waterfall, fishing using our bare hands to capture our dinner. Fresh river salmon swimming through the creek toward the waterfall for the mating season. With the vigor, the salmon tossed themselves upon the waterfall, I made sure not to use mixed technology or tools around them. Animals got uncomfortable whenever humans used human resources. The comfort existed in knowing we were as they were. When we showed our differences, they evolved into rage and fear. I had no intentions of being mauled or killing one of Mother's creatures. We sat by the shoreline. He ripped into his catch raw, chewing them whole, bones and all, looking at my few salmon and rubbed my neck. There's only so far I can go. He probably thinks I'm a cub. The gorilla is a mighty animal, 8 foot tall, and the alphas are over 14 feet, with deep golden streaks down their backs. They had opposable thumbs and feet as gorillas, and the faces and girth of bears with mutual habitats both. However these animals came to be made no sense, other than figments of my nightmare. In reality, he had far more to fear than I did. I suppose if he was a nightmare, I was best left in the woods alone after all. Hey, buddy. I can't eat these raw. Oh, 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 oh. He nodded a fish towards me. Oh, 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 oh. I rubbed my neck. Sushi it is, I guess. It only took a deep howl for an entire Congress to be upon me. I had no interest in dealing with the drama. It was worse enough I was in their territory. I pulled out my blade, hiding it under my wrist as I filleted the salmon. The gorilla watched carefully on his rump and awe as I removed the skeleton. Oh, he asked in curiosity. Oh? I sliced the skin from the meat, leaving only the delicious pink meat. I sliced the meat into smaller pieces, plucking them into my mouth. Ooh. He rose up, beating his chest. Ooh, ooh. He pointed his chest hard and rough. I rolled my eyes. Here, buddy. I tossed him a piece of salmon. He caught it in his mouth and opened his mouth again. Hey, you already ate your own fish, I say sharply, standing up. Ooh, he tries to intimidate me. I shrieked in a high-pitched voice, jumping on the top of the rock, avoiding my food. I beat my chest fiercely. Ooh! I gutter as I spit flies from my mouth. He cowers, backing down and watching from a distance, keeping watch for any sudden movement or prey in the area. You had to let them know you weren't afraid. It only worked if you weren't. I would never recommend a civilian do it. Then again, I think it would have killed the civilian and eaten them already. At least they smashed their head against the tree to protect this Congress. I was his curiosity. As he would treat any other predator he could have a fair fight with. There's respect there, transcending species. I ate in peace with a gorilla for protection. An added piece I laid down to take a nap with one eye open across. This was a common waterhole for predators. If we were here, the panthers, tigers, and jaguars wouldn't be far away. I simply needed to know if I would be safe. Ooh! My buddy got my attention as he sat up from lounging by the water, vainly staring at his reflection, nodding to a rustle in the bushes. I sat up, gripping my kunai as a tiger even bigger than my friend prowled from the bushes, unafraid and unconcerned with either of us as I approached the watering hole, sauntering, displaying the scars with pride as he swaggered to the creek. I shrieked from across the waterway. The tiger ignored me, sipping from the waterhole for a while before laying his 10-foot muscled frame along the creek. He bothered himself for a second to catch us at the glance of his eye, sizing us up, daring us to approach. He had scars rolled across his body, showing off a lifelong of accomplished combat. My buddy fiercely beat his chest, claiming the territory as our own. Nearly loud enough to call others, but he shoved me forward. The tiger ignored everything, stretching long and flashing his claws. He was over 20 feet away. I blinked behind the tiger. The tiger spotted me, struggling to react. His cockiness was fleeting as I winded up my kick. He began moving to attack, but I was already mid-movement. The element of surprise bought all the time I needed. I punt-kicked the tiger right in his ribcage, lifting it off the ground and sailing into the water. The tiger crashed into the shallow creek, splashing water all over. He got up in a frenzy of splashes, disoriented, confused, and pissed off. He spun around to the side of the creek, unable to find me. He paused, reassessing his chances of survival. When he turned and saw me back by my buddy eating sushi, waving innocently, he growled, giving up completely and getting his drink and heading off. If animals could laugh, the gorilla watched, beating his chest, and fell back on his haunches. He was hitting the ground and pointing, making a high-pitched noise of joy and elation, as if there was nothing he's ever seen before. I chuckled with his energy, returning my fishes, filleting 2 more and cutting more of the raw fish. He stopped his jawing and looked over to my longing for the foreign delight. Come on, you might as well eat it. I don't want you to make me feel all guilty, so here, this one's yours. He lumbers over on his knuckles and sits. With the delicateness of a newborn, he picked up the tiny piece of fish, looking it over with a wide-open mouth. Ooh. He awed, chewing its smaller pieces and savoring them. We ate peacefully. The weak always emulated the strong eventually. Seems our roles reversed rather quickly. Even in my youth, I felt a deeper connection to the nature than I ever felt for humanity. I always got along better with animals, my elders or alone, than with humans. The tiger came sulking back, bowing his head before me. I was seated, expecting it to pounce. Instead, he laid on his belly, inching slowly. The gorilla stood up, ready to attack, but watching me. I rolled my eyes, taking a deep breath before I picked up a few pieces of fish. I held out my hand to the tiger as though he was only a cub. He looked up insulted, turning away his head. I ate a piece of fish before him, and he rose up in anger, snarling and jawing. I raised my hand over my head, sending a force wave of gravity, punishing him into the ground onto his belly. They both took a pause. The gorilla whimpered, fading away from me into the bush, overwhelmed with confusion and fear. The tiger struggled to look up as the gravity held him down in his belly. He was still fighting to leap on me until I closed my fist, forcing his face into the ground. I stood above him, no longer concerned with feeding him, only concerned with respect. I didn't come here to convene with the forest animals. I came here to build a home. I removed my hand, eating yet another piece of salmon before him with my free hand. He growled, slowly turning into a whimper as his stomach growled. He came here to go fishing as we did. I relented. Giving my newfound empathy a whirl, pulling my hand away, I turned my back to him, giving my allowance to use it. He hurried off into the water, splashing about, pouncing upon a few fish to regain his sense of pride and power, reminding himself he was a solo hunter capable of survival. I sighed, sitting by the shore, watching him splash. The tiger was swiping his catches off to the shoreline. He looked back at me every so often. He knew he would attack with his back turned. There stood little difference. He was right to fear had he posed more of a threat. But this isn't business. I have nothing else to prove. I was simply learning. I remained silent, watching, observing, and learning. The gorilla watched from the brush, eventually coming back out. He rushed in the water and struck quickly as many times as needed or tried trapping the fish. The tiger treated the fish no different than a boar. He sat back as a stone for minutes on end, assured of his return on investment, then struck as lightning, knocking the fish out of the water entirely. I joined them in the water, kneeling down in a squat, building up my potential energy in the cool waters. As the fish swam toward me, my hand struck quickly, snatching it in my grasp, crushing its head off. I held up my catch. The tiger scoffed, leaving the waters with all his hopes of beating me. He shook out his majestic pelt and proceeded with his catch. The gorilla continued its laughing, but as it took to its own path with a few fish, I stayed in the water a while longer, hoping to fill my stomach until looking up, seeing the deep orange hue in the sky. I had to hurry up before I lost daylight. With all our pausing and patience, there's no telling how much time I lost. I still had to build a shelter, or else I might get caught sleeping. At least build some walls. I could hear who's coming and proceed accordingly. I would never sleep out in the elements again. I couldn't underestimate the mother's creatures. I trekked a good few miles from the creek, knowing damn well my musty odor left a trail. Anything could follow if brave enough. The tiger could have easily trailed me looking for recompense. The gorilla could have gathered a few friends. I punched enormous holes into the trees, testing their bravery, further marking my territory. I cared little what found me. I just knew certain things sought me for help, others for the challenge. The former I can entertain. The latter had no place in my heart or day. I was ripping trees from their roots, sending blessings before the action, using all my force and energy invested into squatting at the base of the tree, deadlifting the trees out of the ground. After I had all the lumber I needed, my head went light. My heart skipped a few beats off center as I began crashing toward my wall. I enveloped my body in lunar astral energy to stay conscious, but too much flooded in my system. I feel like I opened a floodgate of divine energy. My veins and eyes dilated as I entered my higher state. A violet blue film covered my body as every vein and muscle bulged, letting out primal grunts as the energy filled my body. I lifted the trees up to the mountain to my campsite. I had about 5 trees strapped to my back before I needed to rest from exhaustion. The 50-foot trees, each 2,000 pounds. I'll use them for everything I need. I was trekking a mile up the mountain, letting the trees slam down. As I soon caught my breath, I would be building my home. I was sitting on my logs, eating another round of fresh sushi, plucking dart off my catch. I looked over my shoulder to the moon, leaning above the horizon as I switched shifts with the setting sun. I dropped everything as my body responded to the fullness of the moon. I was staring in newfound awe and wonder. The moon shined with new life and energy, shuffling my feet along until I broke into a sprint until only the void could match my speed, moving top speed toward the moon's almighty illumination. My body blurred into a ball of violet blue energy shooting through the forest. It was as if I entered the ether still upon Earth. If I had this power fighting through the regulators, I wouldn't have fallen. But this power wasn't my own. It was summoning neither from deep within me, not my body, nor from Luno. No, I was exhausted. It was calling from beyond my being, enveloping me in an orb of violet light as I raced toward the moon. My body halted at the ridge atop the mountain. I could have never reached this by foot, even with all my energy, nor could I have found it. There was a primordial calling to be here, something far beyond myself. I stared at the moon, paused, shaking my own legs, unable to hold me up. I fell to my knees. The moon's almighty gravity pushed down on me. I dug my nails into the dirt. Tears filled my eyes as I felt the energy filling my body and being. It was too much. I looked up to the moon, captivated by its fullness and light. A force deep inside my bowels rumbled up to my chest and out of my skull. Blue rays pouring from my eyes. God, He's real. All this was the divine ordinance. In that instant, all my sins, all my faults, all my failures, all my time with the regulators, it meant nothing. When I stopped running and the void left me, I was an arm's reach away, reaching boldly for the moon, plummeting from the canopy of the trees, hundreds of years older than humanity. I awoke in a cold sweat with bruises and wounds all over my body. I tried to move, but my bones were broken. My body lay shattered on the bottom of the forest. I opened my eyes from my fever and excruciating pain. In shock, I could still feel anything. I'm still alive. With this unbearable pain throughout my body, I closed my eyes, leaving myself for dead. By midday, the jungle's downpour woke me from my death meditation, forcing me to be reunited with my shattered dreams. I lay unable to move my body, the fever taking full hold of me as my body fell to convulsions and tremors. Tears filled my eyes as I awaited death. I closed my eyes, hoping that morning my fever would have taken me. I opened my eyes, still alive, still in pain, but my fever had broken. I grunted in pain as I tried rolling to my stomach, but my broken bones wouldn't mend themselves. I cried, grunting and screaming in pain for hours until my voice went hoarse. The only saving grace of death had left with the weather, leaving my broken body in full health, a paradox in my life. I long awaited death to reunite with all those who had left me, already having felt lost to this world my entire life. Raquel, why do you refuse my death? I am worthless, my life in vain. You've been mistaken. Please, Raquel, I pray to you, let me die. Let me be released from this world and my exile. As night falls, I heard rustling from the trees above me. Two royal yellow eyes shimmered from the treetops, staring down upon me, watching me for hours, creeping ever closer. I couldn't move, unable to find energy or strength as my legs and my arms were broken wide open. I was defenseless entirely as a panther leapt down from the trees before me. We stared into each other's eyes as he stared down upon me. He sat down on his haunches, looking at silken jet black pelt. Was he going to kill me? I sat defenselessly, and he watched me, not as a predator, not as anything. Morning broke once more, and still he sat. There was a sharp cry from the skies. A sharper one comes closer as a hawk circles around overhead. The red-tailed hawk descended from the skies in sunshine, sitting upon my stomach, the only part of me undamaged. The panther didn't move. It didn't stop licking its pelt, not even acknowledging the new guest. I gulped as the hawk stared dead in my eyes. Its piercing yellow eyes glared at me. I stared at the hawk, unable to break eye contact. I blinked and night fell once more. My body broke. There was rustling from the brush as a wolf came lumbering, licking its chops at the scent of blood. So, we meet again. You thought you had rid yourself of me. The voice was familiar. Terror filled me as I tried to move, but fear disturbing the hawk perched on my gut. Wide open for the taking. My body. You let it get so damaged. Such a shame, boy. You were always so careless. Should I return to reclaim what's mine? Or should I just devour you? Luno, the Lord of Darkness, childhood tormentor, and your soul friend. How are you? He approached, standing upon two legs, growing in size and emanating a dreadful murky red aura. The pervasive energy, all too familiar, was beginning to surround my body, lifting me off the ground. You may not have him. The panther's eyes glows the same violet-blue energy from the orb that had consumed me. You were here. How quaint. I didn't believe you existed. Luno yawned, uninterested. You cannot kill what was never born. The panther leapt forward, cutting off the distance between my motionless body and Luno. Same corny lines as the other would-be heroes. It's a good thing you don't exist, Luno sighs. The boy does not know you. He does not care to you. And you don't know him. You're powerless here. What is my name? The panther insisted. Luno grinned. I'm the guardian of trickery and deception. Do you not believe me privy to my own tactics? I will not relinquish my power so easily. You were sated. You departed, the hawk cawed. You left, and I am now all that is. Begone, you foul beast. Your odor of treachery to Raquel has come far enough. I feasted and rested, and we all get the itis from time to time. Then move out of my way so I can take what's rightfully mine. I've haunted this forest, looking for him. I'll not stop because two self-righteous piece of assholes stand in my way. As I remember, You two left this world to destruction for the heavens. Now it is here, and you want to pick up the pieces. You lost, and Shishi has won, and now this kingdom is mine, and I'll be sitting upon his throne. I'll become the god of this world. What is my name? The hawk asked upon my head, flapping its wings. Say my name to unlock my power. I don't know you. I struggled in defeat. Luna was too strong. I'm the keeper of secrets. I am the walker of the forgotten paths. And I'm the first son of Raquel. You know me, true boy. I've been watching you, and I know my presence has been felt. You know not my highest self, but you know me. What is my name? The hawk begged, filled with urgency. Luna approached. The panther stood before him, but he stepped through the panther as if he was only a cloud. Luna was very real, growing larger and larger. His legs filled out with sarcoplasmic muscle. His chest emboldened. He was licking his maddening grin as he stared down upon me as I rose up to him as a soul buffet. He knows you not after all. What a pity. It's been so long since I've seen you true form. Your methods have failed, as they always have, big brother. In his foul moments he gave away nothing. Luna was truly the Lord of Darkness. Ada, I forced out faintly. Ada, I say once more, surrendering myself to Luna. Golden light radiated atop of me as the hawk spread its wings, growing into a 10-foot wingspan atop me. His talons enlarged to bipedal feet standing on either side of my head, his talons the size of daggers. He stood 9 feet tall with the head of a hawk wearing a gold crown, with a breastplate emboldened with rubies, sapphire, topaz, quartz, and amethyst. I am the light, in true way of Raquel, and I banish you from Gaia. Ada stood before Luna. Shut your ass up. Luna rolled his eyes, leaping forward. Ada held up a single hand, in a single movement. As Luna approached, a pulse wave of energy emitted from his hand, wiping out everything before him for a clear mile. The ability I had as well, but wasn't nearly as powerful, and I believed he was holding back. Today, you've chosen righteousness over darkness. When you find me again, I will teach you all I know. I'll be waiting where you need me most. I'm gonna die here. I cry as my body slams into the ground. Your life is not to be taken. As badly as you seem to crave the darkness of death, I forbid it. As you seem to crave absence and misery, I forbid this. Try as you might to remove yourself from this world. You are its champion. You are still needed. Morgan, the Anticus Samara. You are bringing us together according to Raquel's holy will. The father and mother have plans for you. You will fulfill their will, their entire will. Death is not your destiny. It is your desire. I hereby give my heart, powers, and pathway to you. You are now as I am, and I am as you are. Your mind, however, must be your own, for the will to be fulfilled. Seek me, Morgan Samara. I await your apprenticeship. Ada outstretched his hands, leaving a glimmering shower of light as his wings flapped, carrying him further and further away from Gaia. Until you found me, I will continue as your protector. Ada faded away into the golden light and energy sprinkling down upon me. My body absorbed the golden light, radiating warmth and love. The feeling was unnatural and terrifying. I screamed and called. My voice was deaf to the world. No one was around to hear me, and still I lay broken and defeated, somehow feeling victorious. Was I in any situation different than when I was a child? I closed my eyes, unable to process all I saw. Not sure if I was dead or alive. My eyes opened or closed. I knew nothing at all. I knew nothing at all. I knew absolutely nothing. I woke in my bed, drenched in sweat, my bones in ache. My scars and bruises seemed nearly healed, and my head was pounding. Then a late onset muscle soreness left me nearly paralyzed as I tried getting out of bed. I was limping and dragging myself into the bathroom to flush out my stomach. Lo and behold, chunks of salmon were floating in the toilet. What is life? Morgan, you're finally awake. Haley rushed in the bathroom. Oh, poor baby, when did you get up? You should have called for me. How did I get back here? I asked before letting another chunk go. You said you walked here, then went straight to sleep. It's been over a week. I was so scared. You looked so hurt. You had those horrible scars in your arms and legs while I cleaned you. But you wouldn't speak to me. It's like you weren't even conscious. I was so scared. I'm home now, Haley. I sat up, my body sore beyond belief. My arms and legs, they were only scarred? What do you mean only? What happened to you? She was frantic. Baby, you have to talk to me now. No more silence. I know you want to be alone, but I need to know what's going on. I need to know. You're scared. Yeah, but I was going to say because I love you and I want to help. I want to be your friend and lover, and I was so scared I lost you. Haley clutched me for guidance. Doubt, worry, and fear of the enemy. Relax, Haley. I'm home now. I lift my arm with all my strength, holding on to her. I can't relax, Morgan. You're gone all week and came back bruised and hurt, saying you walked. You can't keep acting as if I'm not a person, as if I don't care about you. I'm not Natalie. You can't just tell me you're fine and expect me not to care. You are not fine. I fell from a mountain. I laid, waiting to die for 3 days, until Ada saved me from the darkness. I guess another moon or sun came and gave me the energy to get back home. Don't make fun of me, Morgan. Haley snaps at me. What actually happened to you? That is what actually happened. I went to Urdu, hoping to build a cabin, and I fell off the mountain trying to reach the moon. I looked at her. She didn't move a word I said. I got into a fight. You're right. I bit off more than I can chew, but the other guy's gone. Oh, you killed him? She asked with relief. I'd help, but yes. I just need to get out for a while. I didn't think you'd be so worried. Just relax, baby. I'm fine. I was told I need solitude. Are you sure? She asked, holding her heart. No. Yes. Of course. I smiled, kissing her cheek. Is that really what happened? She asked again. I told you the truth. And you refused it as so many others every day. To acknowledge how real these forces of this world are. Yet the denial and inability to accept. We were wide open for delusion and deception. This poor thing had no idea there's a God far greater than our Father to fear and worship. Nor did the world acknowledge the true God. We're all lost in our empty darkness and delusion. Haley, there's a world beyond this. And there are many things that you won't understand. I met Ada, and I was redeemed. There was a fight, but with a tiger and Luno. This is the truth. The whole truth. I tried building my cabin, but stop lying to me, Morgan. I'm not dumb. You can tell me the truth. Don't make fun of me. And don't make things up. She rolls her eyes. I care about you, but you can be a real jerk. Haley, I plead. Yes, Captain Jerky Jerk, she giggled. Can you give me some water? I say, needing to be alone. She sighs. Fine, I guess you're not going to tell me. I'll be right back, baby. I smile politely, falling back into my pillows, staring at the ceiling. How is this possible? How could she not believe the truth directly to her face? The veil of ignorance upon humanity. Has it always been like this for the Vicar of the Ethereal Bridge? Seeing all the mythical things while humanity can witness none of it? It's all had nothing to do with people. It was the ability to have the burdens of one's souls recognized and soothed. This burden was one's soul's to bear for a lifetime, and it's mine now.